Never having known family love, this man will one day find love and fight for it. The achievements he earns on his remarkable journey will be known around the world. Rescuers carry an unconscious person away on a stretcher, and police also found a drowned person in the water. This is who the main character used to be. Drifting in a world of long dreams, he discovered they never ended. Then the main character is confused and feels intense pain, as if his head is about to split. A woman is bathing a small child in a tub, but he does not like it in Christ. The mother brings her child, looks at him with joy, and offers him her finger. The main character does not understand them. By the fireplace at home, the girl holds a child. A man beside her watches the fireplace. The main character wonders if this is really happening. The woman who breastfeeds the boy every day is his mother, and the man beside her is his father. The main character wonders if he is still dreaming, but cannot form any words. He suddenly realizes that earlier that day, he had been walking around the store in his neighborhood. The protagonist clearly remembers spending days alone, playing computer games. Alone and wasting his time playing games, he suddenly wanted to go outside, so he quit his job, lived on his savings, and refused to get another. The noisy city and the stream of suited business people felt so ordinary it left him feeling uneasy, as if he were cheating. At that moment, he noticed a child walking along the edge of the bridge and wondered why the child was there. A truck turned onto the road. A child walking on a bridge tripped and fell straight into the water, and the main character noticed. He wondered whether to help but feared he might die, so he hesitated, and when he thought it through he realized he had no unfinished business and no one to mourn him. Acting on those thoughts, the main character rushed to save the girl and successfully pulled her to shore. A deep cold sank into his bones, and in his fading mind everything felt as it should, so he accepted death calmly and sank to the bottom. The pointy-eared child is surprised by something. If this is true, everyone is born with memories of a past life, and some mechanism may cause those memories to fade over time. The father picks up the child and says they will call him Yuri. The protagonist notices their pointed ears. They are exactly the same people I remember. Their standard of living is clearly far from modern. I wonder who they are and what they do. First and foremost, the main character thinks he must get through the diapers. Birds wheel across the sky. The boy looks out the window and, judging by what he sees, thinks this is the countryside. There are no people nearby. Only the calls of birds and animals fill the air. A year later, he still wondered about the world outside. Life had bored him at first, but the new home and surroundings were full of discoveries, and he spent time with his family and learned to walk. They won't understand his words, but listening to stories read aloud always helps language learning, and he wants to know who all these people were before. He remembers what they were like and pictures different people walking down the street. The boy goes to his parents and manages to say his first words. His parents, mom and dad, were surprised. He still did not understand how other people saw life. The parents exchange excited looks, then the three embrace happily while the man wonders if this is love. Behind a private house is a barn with a forest around it, and a boy sits with a bucket looking into the water. The main character stares at his reflection, suddenly sees how he drowned in a past life, and throws a stone into the water. 3 years have passed. His memory and his soul remain. He will likely keep living this way under his new name. Yuri's father calls to him while holding someone on a leash. Luke Howe offers to go with the father because he wants to show him something. The animal on the leash is a bird. The protagonist asks whether they are going to Kakudori, and Luke tells his son it is quite fascinating and asks if he wants to see it. They sped across the hills on the bird, the protagonist looking ahead in surprise. They've arrived, the man says. It's exactly the place he wanted to show him. The main character is surprised and they stop. The man says this is his farm. Birds are walking on it, and 3 buildings stand behind the mountain. They walk together on the bird, and the father asks Yuri what he thinks. Yuri asks his father why he built it here and whether he made it all himself. Smiling, the father says it's true that he built all of this from scratch, and the main character, surprised, assumes he's joking since the father looks barely over 20. The man repeats his question, saying the animals' cries do not bother the other residents because they also keep cattle, and it usually does not bother him. Mountains surround this place, so there is little wind. Birds do not thrive in windy areas. The boy asks if his father manages everything here alone, and the father says no, he has workers. Gakudora is mainly grown on hay mixed with millet, nuts, beans, and other grains. Everyone works. While grazing, they hunt and eat rabbits. They don't deliberately give this meat to others because its taste makes people wilder, unless there's a special order. The guy asks about a special one, and the man says some clients prefer birds with a tough character. so they raise them by feeding mice and other small animals. The military values them highly, and when handled properly, they can be very effective on the battlefield and cause many casualties. These are fighting animals, and though he would rather not ride such a beast in the future, he will eventually inherit one, so studying them in depth is in his own interest. The man calls his son, who comes, and they stand in front of a building with a sign of two birds while Yuri thinks about what it is. The man takes the board off the door and opens it, inviting his son to step inside more boldly. The main character enters and immediately sees a huge black bird perched on a wooden crossbar in front of him. The man tells his son that it's smart and friendly once he gets used to it, and that Yuri will have to learn to ride one too. The boy is scared by the news. The father asks if he still understands where the story about the heavenly knight came from, and the boy understands. He never fully understood the knight's role in that very story. The man blows a whistle, and the bird flutters. As she approaches, the boy recoils in fright. The father soothes him and tells him he is there, and it is their family tradition for a child to ride the royal eagle at age 3. The man reveals that his father is the world's best royal eagle rider, winking and smiling. Both of them end up on an eagle with special equipment, and the man tells his son to listen and remember, never keep your mouth open during flight. As they fly through the sky, the main character looks at the view and realizes this world is not the same as the one seen from the tiny windows of any tourist plane. As the boy thinks about what this world is like, his father suddenly makes a maneuver and the bird dives, picking up speed. Then it suddenly takes off, and the boy sits quietly. The man says some people simply cannot ride the royal eagle because they cannot tolerate heights and other similar problems affect them. He seems fine as he figures out how he's handling it, with no fear because he wants that experience every day. They keep flying over forests and hills, then stop and the main character takes off his glasses. Peering down at his father from above the bird, he considers how to handle this. Whether he should just slide down or not, he knows that thinking it through will leave him on his own again, just like before. The man turns to his son, asks what he is thinking, spreads his arms, and tells him to jump because his father will certainly catch him. The main character immediately jumps off the burden. His father catches him, and he realizes this is something he never knew before. His mother speaks to the son and happily waves at him. The main character thinks he wants to live in this world with them. The boy sits at the table with a plate and a mug. He says seriously that this year is his 4th birthday and asks for a clean notebook for notes. Surprised, the parents ask the boy why he needs it at all. The boy says confidently he wants a diary, or rather a place to write down his thoughts, so it should be thicker. The man turns to his wife and asks about her reading and writing. She replies that everything is fine and she has nothing more to teach him. The boy agrees and admits he could not learn much from Suzuya. His mother comes from a family of farmers and never went to school, and she learned those skills from his father when she was kind to him, while Luke comes from a noble family, so he cannot read complex books yet and can only read signs and advertisements. He retains memories of his past life and the knowledge he gained in Japan, and he wants to write them down before they fade. The boy says he asks for a lot and won't need a birthday present in the future. The girl offers to buy it for Mauchu, since this is the first time he has asked them for anything, and he is always a neat, helpful presence, and the man says it will cost around 4,000 to 5,000 lug, which leaves the girl stunned. Yuri doesn't understand the prices here yet, but his mother's reaction shows they are expensive. The books are made from animal skins, and in Japanese yen would be about 40,000 to 50,000, and his father was a nobleman who left the family, so the three of them live in a small house and are not well off. The boy looks at his father, who agrees but says the boy must first help his mother, and that from now on the father will help him around the farm, and the boy happily agrees and thanks his parents. The boy and his father fly on a bird and the boy asks about Sibiak, so the father explains it is the central city of the kingdom of Chalta, that he is delivering the royal eagle there, will pick the book he needs himself, and will also use the trip to see the city. They kept flying and the father pointed at his son while a city lay below. Planes fly right over him, and the father warns his son they are descending, so he should hold on tight. A man with pointed ears watches the bird in the sky, then they land. The father lowers his son off the bird, and the man behind him tells Luke he had a great landing, as usual. Recognizing Gala, he smiles and waves. Luke says he has arrived with the delivery. Gala thinks the eagle order is from Her Highness. It is certainly a beautiful eagle, but it is manipulating a child. Born in a birdcage among the guards, this eagle is sure they will gladly call him the world's best royal eagle. Yala says this is fine except for the little one. Luke introduces his son Yuri, who is having a birthday this year, and the main character says hello and that he is glad to meet his father's friend. Gala strokes the boy's head and says he looks so grown up. He has never seen such a smart child since the princess's birthday. Gala says his son is 4 now too, but the difference is huge. Luke asks others not to overestimate him, and someone turns to Mr. Gala and asks what the matter is. A girl announces that Her Highness Carol has arrived. The man reacts with surprise and says she came straight away to see the eagle. Luke asks about the birdcage, and Gala asks whether he needs permission. His face shows that getting involved would be risky, but helping now could make them best friends later. A group of girls stand with their eyes closed as a little girl in a uniform walks in front of them. Gala, Luke, and Bo, the protagonist, stand before the little girl who looks at them with an important air. Carol Furu Chowder says she wants to see everything as clearly as possible and asks if he is Luke Howd. The man says it's an honor to meet her. She heard he did well in the nightly performances. Gala, who is here now, defeated him. Carol says she also heard they raised magnificent eagles and asks about his name. Luke says he did not give him a name and assumed you would choose his name yourself. The girl asks if she can ride him yet, but not yet. He has just flown a long way and should rest his wings today. Gala says the princess offers a great chance for them to hear about horse riding. Start by befriending the eagle. Treat him like a friend and he will return the favor. The girl says everything is fine and she will not upset him. The servant, Carol Beams, asks them to give it to her, thanks them, and says she will treasure it. When the protagonist asks his father about Gala, whom they met, Luke explains Gala is from the Royal Capital Academy where they trained for knighthood, and he quit halfway, but is sure Yuri will go there one day and succeed. Inside a store, the man turns to his son and asks him to choose for himself. The protagonist scans several notebooks, asks to look inside, and the boy opens a book and studies it. The woman asks if they're choosing a book for the child. The man replies he needs it to write down his thoughts. The woman says people have things they keep as precious memories, not things they'd want to shut away. She says that even now she struggles to remember what her father told her when she was a child or her mother's soup recipe, and she's sorry that so much has been forgotten. Buying this will help them too, because when he dies his child will forget everything about him. They ask the man whether his silence is sad, and the boy says what he chose while pointing at her. The woman asks if he is sure. When buying expensive items, it is better to pay more than to regret it later. In others, the parchment is thicker and there are fewer pages. The man asks whether the book really costs 2,800 lug and whether she will have change for 3,000, and the boy seems to be an expert, so she will make them a special offer. She fears that only after she takes the rest of the change from 800, they'll ask them for some ink. Somehow everything did not turn out very well. Someone asks if they can lend him a bird. These are royal stables. Under the established rules, nothing may be borrowed here unless it is for state business. To reach their home, you usually have to catch a passing carriage, find a trade caravan, or rent an expensive horse because the journey is quite long. They will stop for the night in one of the towns on the way home and change to a new bird there. He should keep all his important things with him, and Yuri agrees. Evening falls and the boy eats happily at the table, while his father across from him praises him for the job he did today and says he must be tired after such a long trip. Unlike the royal eagle, they will have to take a long detour on the way back, Yuri says, because while they were in the sky he felt they had flown south of this place as they came from the city of Januma. The father asks his son how it looked. Yuri says the hill to the south of the city felt familiar when they arrived. The boy thinks an eagle can't carry 2 adults at once and that it's inconvenient. The man adds it's very dangerous and that 9 times out of 10 they'll crash, so they shouldn't ride that way. Yuri asks whether it would be the same if it were a girl, noting this mostly shows up in novels, though some foolish students copy it when they should not, and Yuri repeats the question about a girl. He means the blonde girl they met today. The man takes a drink and says this is Her Majesty Simone's daughter. That daughter has a younger sister who will be the next queen, and the boy understands this. A man suddenly approaches the main character, and with a sly smile, asks him whether he has fallen in love. He explains the royal family is complicated, and believes a better partner would be someone like his mother, but the important detail is how they came together, which the man cannot remember. At night a light is on in their house, and the main character sits at the table in a room lit by a single burning candle. The boy sits, thinking about the knowledge and memories that only he holds in this world. The main character decides to write them down in this book and make it his treasure. This too will become his strength. Images of people, planets, and memories flicker across the man's nakedness. The main character flew off a cliff on a bird, and 3 years later he is 7 years old. At home, the main character notices someone else's bird and recognizes it as Gakudori. A voice tells him someone should leave, and he looks out the window. His father holds something and says he has left the main house. He does not have to send that letter, and does not have to go to war if it breaks out. The girl says Goku sent them an official notice that Luke is going to war. Left with no choice, the man quietly looks at the letter, while the main character thinks about war. The boy enters the room and asks the only man there if they have prepared Gakudori yet, and the man says they are ready for the distillation. Today looks like it will be another difficult day, so he needs to pack properly because he is heading to the head of the family and saying goodbye to the worker. The main character runs on a bird with two others like him trailing behind. The boy asks his mother if everything is okay. His mother replies that he has become so good at it that the birds behind him are very quiet. The boy says this is only his second run without his father's supervision, so he must stay alert. The girl asks whether he is near the city yet and whether he is worried. Yuri says it's not a big deal. It's still his first visit to the main house. They were also invited to the procession marking the start of the war, though the city is by no means bright. The boy says it's great that his father rejected the request we drafted for the front, and the girl agrees that he prefers raising animals to fighting, but she feels uneasy whenever letters arrive from the main house and Yuri thinks about the war again. The country is at war. The kingdom of Chalta lies deep in the peninsula and borders Kurukina. Both countries are home to people of the same race. Shan, for clarity, they are called Kurukensha. War is spreading across the land, and the kingdom of Kurukina, in the center of the peninsula, will inevitably be drawn into the growing conflict. The Shan are resistant to cold because they originally belonged to northern peoples before the continent became a single state. The Shantal Empire was destroyed in a war by the people of Care and divided into several states, leaving only Chalta and Karukina. Whenever the Care army advances on Kurohina, Chalto sends reinforcements, and Luke's family, the How warrior knights, must provide that support. A new war has broken out, and the family head Gokuhu, the father's elder brother, is sent to the front, while the father refuses to fight but, because of his origin, is forced to attend the ceremonial procession marking the start of the war. It's good that this older brother turned out so understanding. He wouldn't really want to wave goodbye to his parent, who is going off to war. The girl says they are there. Karakumo is the How family's main city, and people on the street go about their business. Surprised, the protagonist looks around and thinks the Gakudori is a night vehicle, so a woman riding it with a child naturally looks suspicious. A guard with a gun orders the protagonist and his mother to stop and asks who they are. They stop and get off the bird. The boy says he is Yuri, son of Luke's house, and he and his mother are here to visit for the troops' departure to the front. Trying to remember Luke Hao's name, the man is interrupted when a woman runs up behind him and calls to Suzuya that they were expected, then asks them to follow her. Stepping away from his bird, the protagonist takes in the people, the shields, and the weapons and thinks this is expected and impressive. The man tells Suzuya he is very glad she came. A woman bows and says they have not seen each other for a long time. Goku tells her not to bow so much since they are relatives and asks where Luke is, and Suzuya says he is a little late and is still handling the delivery of a commissioned eagle. Luke says it's wrong to give control to his wife and then send her away. The girl says their son actually brought her, and Goku asks if he is Yuri. Yuri agrees and thinks about how strong his mother is. He asks his mother if she can handle Gakudori and she agrees, then asks about the royal eagles and she says they will be fine. She is proud that he reads, writes, and plays Duki very well, which surprises him. Duki is not a common board game in this country. It is like Chinese chess and is unique because the routes across the river in the middle are limited. Luke liked the game so much that he taught a boy to play it, and after a month the boy surpassed him. With time left before the celebration, Goku offers him one fight. The girl wants to object, but the boy says everything is fine, and Goku says there is nothing to worry about and suggests that Suzuya not go have tea in a private room. The girl agrees and asks Yuri to play here once and try it. They head home. The maid says he can leave his shoes here, and the boy agrees. Goku asks him to sit down and relax. The boy says the board is good and the square is too. The man says he seems sure he has never seen one like this before. He offers to start, though he is busy. The protagonist admits he does not linger over the passages, so he doesn't think it will take long. Then the man decides they can do without the hourglass and lets him go first. The boy offers to lend him the chest. Yuri is upset because he lost and is not yet ready for this level. One man says it was a very bad tactic, but since the game ended so quickly, he offers a rematch and the other man accepts. Again, the boy gets upset and says he is completely defeated. The man says it looks that way. Yuri calls his tactics brilliant, but it might be a well-known move he just doesn't know yet. He realizes the man in front of him is very strong. The man suddenly rises from the table and swings something at him. The sword ends up right in front of the main character's face. The boy turns to Goku and asks what he's doing and whether he's being rude. The man says this guy is brave and will have a great night. When the man asks if he will be his son-in-law, the boy realizes that the custom of riding the royal eagle is not the only dangerous tradition in the Hao family, and says he would not like to marry a girl whose face he has never even seen. Goku urges him to think carefully. Reaching his full potential might take more than he has. He'll be bored at an adults-only party, so it's best for him to play with his daughter for now. That evening, the maid leads the main character while carrying a lantern. When they arrive, the woman wishes him a pleasant time. The boy thanks her and knocks on the door waiting for an answer. Standing at the door, the main character asks for forgiveness, sees a silhouette at the table, and wonders if it is her. But a man walks in, says good evening, asks if anyone is alive, while the man at the table remains motionless. The boy approaches a girl and pokes her cheek. She frowns and asks him whether he thinks that is rude. Yuri is surprised she is alive. Yuri asks her if she has hearing problems. After she says no, he asks why she didn't respond and wonders if she is angry because he interrupted her train of thought. The girl says no, she won't be able to concentrate today anyway. He asks what she's working on. She says he still wouldn't understand if she told him. Yuri admits that may be true, but until she explains, it's hard to judge. She says it's a waste of time, but Yuri points out that if she's having trouble understanding, she should let him try and not take it so seriously. She asks whether he will leave if she tells him to. He gets angry, and she says she is curious whether they could multiply infinitely. The boy thinks this is a blend of two Shan dialect words that mean essence and repetition, like prime numbers. Yuri asks whether she means 2, 3, or 5, and what she's stuck on. The girl, annoyed, says he doesn't understand anything as she expected and asks him to leave. He says he understands the discussion, and she looks at him in bewilderment. Yuri says first, let n be a number greater than or equal to 2. A deep nostalgia washes over the main character, and he imagines himself in an empty classroom facing a single classmate at the board. A classmate tells him his father seems to have been fired. Has he heard anything about it? He and Yahada weren't exactly friends, but his father worked at Yahada's father's factory. Yahada's father asks on the phone whether he even cried enough for his son. The protagonist asked what was wrong and what had happened there. Police were after him for stealing company property. At the same time, his father was pressing charges against former employees to get rid of them. They question him again about the theft and what he took. After the divorce, he found a new partner and will throw himself into work to avoid paying benefits. The father spoke a few menacing words, like nails on metal. As a parent and an entrepreneur, he was not a decent person. A man reports a theft occurred. Its size does not matter. Theft is theft, and dismissal as a disciplinary measure is common. The boy questioned whether dismissal would be proportionate in that case and pushed him. The man begins to drown in iron. On the phone, his father insists no one should tell him what to do. There is no reason to keep paying high salaries to an employee whose skills are outdated. The protagonist is choking and calling for help. You had to tell the boy that he would help him when he became a doctor. The protagonist yelled the boy's name. The protagonist jolts awake, breathing hard and unsure if it was a dream, since he keeps a diary of his past life, and after all, Yahada never became a doctor. The man looks away and walks down the stairs. Sounds come from behind the door, and a voice asks who is there. The hooded man behind the door reveals he is Shun, a servant of the Hao family, and the protagonist is surprised that he comes from the main house. Yuri says he is not allowed to open the door himself and will go wake his father right away. Lighting the fireplace, the man is surprised by Shen's arrival and offers to check his legs and hands first. The man says he's fine. Luke says it's up to him to decide and that he can't tell whether he has frostbite. Shuno understands that. The man removes the boy's boot and reassures him that everything is fine and there is nothing to worry about. The boy sets the food down and says he will put it here if the man does not mind. Shon is very grateful to the man. Shun starts eating and sipping a hot drink. Luke asks if he's eaten since morning. Shun says business kept him busy, so he skipped meals, and it's reckless to rush out in this cold on an empty stomach. Messing Bovarus grows serious and asks the man what happened. Shun reports that Mr. Goku died in battle, leaving the man shocked. Shun explains that Goku launched an attack while riding the royal eagle they had given him. Since Luke Hao had already heard about it, Goku handled it brilliantly and was even glad. The protagonist is stunned that Goku died in battle, and he had seen his uncle only a few days earlier. Luke grabs the man and asks if he's joking, but the man says no. He fears it's only a rumor, and they are pretty sure he's dead. They never found his body, but the girl drops the basin and apologizes, saying she needs more hot water and will get busy now. Crying, the girl asks aloud whether her brother really died as the boy touches her shoulder. Hugging her, he says he came to ask her to attend a family meeting tomorrow. She promises to be there. The Mantle's Shun said he would put him up in the guest room, let him drink and lie down because he doesn't want him to die too, and after falling from a bird on the way home, make sure he drinks this in memory of his brother. On the How family's land, Katakumo, a mansion holds the protagonist and his father, both sitting in deep silence. A man comes up to Luke and says he brought a list of the meeting participants. Luke thanks him and begins to read the list but does not understand something. He says there is no raccoon listed here. They told him he had refused to help them, so he was removed from the list of participants. He said a coward like him was not worthy of being called a knight. Still, that act does not make them stop being knights. They say they can bring their son-in-law to the meeting. Powerful and well-known, the Rakunu Aku family gained fame when they were entrusted with a large city on the outskirts. Strange that they won't be at the meeting. Luke says he understands and thanks the man who asks permission to step away. Sighing, the man says he doesn't really have the authority to speak, so they'll just sit, and the protagonist points out that as the grandfather's younger brother, he should be allowed to speak. He says no one in his family has much of a chance without the title of knight, and they won't even let him command others. After leaving the academy, he did not become a knight, and the boy asks what the Royal Eagle's attack means. The man says the time has come for him to find out about it, and that this fighting method attacks the enemy army from above. At dawn, they must land on enemy territory, even though there may be people there who are not enemies, and despite the danger, the knights must carry out the mission at the risk of their lives. If everything goes wrong, you must take the general's head, a desperate tactic used only when the situation is hopeless and there is no chance. The boy finds this terrible. The man says no one can promise everything will go smoothly, but his older brother managed it. Yuri realizes how strong he is and asks if becoming a knight requires participating in it. This is not compulsory. It is a voluntary decision and no one can force it. For one night the act is treated as an honor. Someone knocks, a maid enters, announces that all participants have arrived, and says she will show them out. Luke leaves and the boy wishes him luck, which surprises Luke. Then the boy shows a paper and reads it aloud. Yuri goes too. His name is on the list. Surprised, the main character later joins the other to follow the maid, who stops at the door and asks to come in. Several people are already waiting at the table, and 3 of them are men with the same pointed ears. The maid asks them to sit down. The protagonist had expected elderly people, but not that they would all be grandfathers, and there are almost no young people here. The maiden informs Mr. Yuri he must sit here, and the protagonist is surprised this is a place of honor. Bowing, the man says he is glad to see Satsuki's sister. The girl smiles and asks him to call her Satsuki. The man agrees and asks the boy to say hello, and the boy says his name is Yuri and calls her grandma. The girl says Sham praised her, but Yuri says she is much better. Satsuki says she is pleased and asks him to sit. Everyone sat down in their seats, and the girl thanked them for coming. She believes they already know her husband fought the enemies and died a hero. Now they must decide what to do next. Yuri realizes Sham is not there and feels uneasy. Her husband had thought about his family and left a will, so she shows everyone the sealed envelope. Thinking she can look at it now, she surprises everyone and opens the envelope. The man, the 27th head of Goku Ho, appoints brother Rucko as the next head. She relays and nothing more. Everyone is stunned, including Ruck himself. The girl says she understands everything and that he can keep living as before if he wants. She rests a hand on the boy's shoulder and says they have no objection to his son becoming the head. Yuri is surprised when he receives the title. Rucko asks why he is the leader when there are other candidates. The girl says Gook chose him and he should accept it with honor. One of the men points out he does not have a knighthood. She says they don't have to worry because the kingdom has already given special permission for the head to go without the title of knight. It will not be difficult for him to claim this title because all the required records still exist, and after a little time to gather and prepare them, he will receive it. Territory far from the Kurihina kingdom has controlled good natural terrain for generations, and the How family has tried to strengthen regions captured by the Kuria people, but after a long battle, their warriors are in dire condition. He realizes why only old people are at the meeting now. In theory, an elder does not have to be the head, but frequent deaths among the young have left no other candidates. In Siam, tradition makes women rulers and men soldiers. She seems set to use the Howa family's power for her own purposes, most likely sending them to fight to defend the capital, and the outcome is uncertain. The main character hadn't expected this to be agreed on beforehand. He and his father ran into trouble, and his grandfather's family were already thinking ahead. The man stands and declares he will never make his son a knight, let alone a leader. Satsuki replies that every boy wants to be a knight. Even if that's true, the boy is only 7, so he cannot be given that responsibility. If he is not qualified for the head position after graduating from the Knight Academy, he will still be considered for it because he is my son-in-law. The main character thinks this woman has considered everything so far, and he looks serious. The man asks for time to think, and Yuri realizes his father will arrange a tie-up to keep control until Yuri graduates from the academy, leaving him in a difficult situation with no idea how to get out of it. Is this actually a will, and how will it be decided? Will his father simply say so, or will all the elders vote? If it's the second, I'll have to show my worst side. I'll give this tactic a try and see what happens. He turns to his father. Someone bursts into the room and tells the girl to step aside and not interfere, surprising everyone. Angry, the man shouts and demands to know how they could hold the meeting without him. The dark-haired girl says he has come. Rakunu is the head of the egg family. The boy recognizes the name. It belongs to the leading candidate who was removed from the meeting. Rakunu turns to Satsuki and demands to know how she could twist her husband's final wish. Satsuki tells anyone listening that Rakunu is a coward who fled the battlefield. The man shouts that it's a lie because he doesn't know what she has already told them here, but they should not believe her, and the boy thinks his uncle is acting strangely. Told it's Mr. Gook's will, he is offered the paper and smiles while reading. Abruptly, he sets the paper on the table and tells the girl it's a simple fake. Angrily, the man shouts that women are so treacherous that he wants to pull the real thing out of his pocket. Holding the envelope above him, he reveals the real will to everyone, leaving them all shocked. The suicide note names Raccoon Iku the next head of the family, hoping this will secure a good position and a bright future for their people. Rakunu asks how she feels about it and whether she knows what to say. The girl says she can't believe someone like him would be in their family. Angrily, she tells the man to stop talking nonsense and demands to know how he could hand out a fake. When the leader died, he left work and announced to everyone that he had been dropped from the candidate list, and a man asked what he meant while Goku personally handed him a note. The girl says a trusted member of the Ross family brought the will because they once looked after him. The man says this is not the case and suggests she may have softened, but he provides no evidence that she was not deceived. Silence follows as the protagonist thinks he might have brought the fake, and Satsuki looks furious. Clearly angry, she can't handle anything calmly, while Raccoon seems steadier and can contradict her. I want to verify the authenticity of these two documents, but it won't work. This whole situation favors Raccoon. Raccoon is not going to make enemies of the elders, and they understand that. Raku is not a knight, and Satsuki loses in comparison to Raccoon. The main character tells his father he can take a break so he can go to the toilet, and the father is surprised. The man turns to Satsuki and suggests they rest. The son wants to go to the toilet. The boy thinks he didn't have to say anything, and the girl agrees, surprised. After they go out, the main character asks his father if there are any empty rooms nearby, and his father looks at him in bewilderment and asks about the toilet. Confidently, the boy tells his father it was a lie, and they need to talk right away. Alone in the room, the man offers to start by asking what the meeting is about. The boy asks his father whether he will be in charge. Rook says it depends on the elections, and he's not passionate about it, but if that's what his brother wanted, he would not refuse his brother's wish. The boy says the wheels held completely different contents, so one must be a fake, but with only that information they cannot tell which one. If this continues, Raccoon will likely become his enemy. This is already a political war. Rook says he doesn't think he'll go that far. Yuri says he's heard a lot of stories, and they all start out like this. The father strokes the boy's head and tells him not to worry, saying he will step in if necessary. The unhappy boy asks him not to start a conflict. Stepping out, he sees a girl and both are shocked. She asks what they're doing here and says they should keep going, but Yuri calmly asks if he can have her for a minute. Two guards stand at the door as the main character approaches and introduces himself as Yuri, Rook's son. The guards are surprised and ask what happened. The boy says he came on Raccuni's orders and asks whether Raccuni is here. The guard says Raccuni is not at home now. The boy says he has a very important matter for him. Can he wait until he returns? Seated in the chair, the guard asks again about the academy that night and says he wants to go back to that time. Compared with the capital, there's plenty of space here, and with friends you can practice as much as you want. This is the time of youth. They would certainly dislike the protagonist's past. Someone suddenly enters the room. Both are startled, and the raccoon angrily demands to know what they did. The guards report they have him under surveillance. The raccoon tells him to be quiet and go to work, and then he asks the boy what the matter is. The boy admits his father asked him to tell him something about Satsuki's secret. A skull lies on the grass. Death gives the same end to all living things, and returning to life is the same for everyone. As the main character emerges from eternal darkness and plunges into a new life, he remembers being a newborn child. All he remembers is a girl drowning and the heavy weight in his body, and he regrets nothing despite the dirty life he lived. His new family, the people he loves and cherishes, helped him forget those bad memories. The manager of Gyuko has died, and his will names his father Ruko as his heir. At the meeting, things took an unexpected turn when Raccoon Ak arrived with a note from the manager saying he should be next. The political vote will choose between two documents. Raccoon holds his family's fate in his hands, and Yuri does not want to lose the family he loves. The man asks again about Satsuki's secret will and why Ruck himself did not come to him. The boy says several officers are watching him and that he has been sent in his place. The man offers to get down to business. Suddenly, the boy draws attention. Handing over the envelope, he says Satsuki's will was written on a similar sheet of paper. The main character wanted to show him something, so he held a sheet of paper to the fireplace flame with a serious expression. Shocked, the man watches the boy as two bird symbols start to appear on the paper. The boy says the color looks dull and that a little more will fix it, then moves it closer to the fire until the paper starts to burn, and Yuri says it is hot for him. He drops the paper completely into the fire and looks back with concern. The boy apologizes, and the man says it's nothing and asks what it means. The protagonist admits the paper contains a secret, and the man snatches it from his hands. Use this paper to transfer information. Continue treatment as before. Find Saruna's statement. The folded upper right corner marks the correct side. The man wonders why he is writing to him like this. The boy says his father does not want to be a manager. He is just an ordinary resident, and Satsuki only writes. Clutching the paper, the man sits and cheerfully says this is why he sent it. Yuri admits that when Satsuki showed him this, he stole another piece of paper, and in return the man reads a note asking for treatment to continue. Smiling, he agrees and promises the main character that he understands the main character's achievement. The protagonist believes that even if he wins the vote, his family will be safe. The man understands the right corner, says they are finished and he can leave, and the boy comes out to say goodbye to him. The main character has become noticeably larger, dislikes acting like a child, and finds his own behavior strange. Honestly, it would never have occurred to my father to do something like that, since he never used those kinds of methods to solve problems and would not have done it then. The father should not find out, but the main character is exhausted. He's about to go to bed when a man appears before him. He asks his son where he was. The boy asks his father why he isn't sleeping, and Rook asks how he can sleep when he's not home at night. The main character says he was nearby. The man tells him not to lie, saying he knows this place too and that he shouldn't even try. The main character apologizes and says he was really very busy. Yuri tells his father he only wanted to help, and his father rests a hand on the boy's shoulder and sits down beside him. He tells his son not to worry and promises to protect him, but the boy does not believe him. Pressing his forehead against his son's, the father says it is true the boy is talented and may have come up with a good solution to the problem, but right now he is more important to him and his mother than anything else. More important than his and his mother's lives and more important than the territory. He asks his son to stop risking it and to promise he will not. He tells his father his promise while crossing his fingers behind his back. The next morning they meet again in the hall. The girl wishes everyone a good day and says that today the fate of the head of the whole family will be decided, urging them to be honest with themselves and, above all, fair, since everything is ready to finally deliver the verdict. Confidently, the girl says there is one clear way to tell a fake letter from a real one. The news surprises everyone. The girl apologizes for keeping it secret, and because similar situations have happened before, all she needs to do is bring the will to the fire and it will be revealed. This is the will Sardine How left to the previous chapter. They will use it as an example to show how it all works. Yesterday, they were unable to prove it to them. When they spoke, you said they were genuine, and if during the trial it turns out they are not, you will have to answer for his words. Confident, the man says yes please. The girl with a serious face says they will take him first. They bring the girl his will, and she shows the paper to Raccoon, asking him to confirm it is his real will. The man says firmly that this is not up for discussion and tells them to finally start the process. Their cook will run it this time. The man is worried and says it's still better than the raccoon's subordinate, and the main character knows exactly what a choice that is. She says they will start with Saruna's document, and after the arson, everything will be visible. A man pulls out a burning stick and moves it toward the fire as the main character watches. As he looks at her, the girl asks him to start. He touches the stick to the paper. The paper is blank, Raccoon is stunned, everyone else is surprised, but the main character smiles. Everyone knows nothing is happening. Satsuki's document is blank. What about Rakunu's document? Raccoon sees the word fake written on the paper, and the man is shocked. The girl says it looks like they found out who lied. Rook asks what is going on. The protagonist thinks everything is going according to plan. Yesterday, after Raccoon left, he went to make the exact same paper. Satsuki started the meeting once she was sure the returnee had gone to Raccoon's room, and they had prepared so that when his true identity was exposed, everyone would see he could not be trusted. Angrily, the man stands up and tells the boy he's a brat, saying this is all his doing. His father is shocked when the boy admits his story from yesterday was a lie, but it was only a small performance. Yesterday, the protagonist left halfway through the meeting to make a liquid, and after borrowing the Hao family seal from Satsuki, all preparations were finished. The protagonist turns to Rikun and asks if he wants to say anything, for example, to ask for forgiveness. The man insists angrily that it is not a fake and that a thief broke into his place yesterday and changed the papers. Yuri points out that if he is sure, he should be looking for the thief instead of being here now, since he just said he does not even doubt the will is real. Slamming his fist on the table, the man demands the boy start inventing his crazy excuses. He stands motionless for a moment and says he will never forgive him. Originally, he planned to get rid of Gook. His hands would have stayed stained with blood, and when the plan failed, he still kept stepping on others to get ahead. Their family is finished if a man like him becomes the head, and now only his father is worthy of the position, and Yuri tells him that the brat, as he called him, has defeated him. Shouting his son's name, the man tells him to stop. Surprised, the main character looks at his father and apologizes, then a girl claps her hands. The girl tells Raccoon that if he has nothing else to say, they will announce their decision. If you think Ruku should be the next leader, raise your hand. Everyone should raise their hand. They decide Gukko's younger brother Ruko will formally become his follower. Guards arrive and the girl orders the two guards to detain Rakuna, who stands and denies everything. A guard touches the man's shoulder and asks him to come with them, and the man suddenly shouts something. Raccoon pulls a dagger from his sleeve and spins to attack the guard with it. Blood pours from the guard's throat as the man turns and threatens to kill the protagonist. Rokunusen stared at them in bewilderment, unable to believe they had dared to attack him. Horrified, the man asked if anyone was there and kept part of the story to himself. Shocked, someone called security for help. Watching it happen, he could not understand how it had come to this. His father promised to protect him, so there was nothing to worry about. The hero tells Satsuki-san to step back and watch Yuri. He noticed his posture had changed. Realizing he needed to stop the enemy's movement, the boy thought Rakunia understood everything and that he was struggling. The man says he's a farmer who has never seen a battlefield. He points out that this man is very strong. The man tells them to be careful with the fallen man, who is still breathing, and orders him carried out. The father reassures Yuri, asks if he was scared, and the boy replies that everything is fine. The girl says it was wonderful, thanks the man, and admits they did not expect it. Pointing to his father's sleeve, the boy prompts the man to joke that his mother will have more work because of the ruined suit, and to ask him to cover it up when they get back. The protagonist remembers it did not matter then. His thoughts drifted back into the past, wondering what would have happened then and leaving the sentence unfinished. The man advises Yuri to eat slowly and not force himself, promising that Yuri will feel better, and Yuri agrees. Pointing out that 18 years have passed, the girl asks the master why he dislikes fighting. The hero says he dislikes fighting and explains he left knighthood to pursue a different path. She reminds him she spoke at the meeting about whether leaving halfway was acceptable, asks if he really intended to make Yuri a knight, and he then clarifies whether she will become the head. Admitting it's not right, she promises to avoid public appearances as much as possible. The girl asks the man to promise he'll write to her if anything goes wrong, and he agrees. The maid offers to take the dishes from Yuri, and he accepts, wishing everyone a pleasant stay. A child invites the hero to go look at the stars together. Surprised, the protagonist asks again about the stars. Excited, the boy asks if they should go now, and the others ask him if he agrees. When the hero asks his mother for permission, she says he must finish his meal first. You return to his father and ask if he can go. Smiling, the man agrees, and the hero, seeing his expression, suspects he is up to something again. The heroes are warned not to leave the mansion. This trial claims it knows the best place to make observations. He was surprised to learn he didn't know a place like that existed. She volunteers to explain that this is her secret place and admits she doesn't really understand the stars. The hero agrees the sky is beautiful and always soothes the heart. The dense cluster of stars reminds her of the Milky Way, so she concludes this world has a galaxy too, and that the people here resemble people, so not all is lost. After a while, she asks him again if he is listening and explains that the third star circling that star is called Murura. Yuri thinks the girl might mean a satellite and wonders if the people here understand the sky since this star is special, and there are only a few of them now, about 5. The girl asks if he knows what the sign means, and the hero says he does, but only needs an explanation of the 5 stars. She explains they are now seeing winter signs, which are divided into summer and winter, and she points to the stars, calling them the bull, the lyre, the cat, and the dipper. The hero realizes he understands nothing. He recognizes the constellation as Ursa Major. The boy notices that Orion is below the bull. Thinking he's in another world, he expects the stars to be different, which makes everything feel strange since stars can't be the same in 2 worlds, and he wonders whether the isekai could have the same constellations. The protagonist decides he might actually be somewhere on the globe and must find out why. She says that's all and then asks if he remembers. Yuri, lost in thought, mumbles something unintelligible, and the girl asks if he is asleep. Apologizing, the young man says he remembered something urgent and suggests they finish for today. The girl replies sadly that she was right and he did not like it. Yuri says he liked everything, but then he remembers he needs to check something and promises not to run away next time. She seems to understand and asks to be told about it later, but then trails off. Smiling, the girl wonders what he was thinking. Turning to Setsuki-san, he apologizes for intruding and asks to see the map. The woman asks about the map again, then says you can't find one at Ruck. Yuri clarifies that a map as large as possible is preferred, so all territorial boundaries are visible. Satsuki-san says if it's the biggest one, it's a map from the late Empire and suggests we go get it. The protagonist notes that thoughts never rest, recalling that the once great empire of Shantira, on the land where the kingdom of Kelta now stands, held vast territories and fell apart 900 years ago, yet people say its borders have hardly changed. He decides to look at this map. Covering her face with her hand, the girl says it's still so dusty here. Holding a lantern, Satsuki-san searches the area, certain the map is nearby. The woman points to the map and says their country is somewhere here. The protagonist thinks it really looks like the Scandinavian countries. Looking at the map, he finds the shapes confusing but understandable. It shows Shantir's empire lies roughly in the east, reaching as far as the Ural Mountains, including Scandinavia, and extending south to the area of Ukraine. He realizes Shantinian is on the Crimean Peninsula. The protagonist realizes this is planet Earth and can't understand how he missed it for 7 years. The woman says the country's center lay farther east, so its borders are vague on the map. She suggests looking for a map of the country in her husband's office, and Yuri asks if he can see it. The boy, looking at the bookshelves, exclaims at how many books there are and remembers the shams of the opposite. The girl says that if you live here, you can read as much as you want. Satsuki-san offers to sit down. The hero looks at the map, surprised, and says it is the kingdom of Kelta. Yuri notes the map is well drawn, with names like Kuruhina Kingdom, Shibuyaku Capital, Weldon Fortress, and Karakumo. Pointing at the map, the girl says Grandpa Gook fought around here. A man asks Satsuki-san to stage a fake proposal tomorrow. The woman asks whether he will fall for the trick and warns that going alone is very dangerous for him. Yuri asks whether she can win without doing anything. Smiling slightly, the girl says she wouldn't put it that way. They have many allies, so there is no need to worry so much. The hero, looking at the woman, then asks what the point of winning is. Asking what he means, she explains that becoming a leader does not mean you can do whatever you want. The boy asks if it will be possible to keep Racunia from leaving after the victory. He warns that if Racuna is left alone and returned to him, he will start plotting against her and won't mind Eku's family being sent abroad. The young man continues, saying she should not think she can deal with him so easily, that he is not easy to defeat and only a crushing blow can stop him, and he wonders whether the feudal lords will help then. She admits she doesn't even know and asks whether they started worrying too early. The chief says he will not sit idle and will try to block her in every way, adds that the whole family will achieve little, and asks if she can last 10 years. Satsuki-san believes that if their decision is revealed, apologies will only make things worse, so she says she will not join. Yuri looks at her and asks if she doesn't believe him. She says yes because he's still small. The hero looks at her and asks whether this is strange. The man replies that she knows very well she received an invitation from her uncle earlier, that it was meant to leave him with the whole family, and that she will not believe Grandpa Gook and will not finish the story. Surprised, Yuri asks why she is trying to fulfill her late husband's request. The woman apologizes for being lost in thought. The boy thanks Satsuki-san, who smiles and says she's glad she could help. Watching Yuri howl, she notes how interesting he is. In the end, everything unfolded as he said and was resolved successfully. Yuri tells Setsuki-san that from now on it's up to him and wishes her good night. She wishes him sweet dreams and, as she watches him, thinks about Gook and what he saw in this man. That morning, the servants brought Yuri a change of clothes. They greeted him as they entered the room. Yuri thanked them for bringing the clothes. He heard Soem-sama was waiting, which surprised him, and he promised to hurry, but said he could not get used to that treatment. 3 years have passed since his father became head and they moved, and now at 10 years old, his days are very different from before. He thinks many nearby workers welcome him. Yuri realizes someone is always taking care of him. His life now feels very different from before, and the servants greet him warmly. The boy thinks about his father training at night. His father is busy with work from morning to evening. The hero thinks his father has practically left management to Yuri and only comes in on weekends. When the girl asks if class is happening now, he replies that it is. After showing how much food she collected, she suggests they eat together. Yuri thanks her and says he'll look forward to it, noting his mother hasn't changed at all as long as she still wishes him luck. Entering the room, the protagonist is suddenly attacked. He dodged the attack, and the attacker notices his quick reaction. His teacher says they will continue in the same spirit. His coach urges him on as he continues to attack. During training, Yuri falls, and a man criticizes him, saying that at this rate they will laugh at him even in the hospital. Imhao tells him to know his limits. The hero thinks back to teaching him several skills at Satsuki-san's request. The boy thinks about Salim being 90 and enjoying coaching him, and remembers that Salim lost his son and grandson in the war. The boy realizes that if he had retreated or missed the second spear, he could have been cornered or wounded on the battlefield, and is surprised by the trainer's age. The man says that's enough talk and orders Yuri to attack. Yuri replies he understands and gets ready to attack. She asks whether her lesson is really that boring. The protagonist looks tired and fights sleep. Promising to try, he admits he really wants to sleep and remembers studying all morning then eating. The teacher repeats the explanation, points to the board, and tells us to remember lanterns and winter snow. Trying to follow the discussion, strange images fill his mind. She patiently explains the rules of grammar, saying the person is me, the verb is in the present tense, and the object can be a man, a woman, a foreigner, a thing, or the royal family depending on the case. Satsuki-san teaches Yuri the ancient Shan language, but Yuri finds its rules too complicated and illogical, especially when the object can be omitted, and doubts the value of learning it. He thinks it's merely an old language, not a spell, but Satsuki-san insists that only the elite spoke it in every era. She says knowing this language is essential, at least to read the classics, and wonders why Yuri has so much trouble learning it. Firmly, the girl tells him to listen and promises she'll make sure he can read every book. Yuri looks worried by her seriousness. Satsuki says he cannot be called cultured without knowing this language, and she scolds him, urges him to write and practice remembering, and tells him not to sigh. Yuri wonders how much longer this repentance, torture, and abuse will last, and says he needs healing that will calm his soul. Entering the room, he sees a girl. Surprised by how soft her cheeks are, the protagonist asks what she is thinking, and the girl replies by saying his name and showing surprise. Having studied Kepler's law, she can use it to explain many things. Admitting she couldn't figure out a model before, she's now surprised at how simple it all is. Yuri asks once more which model it is. The girl explains the moon orbits the Earth and says the sun is like a second moon around the Earth, while other planets like Mercury, Venus, and Saturn orbit the sun like satellites, and she admits it's a bit confusing but explains a lot. She happily says she could understand everything thanks to Kepler's law, and Yuri is happy for her. The hero thinks she is happy about such trifles and wonders whether he ever had the same passion, then tells himself he did not. He asks Charm to come outside, saying he wants to show him something. Yuri points out that it's already winter outside. The girl notices he speaks like his father. He asks whether he seems like an old man, gives her a task, and wonders why it is cold here. The girl asks whether it's because they're in the north or because of the pressure, and he replies that the equator and this country have the same number of sunny days a year, with the clue pointing to the sun's height. Yuri explains that heat output is proportional to the area facing the source and compares it to a stove. Hands held vertically feel hot, while hands held horizontally feel cooler. He says that where the sun is lower, the ground looks flatter, so like with hands, it becomes colder. Surprised, the girl says this is very interesting, and her curiosity has grown. The protagonist moves on to the second question and asks why the trees have shed their leaves. She explains that when trees freeze, they cannot grow new leaves in winter, so some plants drop their leaves to survive, and if the cold is milder and the leaves can stay warm, they may not fall off, but this is rare and the leaves still die. He notes that toward the south there are heat-loving insects that can feed on leaves year-round, so measures must be taken against them, and the Yor confirm this. He finds Sham very inquisitive and imagines he might once have had a daughter like her, though now he behaves like an old grandfather. The hero gazes at the trees and wishes these days could last forever. At dinner, a worried Yuri asks his father if he is tired, and the woman suggests he give some of the work to someone else. The boy asks his mother if she has settled into her new life. Yuri's mother says it was a little strange at first, but she soon got along with everyone, and they even gave her a spot to garden, so everything is fine. The boy thinks they are lucky his mother is a farmer and should not be forced into military duties, and believes Susya-san goes to social gatherings, so there will be no problem, though still a little worried. The father admits he knew it would be hard, but did not expect it to be so tiring. The boy says he can rest a little tomorrow. The man says a disease is spreading in the south. Surprised, Yuri asks again. He changes his plans for tomorrow. This concerns a disease called smallpox. Yuri has heard of this disease. People call it a curse, and many Shans have died from it. He refuses to let his father go alone to such a dangerous place without scientific research. The hero tells his father he should not do this, and the father replies he cannot act otherwise, noting the people are confused and saying that as the owner he must go, adding that waiting for a miracle will achieve nothing. The father says the son is, as always, worried. Yuri asks what will happen if the father gets infected. The father says he does not think infection could happen so easily. Yuri says firmly he will go if it is not so easy to get infected. Then he asks his father whether this is true. Yuri's mother says he cannot go with his father because he is still a child. Yuri asks to go with his father so he can see and learn everything with his own eyes. The father agrees but warns the boy he must obey, and the boy agrees. Yuri hands his father the fabric, and his father asks why. The boy says to use the cloth to cover the nose and mouth to lower the risk of infection. In this case, the father warns the manager's reputation will suffer, but the son replies that if the father gets sick, everyone could die. The man says everything is happening too fast, and they have no medicine at all. He wonders how this could happen, since they had lived peacefully, and realizes people call it a curse. A man says the name pox comes from the ancient Cura people. People here don't know about viruses, so they can only pray to God. The men say they have gathered all the sick here, and that healthy people are caring for them. Yuri's father says they will go inside, and asks that the door be closed behind them when they enter. Yuri stares at the sick man in horror, and realizes things are even worse than he thought. The boy tells him not to touch sick people, things, or walls under any circumstances. Dad confirms he understands. Seeing the patient moan and ask for water, the hero asks him to wait and promises to bring water now. The son takes his hand and pulls him toward the exit. The man asks him to stop and says the sick need water. Yuri demands the door be opened immediately. They look at him in surprise. Surprised, the father asks what's going on since they just came in, and Yuri insists they can't be there or he'll get infected too. The man doesn't believe things are that bad and says his son is exaggerating, insisting he already knows what it is. He believes smallpox is a virus with a very high death rate and that once it appears, it spreads to the internal organs. The hero believes the infection comes from the patient's pus. When the patient scratches, the blisters break and contaminate other items, so no one should touch the sick person's things. The father insists he is obliged to save them and will help him. The man says we should start by gathering people and packing food, water, and a change of clothes. Yuri says that if they start saving these 100 here, they'll only make the situation worse and infect 1,000 more. Many people ask what he means by here and whether he wants to give them up. They are outraged and tell him he expects them to stand by and watch their families get sick. Apologizing, the father asks them to calm down and assures them he will not abandon them. One person asks to be shown something. There are so many dead that they can't bury them properly. Yuri's father thought it was a smoke signal, but it turned out to be fires. People are outraged that he brought a useless child here, and the man asks for help, saying this ancient world has reached its limit. Yuri knows his words hit them hard, but they do not grasp the full scope of what is happening. Because he is a child, no one takes his words seriously, but he thinks that if people follow his father's orders, the virus will spread throughout the country. The protagonist pictures a scale with a village, a territory, a country, and a family on one side and considers which to choose. Yuri apologizes for speaking harshly and asks his father to listen. A father says he understands and that this will be the last time, then lets his son speak. A man confidently says he knows how to save the residents. Surprised, he asks about going to the farm to see the cows, then explains the farmers are doing fine and cows are being raised nearby. The boy says he thought so and asks whether it was a coincidence. The protagonist says no, they've developed immunity from milking cows. Pointing to the cow's udder, he says it has chicken pox. The man says it's like smallpox, but cows don't die from it, and if people catch it from cows it's not dangerous because many have likely already had it and it is usually mild. The father asks why this is happening, and Yuri says they developed immunity, which is why they are alive, explaining that in Japan cowpox was used to make a smallpox vaccine and now they plan to do the same. He lays out his plan. They will use a needle to transfer cowpox to a person's hand, make a small scratch that draws blood, and if it works, the person will be protected from smallpox. Dad says he's never heard of that treatment and doesn't know which books Yuri read. His son understands his mistrust. After pausing to think, the man says that if he insists they will try and that he believes in him. The protagonist thanks his father. Reports say 4 days have passed. Yuri says he and his father are vaccinated, so an infection wouldn't be a big deal. He says they vaccinated everyone who wasn't infected, then isolated the village until the virus was gone, and his plan succeeded. According to him, the main character and the father doused themselves with distilled liquor, immediately insulated their clothes, and the father did the same. Yuri says he feels deeply grateful to his father, who trusted him even in the hardest situations, and this is very important to him. He doubts he can keep his loved ones safe, even with memories from a past life. He even thinks about what will happen if he ends up in a hopeless situation. Reports say this happened several months later in the capital Shibyak. The boy says he doesn't think the two should go with him and asks whether they should be there. Dad calls it an introductory ceremony, and Mom says they want to be there on this special day. The man tells him not to worry, everyone will arrive with their parents, and she says they will support him. Yuri says he'll give it a try. Father says some of these guys might even become his friends in the future. He knows a new stage in his life is beginning. He believes the newcomer will start at the Academy of Knighthood. Yuri repeats that this is the Academy of Knighthood and wonders about the two objects. Father explains that besides the Academy of Knighthood, there is a humanitarian school, and together they are simply called a school. He says the Academy of Knighthood is for boys and the Humanity School is for girls. Boys at the academy become knights, but he does not finish the story about the Humanity School. Dad says the liberal arts school trains people to be civil servants, so most of the students there are witches. Taken aback, Yuri asks again about the witches and what he is talking about. Father explains the term describes civil servants who serve the royal family. The liberal arts school trains them. Most students come from noble families, but there are also students like Satsuki-san. He says the Academy of Knighthood teaches military skills, and the title of knight serves as their diploma. Without it, they are not considered knights and cannot go onto the battlefield. He adds that mostly children of knights go there, but some girls choose it too. They can become knights in royal families. Father tells Yuri he can choose where to go and can refuse now if he doesn't want to, and promises that he and his mother will always support him no matter what path he chooses. Yuri wants to pick a path that leads nowhere, but his father believes he can handle it anyway. Watching everyone stare at his father, the new head of the Hu family, he asks what is going on and realizes that without the title of knight, he will become the subject of rumors. The protagonist finds thinking about what will happen next very troublesome. Yuri's parents wish him luck and tell him he can do it. They are told his parents will have to wait in another room and that he will be escorted out. Yuri enters the hall as his parents steady him and say they are worried about him. When they ask him to pass, he thanks them. Walking into the classroom, he realizes with horror that the test has already started. The protagonist sees some people already turning in their work with the answers visible, and he is surprised that the tests do not start at the same time and that there seems to be no time limit. The teacher asks him to sit and says everything will be ready now. Yuri agrees. Man is surprised he must write on wood and faces tasks to name a country, name a neighboring country, solve a problem, assign the cardinal directions, name the queen, explain why Shiro wanted money, and make a phrase using the words Kuro, Shiro, and Ao. Yuri wonders what these tasks are, finds them too easy, and asks why he has been studying with Satsuki-san for 3 years. He says he's finished, and the teacher checks his work. The teacher asks to take Yuri to the maximum room and wants to know whether there will be another interview and what the maximum is. The teacher says the exam will be in a different room. Yuri looks surprised. The main character understood what it was and believes a quick, superficial test of abilities is needed before the real exam. Now he understood everything. He believes there is no concept of primary school, so the number of applicants is huge. Some studied the ancient language while others lacked basic knowledge, and this was necessary to gauge their level and made him understand why his father did not talk about it. Yuri notices fewer top scorers, which means many didn't get the maximum score, and he thinks the Knighthood Academy probably doesn't emphasize that knowledge much. The boy wonders when it will start. The teacher walks into the office and apologizes for the wait. Now the real test begins, she says. The girl asks to sit beside her, and Yuri agrees. He notices her unusual blonde hair and remembers that Carol from the royal castle had blonde hair too, so he wonders if it's her. The teacher says you will hand out the sheets now, and time ends when the last grain of sand falls. Yuri studies the hourglass, trying to figure out what it is. He encounters tasks that confuse even him, including explaining terms from military records, describing the knight's chosen moves, solving mathematical and geometric problems, and covering history. The boy knows these tasks are not for 10-year-olds. He decides he's figured it out. The hero believes there are no tasks here about the ancient Shang language. Yuri mumbles in an ancient language, and the teacher asks him to speak louder and more clearly. Yuri thinks that if it's not on the test, it wasn't worth learning. The boy realized Satsuki-san's real purpose in teaching him the language, but it was useless now, and he could only hurry through the tasks. The protagonist says he has finished despite having time left, and asks whether it's forbidden to hand it in early. The teacher refuses and cannot return. The man confirms he completed everything without problems. He says he'll go, and the girl looks at him in surprise. Father asks if Gera can do anything more. The man says he also calls himself a spear master. Yuri asks his father what he's doing. The opponent laughs, says he was distracted, and that it's been a while since we last saw each other. He replies they haven't met for a long time. He's glad to see him, and remembers their last meeting was at the castle. He asks if Yuri did well on the exam, notes there is still an hour, and says he wrote it well though he's not sure it was his best. Garasan says he will meet his son soon and ask to be friends, admits he was a hooligan unlike his son, and asks Yuri to look after him, and Yuri asks his name. The man says his name is Dora Godwin, and the protagonist understands and hopes he did not inherit that physique, otherwise he is finished. The son tells his father it's time to go home. Ruck asks if he really has to leave already. The boy replies that yes, it's all over, and the mother is angry. Thinking she was left alone, the woman went to get a drink. The man tells Yuri that he is right and that it is time for them to leave. Reports say the action will occur the next day. Yuri says the road is not the same as it was yesterday. The father asks whether he said the ceremony was taking place in the royal castle. The boy asks whether that means the queen will be there. He replies that of course the queen will be there because it is such a special day. The man wonders why he is sighing and says he didn't expect to dislike it. Yuri says he won't leave his family and doesn't expect to make any friends. Father says he will make friends easily now that he is friends with Sham. The protagonist says she is an exception. Mom cries that she won't see him for a long time. Yuri looks surprised. Rook wonders what she means because they are not parting for good. The son agrees and promises to come home as soon as he gets the chance. Mom asks if that is true, and Yuri confirms. Believing he has calmed his mother for the first time, the hero feels he cannot let them down and must try harder now. He couldn't have expected a girl to slap him. Reports say the entrance ceremony is starting. The action unfolds in the royal castle. Yuri and his family attended the Knighthood Academy entrance ceremony. Yuri was a little nervous, and when asked if he was from a house family, he confirmed. The woman asked to speak with Yuri's father for a minute, and he agreed. Yuri's mother looks surprised that they're talking about her son, and the man confirms it. His father tells him to go with this woman so she can take him somewhere. Yuri asks what's happening, and his father says everything is fine but he must hurry. The man understood. The girl says she brought him. Yuri worries about where they're taking him and feels uneasy. They ask him to come in. The boy asks if he is Yuri Hao, and Yuri confirms. The woman asks him to take a seat. Seeing Carol, the protagonist thinks about what will happen next and why he is needed here. People introduce themselves and say she is the director of the humanitarian school Isabo Marmoset, while he is the director of the Academy of Knighthood, and his name is Elabero Rube. Yuri thinks the family names Marmosa and Rub are flashy. The Marmosa family heads the 7 witch families. The Rub family, like his own, is one of the 5 knight families, and their territory lies on the border with another country and is considered the territory for the first military affairs. Recalling that Satsuki-san told him the families were close, he notices that Carol is silent. Isabel Marmoset announces that Carol Full Charter and Yuri Hao will serve as head students and present the students to the queen. Shocked, the main character asks again if he is the boss. She says there will be a short rehearsal before the start and a lot to remember, and the man asks if he will be the second student after Carol. The Knighthood Academy principal says Yuri will be their head student, and Miss Carol will represent the Humanities School. He adds that from now on people should get permission before asking questions. The boy is surprised by what is happening and wonders if she didn't take the Academy of Knighthood exam. She says that's all and they can go rehearse. The teacher says they should first memorize the phrases she gave them, then practice them, and he knows it is a lot. He explained the order of actions he must follow. Stand up, bow, go to the podium at the same time as Carol, bow to the audience, go up to the podium, say the oath, kneel to kiss the queen's hand, and return to his seats, bowing to the audience. Yuri is surprised that Carol recalled everything so quickly. Her smile puzzles him. Upset that he cannot learn this in such a short time, the boy says he is ready to start rehearsing and feels bad. He already feels tired, even though the ceremony hasn't started yet. Carol tells him he's nothing special. Yuri is surprised that she begins with insults. He asks what he did to her, and she complains about his manners, saying he makes her look like a fool just because he got a better grade. Realizing they were in the same room, the protagonist asks what made her choose the Academy of Knighthood. Carol announces she will graduate from 2 schools at the same time. Yuri understood. She regrets not passing the exams and can't represent the Knight Academy either. He says he didn't know that was possible and wishes her luck. The hero says he didn't want to go anywhere at all and would have refused the oath if given the chance. Carol is outraged and questions whether he has any sense of honor. She calls him a fool and an idiot. Shocked, he can't make sense of her reaction. Yuri thinks it would be bad to be slapped by a girl on the day of the entrance ceremony. His father would laugh if he found out, and the boy asks if he is Yuri. A man introduces himself as Mayor Ogdenville and says it's nice to meet you, asks what's wrong with his cheek, and Yuri, saying he's Yuri who, wonders how the man knows his name. The man says his life is interesting. The hero replies he is just an ordinary person. Myro says an ordinary person can't become a representative. Remembering the slap, he realized he had hurt her pride. The protagonist believes he is unchanged from his past life and uses that knowledge to be cunning, but he is probably not worth half of her efforts, so she became angry at his attitude and he should have put himself in her place. Yura believes intelligence does not guarantee success, and maturity beyond one's years does not make someone great. Nyaragudinville agrees and says they do not know anything yet. The man agrees and says they still have everything ahead of them. The man announces the entrance ceremony is starting and asks everyone to be quiet. The proceedings are starting, and the representatives may take the oath. Yuri's parents look at him, and his mother says he has grown into someone magnificent. The father says this is their son. The queen takes her seat on the throne for the oath. As he takes an oath, Yuri says he has been waiting for this day and tells himself not to worry, because the main thing is to finish without problems, and he can improvise if he forgets something. He says they vow to study hard, then falls silent, and it is Carol's turn to speak. She says she is there and supports him but does not finish the sentence. Surprised, he notices it, but she remains silent. Shocked, he thinks Carol has forgotten the lyrics. She keeps talking about support, then falls silent. Yuri realizes she has forgotten her speech. He still wonders why she made that face back then. She still remembers trying to hurt him. Carol cries and Yuri looks at her in surprise. He remembers reading her texts too and prompts her. She promises to study diligently. Yuri believes he has somehow fixed it. The only thing left is that he doesn't finish the sentence. Miero asks if he would like to have lunch afterward if that's okay. The man says he spoke fairly calmly about Yuri. Miero says he shouldn't have said that, apologizing because he promised the family. A man says it's a pity, and the heroes hear someone calling a name. The girl calls Yuri and asks him to go. Yuri asks her to wait so she can at least say goodbye. Carol agrees. The protagonist apologizes, says he needs to step away, and that it was nice meeting him, and Mayara replies that the feeling is mutual and wishes him all the best. Carol hurries him and pulls him by the hand. He says he understands and asks her to stop pulling. Yuri is confused and asks what it is and what happened. The girl begins to cry. Offended, she says she lost when competing with him and blames the loss on the phrase he reminded her of. Shocked, the main character realizes she means it's a shame. The boy thinks she tried to compete with him because she scored lower on the test, though he believes she is more capable than he is. Peril says she wanted to thank him. He asks whether she brought him here to say that. She says she managed to finish her speech and thanks him. The girl says she said all she wanted to. Yuri asks her to wait. He says he didn't mean to hurt her feelings and admits he was unkind. She says she was angry that he lacked a knight's pride and that losing to someone like him would be unworthy of the ruler she plans to be. The man thinks that if she is the ruler, a vassal should swear allegiance, and he cannot understand why she competes with people of lower rank. She says a ruler should be stronger and smarter. Yuri does not understand her. The girl says she does not want to lose. She calls him a scoundrel and says she'll be worse than a scoundrel, and he agrees, saying he doesn't care about the exams and asks her to try. I'll ask here what he means when he says she will never beat him. He says not to worry, he won't try. If she resists, it will cause him problems. He also says he will bypass it. Yelling at him, the girl calls him stupid and a fool and says she already regrets thanking him. She says she will not lose to him. He says he will never lose. He realizes how much trouble the ceremony caused. The next morning at the Howe family home, the GM asks Yuri whether it is true that he is leaving. She says she will miss him, and he says they will see each other soon. Chumneva adds that from Earth to the moon, they seem very close. The man says that starting next year she will study too. The boy says he'll give her a task. The main character says she won't be so lonely while she decides. The girl says she will keep her word. Sham agrees to wait. The man says he's packed his things and can't carry them all at once, so he considers hiding some for a while. The young man insists no one will steal it. My arrow approaches him and calls him by name. The man says Yuri is lost in thought. The hero greets Mayaro and admits he didn't know where to register or leave his things, so Mayaro says the items should have been sent ahead and offers to see him off, leaving Yuri surprised. The boy offers to help carry the items. The young man thinks something is definitely wrong with his father because he did not send the items. Mayaro shows the hostel is nearby. Yuri thanks him and says, "Let's go." The hero asks if everything is okay. A man says it's hard. A woman calls the next people. The man says his name is Yuri Howe. He's told his first room is on the second floor and asked to use the room safe to store his personal belongings. Miro says he has a second room. The protagonist says he's lucky and they are neighbors. He thanks him for his help and says it made a big difference. A man says the dorm is full of newbies and adds it will be a pleasure to deal with him for the next 15 years. Yuri replies it will be the same for him. The protagonist believes Mayaro Gudenville, heir of one of the 7 great witch families, is a good boy and can become friends with him. Yuri assumes the person is his roommate, greets him and introduces himself, and is puzzled by the hostility. They tell him it's nice meeting you. He says he didn't hear. A heavy silence filled the room, charged with excitement and uncertainty. The neighbor snapped his fingers, ending the long pause and drawing the newcomer's eyes to him. Yuri frowned and looked closely at his neighbor's face, trying to figure out who the rude young man was. Summoning his resolve, he packed his things and walked confidently to the locker, his name neatly engraved on the door, marking the start of a new chapter in his life. He didn't want to start a conversation with his new neighbor, deliberately keeping a cold distance to preserve his personal space and independence. Growing more irritated by the young man's obsessive stare, he wondered how long the silent watch would last as it invaded his personal space and peace. Mario's situation was fundamentally different. Yuri had already convinced himself that everything was going smoothly and unfolding in the best possible way, as if fate favored him and guided him along the right path. He made a firm decision to leave the room and explore the dormitory to adapt quickly to the unfamiliar environment. With 3 diaries in his bag and his entries written in Japanese, he figured that if anyone took one, they would immediately suspect something was wrong, so he locked the 2 earlier diaries with a key. The young man closed the cabinet doors, put the key into the keyhole, and turned it to lock the contents, ensuring his belongings were safe. Calmly, he walked to his bed, feeling his neighbor's weary, curious stare on every move as if judging his hidden motives. Stopping at an empty table, the man carefully set his treasured diary and inkwell on the surface, ready to record the fresh impressions and useful observations he had gathered over the past few days. The room's silence broke when a neighbor spoke sharply to the young man, stressing each word and showing real interest in what had happened. Stern and imperious, he demanded to know who had allowed this table to be occupied and made clear that the action annoyed him and that he would not tolerate a breach of the established order. Yuri gave his neighbor a disdainful look, trying to uncover the hidden aggression that led to the sharp attack and obvious display of discontent. He pointed out there were only 2 tables in the room and that the other held personal belongings, asked to use the free table, and I agreed. We had to consider one important condition. Furniture could be used only with the neighbor's consent, which imposed extra obligations and required coordinating every step in advance. Yuri froze, stunned and embarrassed, distrusting what he had heard as he realized the other person's demands turned the simple act of handing over his belongings into permanent permission from the person in charge. The man politely asked his new acquaintance's name, but the simple question annoyed the other person and clearly soured the mood of the conversation. Yuri quickly explained that he had mistaken him for a nobleman and politely asked him to keep a moderate tone to avoid unnecessary conflict and excess noise. The neighbor made it clear he must not misunderstand how much authority he has, because even the top post does not allow acting without oversight or ignoring the dorm rules. Yuri carefully chose his words again to avoid making the situation worse and to keep the peace with the irritable young man. After suggesting a third person join the discussion, the man insisted on a frank talk to reach a compromise that would satisfy both parties and allow them to live together comfortably. When the neighbor sharply rejected the attempt to talk, Yuri felt deeply indignant because his cohabitant refused to acknowledge the problem or try to resolve the conflict peacefully. The interlocutor formally gave his name as Dora Godwin, clearly signaling his intent to set a firm boundary between them and assert his importance. Yuri suddenly realized the man standing in front of him was Gara Godwin's son. A sudden wave of excitement and anxiety hit him. Long aware that the other man was a bad guy, he still found it hard to imagine living beside him for 15 years. A young man hesitantly revealed he knew the father and cautiously asked if Dory knew about their connection to gauge how much Dory was aware and the possible consequences of revealing the secret. The neighbor was puzzled why that would change anything, saying his father had only praised the boy and made him proud, and Yuri replied that everything was different and he had no idea what he was getting into. Dora suddenly flung the ink off the table and angrily called her interlocutor a nerd, saying he had too high an opinion of his own abilities and achievements. Loudly, the young man declared that this place was only for those who wanted to become true knights, willing to sacrifice themselves to defend their country, and that was exactly what he intended to learn here. Confidently, he claimed that to defeat an enemy you do not need a pen and paper at all, only a trusty spear, a sharp sword, a strong shield, and unbending physical strength. I do not believe Yuri was denied the right to be there simply because of his high test scores, as people dismissed those merits and refused to treat him as an equal. The offended man pushed his opponent to finally speak up, or he bluntly claimed the opponent was just afraid of the upcoming confrontation and unwilling to state his position openly. Angry, the man suddenly reached out and forcefully grabbed the book on the table, not realizing it was a new item not meant for prying eyes. Yuri was dumbfounded by the surprise and the rush of emotion as he watched such brazen behavior and how quickly the situation spiraled out of control and took a different turn. Dora smirked contemptuously and said aloud that the book had been brought specifically for study, but he was met at once with a sharp rebuff and a firm demand to leave it alone. The indignant neighbor spoke loudly, genuinely amazed by the guest's behavior, and demanded an immediate explanation of who the guest thought he was to act so familiar and unceremonious. Yuri spoke in a tense, pleading voice and asked the offender to return the priceless book, stressing how much it meant to him personally. Dora looked at him in bewilderment, genuinely amazed by his behavior, and said that giving orders made no sense since he clearly could not show real strength of character. Furious, the boy tossed the precious book onto the room's dirty wooden floor, showing total disregard for Yuri's feelings and experiences. Then he stomped on the poor book with his heavy boots, trying to crush the once valuable manuscript into a sad pile of torn pages and broken binding. Yuri felt a storm of anger he could barely contain, crushed by pain and despair at being powerless to stop the destruction of the artifact he loved. Panic and rage overwhelmed him because all the information he had gathered over 10 long years threatened to vanish forever, along with the only book that had become part of his soul. Yuri turned to Dora and said sarcastically that if he were a dog who could not understand human speech, he would respond in kind, and if he were merely a dog who could only bark, he would attack, so Dora immediately rushed to attack. He reacted immediately, blocking his neighbor's attack with one swift move, disarming his opponent and showing he was ready to defend his personal space and dignity. A swift, precise move put his opponent on his back on the cool wooden floor, heightening the tension and drama and reflecting the fighter's inner mood. Enraged, Yuri unleashed a flurry of kicks, slamming Dora against the room's rough walls as if trying to drive her back into the stone. Dora froze, stunned by the absurdity of a quiet student turning into a formidable fighter and by how impossible it was to predict. Yuri, driven by uncontrollable anger, kept delivering powerful kicks, releasing pent-up aggression and unresolved feelings, escalating the conflict and worsening its consequences. Inflicting excruciating pain and deep humiliation on Dora, he delivered a cruel yet justified judgment, completely breaking the enemy's will and plunging them into a whirlpool of physical suffering and moral defeat. An internal impulse made Yuri freeze, stopping the hail of destructive blows and restoring his ability to think clearly and control his emotions. Cold and composed, he looked at his defeated opponent and calmly asked if he had deliberately provoked the conflict while fully aware of the possible consequences and risks. Feeling threatened, Dora abruptly cut off the criticism, called the newcomer a complete fool, and ordered him to stop the verbal attack immediately because it was making him look bad. Consumed by a sense of injustice, Yuri lost control and ignored the warnings, landing another strong blow that raised tensions and caused more problems. Looking down coldly, he demanded that he stop making senseless objections and plainly state whether he himself had started the conflict. Gritting his teeth, Dora admitted the winner was right and gloomily confirmed he had started the clash after giving in to the pressure of circumstances and his own weakness. Yuri hit him hard in the face again and demanded what he meant by saying he was ready for this, reminding him that Yuri had warned him before about the book's value and insisting on a clear, polite answer. After Dora confirmed his guilt again, Yuri glared at his defeated opponent and asked whether the opponent objected to the winner ending the duel by killing the defeated man. Defeated and exhausted by the physical blows and mental strain, Dora lost consciousness and collapsed to the floor. A soft knock sounded at the door, and Yuri, forgetting the recent incident, hurried to open it and found the wise mentor standing there at the perfect moment. A sad scene unfolded before the woman. A boy lay pale and dirty, his clothes stained with blood, and his face showed the physical and moral exhaustion he had suffered. Anxious, the teacher quickly went to the child and urged him to focus and try to recover. Alarmed by the situation, the woman asked a nearby schoolboy to go immediately to the medical office and fetch a doctor to help the victim. Yuri tried to calm her, saying the situation was not critical, that Dora had only fainted briefly, and that moving her could make things worse, so they should wait for the doctor. Sternly, the teacher looked at the teenager and demanded to know what caused the collision and why the fight started. Yuri said he did not act aggressively. Dora struck first, forcing Yuri to defend and take countermeasures. Not satisfied, the woman demanded full details of the incident, but the young man replied that his account fully described what happened and he had no other explanation. The teacher watched him closely and noted the teenager's face showed no hint of regret or any sign of inner conflict or suffering. Yuri realized that soon the mentor would have to face discomfort and guilt, accept responsibility for what had happened, and correct the omissions that had led to the conflict. He said that while assigning students to rooms, she put him in a room with an aggressive dog that posed a real safety threat. The young man added that this same dog attacked him with his fists, and if he had not been able to defend himself, the outcome could have been much sadder and more tragic. He said firmly that these circumstances completely ruled out any guilt the mentor was trying to impose on him to shift responsibility for what happened. The teacher announced that further proceedings were postponed until later and urged him to tell his parents everything that had happened and to go home immediately. Yuri quickly packed his personal items into a bag, turned decisively from the contradictory, stuffy atmosphere, and left the room, picking up his pace. Leaving, his friend Mayaro called softly, stopped him, and asked him to stay a while to discuss important matters and hear a close comrade's advice. A friend spotted a small trickle of blood on his face and told him to wipe away the signs of the struggle immediately, correctly noting that showing that to others would be inappropriate. Yuri offered a sincere apology for the trouble, saying the incident does not merit public attention and will not affect future developments. The students walked quickly to a nearby water source to freshen up, wash away traces of the incident, and preserve their dignity and composure. Mayaro, with goodwill, carefully scooped water from a wooden bucket and gently splashed it on his friend's hands to wash away the last dirt and signs of the struggle. Yuri said sadly that they had only managed a few days together, and now circumstances were forcing them apart, leaving a bitter sense of incompleteness and anxiety. He admitted he couldn't imagine being expelled from school for such an absurd reason, especially given the clear injustice involved. Myrtle firmly rejected the idea of exclusion, assuring his friend that a simple boyish quarrel should not lead to such severe consequences and that he was certain it would be resolved. Yuri felt a quiet approval and admitted that his friend's optimism and support had unexpectedly given him long-awaited relief and helped him relax a little after a hard day. The young man believed Mayaro was truly noble and compassionate, genuinely caring about his comrade's welfare and urging him to stay calm even in difficult situations. Inside the spacious Howe family home, Yuri instinctively hid his injured hand behind his back, tense and worried about how his loved ones would react. The mother gave her son a heavy look, full of parental disappointment and grief, keenly aware of his failure and causing him deep pain. The mother firmly demanded he show her his hands so she could check for any injuries or signs of violence that had worried her. The father tried to ease the tension by calmly telling his wife the incident was just a normal school fight and not worth worrying about. Azuya interrupted him, ordering him to be quiet and wait while she handled the matter herself. The mother stared at her son and asked bluntly whether he wanted to confirm the rumors about a fight with a classmate named Dora. Yuri nodded unsure, acknowledged the accusation, and waited meekly for the trial to continue, bracing for lengthy questions and the consequences of his actions. Enraged, the mother raised her hand and struck her son hard on the top of his head with her fist, showing extreme discontent and annoyance. The mother's strict logic was that when two people fought openly, they equally shared responsibility and guilt for their actions. Suzuya believed that sharing traits like a tendency to fight might help the boys bond and bring them closer despite their initial differences. She demanded that when her son returned to school he first make peace with his rival. Ignoring the reasons for the conflict and the offended party's opinion, Yuri could not understand the point of such educational methods. Seeing that objections were futile, he agreed to his parents' terms to end the unpleasant conversation quickly and avoid further conflicts at home. A few hours later, the next day arrives, and you are back at the dorm. The driver warmly said goodbye to the young passenger and wished him success in his endeavors and a prosperous future. Yuri understood from his parents' stories that Goran was indifferent to his son, rarely involved in his upbringing or development, which created a psychological distance between family members. Dora stood motionless at the building entrance, closely watching her classmate approach and assessing how the incident had affected his behavior and well-being. Yuri saw the man by the door and felt puzzled why the man was waiting for Yuri and why his sworn rival had shown up earlier than usual. Seeing his former adversary, Dora stood tall and said firmly that he had not been defeated in defending his honor and dignity. He then said confidently that their confrontation was just beginning, implying the open conflict would continue, and he wanted to reclaim lost positions and authority. Yuri calmly asked him whether he felt like a loser and how he would define his defeat. Then he decided to accept that he had lost the fight. Dora warned that their relationship was only beginning and advised them to prepare well and wait for the next round of the battle. Yuri did not want to keep fighting, but his annoying opponent kept trying to prove he was superior, confident the next duel would end in total victory. Dora mocked him for planning to flee the battle, as if he could defend his honor and dignity by running instead of fighting. Yuri admitted frankly that in a real battle, the enemy would have long since left the arena, abandoned the battlefield after a crushing defeat, and lost any ability to resist. Fighting was a matter of survival for him, and a careless attitude toward competition made victory harder and kept being number one an elusive ideal. Yuri concluded confidently that this approach made the chance of defeating him nearly zero, highlighting how weak and exposed the strategy was. Determined, Dora said he would try again after preparing properly, and his opponent reminded him that running away was not the best solution to the problem. Yuri asked him to stop wasting energy on hatred and curses, and instead focus on improving himself and developing useful qualities. Dora declared loudly that he would never allow such baseness and warned Yuri not to underestimate his opponent's abilities or ambitions. Meanwhile, he stepped into his room and shut the door tight, protecting his personal space from the noise and bustle of university life. Yuri saw the old floor had been replaced with a new covering, but the broken inkwell and other items were still in place, so the room was not yet fully inhabited. A large bronze bell rang, signaling lunchtime, and the students rushed into the common dining room to enjoy the delicious food. The teacher suddenly announced that to successfully complete the academy, you must earn 300 points, and he strongly recommended checking the bulletin board for accuracy. Yuri realized right away that half of the required 300 points came from compulsory subjects for future knights, and the technique testing physical fitness made up about a third of the points. Choosing subjects was very important. Some disciplines, like the art of handling the royal eagles, were open only to those with special talent and natural aptitude. The remaining 150 points came from standard subjects like math, history, and languages. One standout was an extra course in the ancient Shang language that Yuri took. Another subject, however, drew his special attention. They taught the Cura language, which surprised the young man because knowing an enemy tongue gave a big wartime advantage and made its speaker a prized asset for the state. The teacher announced an exemption test for required courses today, so anyone who felt they did not need the classes could take it and get exemptions, and she asked everyone to follow her instructions. Yuri felt lucky that 3 years with Satsuki-san had not been wasted. He thanked his mentor sincerely, but mentioned one drawback. Learning the complex Shang language proved a real test, demanding intense effort and focus. He methodically handled the day's urgent tasks, distributed his effort effectively, and managed his time wisely. A deep darkness had settled outside the window long ago. Yuri's stomach growled loudly, a demanding cry that kept reminding him he needed to eat until he felt satisfied. Clearly, he knew the whole day had been spent on intensive exams, pleased with the progress, and the workload reduced to exactly 40% of the original. The man suddenly noticed Mayaro standing modestly to the side, looking at him with interest and a wish to reconnect. He asked politely if he could sit beside her, mindful of etiquette and careful not to invade her personal space. Maro pointed to an empty seat and invited his comrade to sit, and Yuri thanked him sincerely for his kindness and concern. At first he told me he was scared when he heard about 300 units, but he soon saw the system was a good idea, so he asked his friend if he had probably been released too, and his friend said he had been released for as many as 93. Yuri genuinely admired his friend's success and thought it was remarkable, admitting he had no idea how well his friend had mastered the course material. Expecting numbers that would show his success, Mayaro asked Yuri about his test results. Yuri said he scored 120 points. The friend stood stunned, eyes wide as he read the results that exceeded his wildest predictions, leaving him both shocked and impressed. Mayaro admitted he had studied before, and if this let him graduate faster, that was a bonus. Yuri agreed since the Knight Academy usually took a long time to finish. Because they study both theory and combat skills, training takes about 7 years, so if all goes well you can graduate at 17. Mayaro strongly objected, saying the graduation process was delayed further because the final task that determined that knight's qualifications wasn't given until age 20. Traditionally, young specialists were sent straight to the front, where combat tested them, toughened their character, and improved their professional skills. At a liberal arts school you can graduate very quickly because the system rewards early completion, so the sooner you finish the better, and it's very different from the Knights Academy. Yuri was amazed by his friend's deep knowledge and curious where it came from, asked how he had learned so much interesting information. Nyaro hesitated, unable to explain how those raised in a family of real magicians absorb that knowledge so naturally from childhood. His family ranks among the 7 great mage families. For generations, mages were meant to support the king as his hands and feet. In practice, they used their power as they pleased, even committing crimes. Miaro continued and gave an example, saying that when someone is trusted to work on ships, they hire stevedores to rob foreign vessels, and it cannot be stopped because the officials who should keep order allow the thefts and even force people to take bribes. As a result, wallets stay full and work becomes effortless. Simply follow the system's unspoken rules. Yuri understood that stevedores unload ships and consider it a normal daily job, yet the dirty nature of their work greatly damages the profession's reputation. Every country has corruption. That does not make the country bad. If the 7 great magician families have held power for so long, it means there was never a true cleansing of corruption, and they are deeply mired in it. Miaro said his family specializes in real estate, owns large plots of land and builds luxury properties, but serves only aristocrats, ignores the needs of most people, and profits from their privileged position. Yuri noticed Mayaro's negative attitude toward this, likely because Mayaro was a man, and his friend thought his family was much cooler because his comrade would one day become the head of the family. As heir to a wealthy family, the comrade felt burdened and longed to devote his life to other pursuits. When you're asked if his friend was okay, Mayaro was surprised by this decision because the surname was linked to wealth and power, and in the end they were unable to influence the child's decision. Knowing his friend was getting involved in family projects, he asked with surprise if his studies were preparing him to become the head of a dynasty, build a dynastic business, and inherit his parents' power and influence. Yuri firmly announced he would step down as head of the family in favor of his cousins, and his top priority was his favorite work, caring for the plants and animals on the family farm, which gave him harmony and inner satisfaction. Miaro believed his friend had the leadership qualities, responsibility, confidence, and foresight that made him an ideal choice to head the family and protect and grow its wealth and honor. Yuri liked his calm, peaceful life, but he said that if he meets a worthy bride, things will change dramatically, the future will be uncertain, and he might become the head. The young man encouraged his friend to check the class schedule for shared activities so they could spend more time together, deepen their friendship, and gain extra benefits from studying and sharing experiences and knowledge. Deciding to make the most of his day off, Yuri went for a walk through the capital and saw a crowd of students hurrying to the nearest university cafeteria, drawn by the smell of delicious food. Walking forward, Yuri was lost in thought when he noticed Carol out of the corner of his eye, radiating confidence and charm and drawing the attention of everyone around him. Seeing her in a man's outfit, he felt genuine curiosity about why she had disguised herself as a young man and why she looked so out of place among the other students. Carol's gaze changed to a stern seriousness that showed her inner anxiety and tension, throwing her off her usual rhythm and putting her into a businesslike, official tone of communication. Yuri grew wary and decided to leave the girl alone because interfering felt inappropriate and risky. Not wanting to disturb Carol, the young man walked around the city. Yuri decided to go to the market. Bright shop windows, the smell of fresh produce, and the noise of the crowd drew him in. In the light, he saw the capital full of life and energy, with people going about their business, activity all around, and conversation and laughter in the air. The young man thought a uniform would make him stand out and attract unwanted attention, so changing clothes was the right choice. Choosing to walk through the city's dark alleys, he noticed the streets thinning and the noise fading, leaving only silence and mystery. Looking around, he realized he was in an unfamiliar area. Yuri noticed that the locals began drinking alcohol starting at lunchtime. When the man started fighting, the young man was shocked by the aggression and decided to avoid places like that. Soon Yuri heard a loud scream from a nearby woman. The man seized the girl and forced her to stand still. The young man recognized the captive as someone he knew, Carol. All of this continued under the bandit leader's command. Carol begged to be saved and released, called out to anyone, but people watched from their windows without helping, only whispering to one another. One of the men struck her hard in the face. Sternly, he told Carol to be quiet at once. Annoyed by the little girl's noise, he lost his patience and rudely ordered his men to tie her up tightly, silencing her. All at once the man stared at us, as if he had seen something important. Her luxurious golden hair caught his eye at once. Sharp and disbelieving, he asked whether she belonged to the royal family as he studied her face for signs of family ties. The other kidnappers could hardly believe that such noble people were walking around here, and they worried what punishment would follow for kidnapping someone so important. Yuri truly thought Carol was foolish and could not understand why she had to come out here alone, exposing herself to unnecessary risk and causing problems for others. The young man saw the kidnappers were hesitant and wondered if they wanted anyone or the girl specifically, and he hoped they would leave once they learned her origin, but he had a bad feeling about one of them. When the bandits saw him, they told him to leave, but the young man said the girl was his servant and asked whether they intended to kidnap her. Surprised to hear Carol was supposedly his servant, the men asked when they could expect money for a possible ransom. Yuri said her parents would pay the ransom, but added they would be very worried, realizing 3 simple robbers could not resist anything. The group's leader turned out to be someone else with a distinctive look. The young man recognized from that look that the man was a former soldier because he'd seen the same cold, lifeless expression in his own family, so terrifying it felt like horror. The man stepped toward him with steady confidence, pressing his chest nearly against him and fixing a hard stare from under his brows. He suddenly pressed a sharp knife to the young man's neck, the blade barely scraping the skin, holding it with a firm grip and ready to deliver a fatal blow. His main question was who this mysterious girl was. Yuri made it clear that if he answered truthfully, the kidnappers guaranteed they would not kill him. The man said gloomily they would still take the girl because the captive's fate depended entirely on his story, but the leader alone would decide her fate regardless. Yuri quickly offered to take him with her, saying the criminals would get double the reward and the odds of a big ransom would rise. The leader chuckled, clearly aware of the boy's game and keeping his real intentions hidden. Thoughtfully, the man said, "We'll see if we can actually get the promised riches," and added that for now they are following their plan. A bandit suddenly started beating the prisoner, delivering a barrage of painful blows on him. Carol tried to speak to show her anxiety and anger, but was immediately met with a sharp shout and a stern order to watch silently as events unfolded. Angry, the kidnapper shouted that he would ask again who she really was, demanding Yuri finally answer honestly, or the situation would get much worse. The man quickly lied, saying he didn't know and had forgotten, twisting his words to try to confuse his opponent. But the other kidnappers angrily demanded they stop torturing the captives. The leader ordered each of the two detainees to be questioned separately to establish the full details of how they met and each person's role in the forthcoming events. The kidnappers laid the boys' belongings on the table and inspected each item for valuables or documents that might reveal his status and location. Suddenly, the leader noticed a key on the table, its strange engraving suspiciously similar to the emblem of an influential noble family. It quickly occurred to him that the key belonged to the famous Howe family, which meant the girl was likely related to them and possibly an important member of the aristocracy. Yuri said he understood everything surprisingly quickly and that the girl was the head's daughter. Sham Howe apologized to Sham in his head because he had no other choice. The leader had heard earlier that the Howe family had a daughter, but he knew that blonde hair was traditionally a sign of belonging only to the royal house. Yuri said her ancestors were noble, so she had royal blood in her veins, fully aware that any mistake now would kill them both. The offender chose to agree with the statement for now. A moment later, he grabbed Carol by her long blonde hair, warned the young man sharply not to try to deceive him, and demanded that she tell him the whole truth immediately without embellishment. He demanded confirmation that the girl had inherited only blood from her ancestors. Yuri shouted, insisting he was telling the truth and urging the leader to check the captive's insignia or papers himself to confirm their origin. The bandit barked a threat, firmly forbidding Yuri to lie, and saying he would send her straight to the castle to learn the whole truth from the authorities' own representatives. Insisting he was telling the absolute truth, a young man stressed that the girl was the daughter of the former head of the Howe house. Without warning, the leader froze, then burst into loud laughter. He did not expect fate to bring him together with the daughter of the head of the powerful hook lamp. Surprised, Yuri wondered if this man really knew the head of the Hell family. The man apologized and asked Yuri not to take offense. His life was no longer the same, and he said that however bravely he fought, he still lived in the shadows. He thought he was starving. The leader firmly ordered the boys to sit quietly. Before leaving, he threatened to personally check every word and ordered the remaining bandits to watch the captives closely to prevent any escape or resistance. Carol sank to the cold wooden floor, sobbing bitterly with her face buried in the floor, overwhelmed by fear and helplessness. Once the heavy wooden door slammed shut behind the last guard, Yuri turned to her and whispered to get her attention and ask an important question. Whispering urgently, he begged her to get on all fours right away while being careful not to arouse suspicion. Relieved, the young man watched the bandit leader go into the distance and, most importantly, realized the menacing man was gone, so there was hope of getting out of here alive. Yuri apologized for using her to get back on his feet and said he would free her now too. He asked her quietly to reach her hands closer so he could gently free her from the ropes. He said he always carries a small knife, especially for situations like this, and it has finally come in handy. Carol could not understand why he had helped her, since if he had left calmly earlier, he would now be far away and free from danger and the risk of being taken hostage. Yuri admitted they had known each other for a long time and that it was his fault he had not noticed the surveillance, had missed the chance to warn her in advance, and now had to fix the mistake at the cost of his own freedom. The girl had been kidnapped, and he hoped the guards would soon notice she was missing and start searching so they could find and rescue the captives in time. The young man added that he came from a family of warriors and knew news of the ransom attempt would damage Carol's reputation. Disappointed, the girl said she now felt guilty for ruining the Howe family's honor, deeply regretted it, and offered us a sincere apology. Her hand tightened in a firm squeeze. Despite her long training, Carol thought she could handle them, but the loud screams froze her body and made her truly afraid for the first time. The castle window's beautiful view always felt like a painting to her. She refused to look for his other side, choosing to notice only his outward beauty while ignoring the hidden dangers beneath his apparent well-being. Carol couldn't understand how Yuri stayed so calm and composed in such a tense situation, keeping a clear head and assessing the situation calmly. She asked gently if he felt any fear, since being in such a risky position made him practically a victim of his own actions. The girl remembered the bandit leader's icy stare, driven by cold calculation and cruelty. It stayed etched in my memory forever, filling me with deep horror. Recognizing Carol was still a child who didn't grasp the complexity of the situation, Yuri paused to choose words of support and advice. He searched for the right comforting words, but realized he had never helped anyone cope with stress or fear and had no experience with this kind of situation. Recalling his father's advice, the boy said softly that training is very different from real life, and everyone fears facing difficulties for the first time. During his first fight, he felt intense fear, his heart pounding and his legs shaking, as if the world were collapsing and he was completely confused. Yuri guessed the bandit leader was likely a former soldier, and because his country had not taken proper care of him, he might be from the Kurohina kingdom. He said many guys like that gather in places like this and were too naive when they came here. The man realized that if the girl did not pull herself together, complete despair would overwhelm her and erase the last traces of hope and faith in the future. The young man added that she is also a real princess. Yuri knew her abilities and realized the bandit's blows hurt him less than the girl's slap. He suggested we go back. Carol wondered how they'd get out of here. Carefully, she asked him whether he was ready to try breaking the window. Yuri feared they might not remain unharmed after the jump because they were on the second floor, and the fall could have serious consequences. He suddenly stared at the girl, and she grew puzzled, unsure what had caught his eye or whether it was something she was wearing. Yuri asked firmly whether he could check one thing. He was relieved her legs were well trained, so she could easily keep pace and not become a weak link. A bandit suddenly called to the others, putting everyone on alert. Suddenly he opened the door and ordered the boys inside with a commanding tone. Only one girl sat in front of him, bound tightly with ropes. She looked at him in silence, her heavy, fearful eyes trying to guess what fate awaited her. The man asked the girl where the young man, whose sudden disappearance had caused concern, had gone. Yuri launched a quick kick at the bandit, distracting him and creating an opening to escape. Startled, the guard fell hard to the floor, clutching a bruised spot with his hand and writhing in pain. Reacting instantly, the young man pulled out a knife and made a deep cut in the man's leg. Without giving the enemy time to recover, he drove the knife in again, applied more pressure, and finally put the enemy out of action. Resolutely, he rushed toward the second attacker, ready to repeat the decisive actions to secure a path to safety. Panicking, the second bandit grabbed his belt and pulled out the hidden knife to defend himself from the fast-approaching enemy. Yuri moved faster and immediately landed a powerful blow. A masterful blow knocked the weapon from the bandit's weakened hand. The young man used his opponent's confusion to swing his hand sharply and land a hard blow right in the jaw. A powerful blow knocked the man unconscious, and he fell to the floor motionless. The boy caught movement behind him out of the corner of his eye and realized the danger was still close. Pleased and confident, the bandit was sure he had completed his mission. Relief washed over him. Suddenly, the man realized Yuri was right in front of him, shocked by how quickly the enemy had appeared and by the danger of the situation. The man attacked with lightning speed. Moving quickly, he kicked the kidnapper hard in the head, knocking him to the floor unconscious. Easing her head out from behind the door frame, Carol scanned the room for any new threats. One of the bandits lay motionless on the floor, writhing in pain from the blows Yuri had dealt earlier. The second person lay nearby in a deep unconscious state, with no signs of life. Facing the third man, Yuri stood in silence, firm in his position. Mesmerized, Carol watched the events unfold and sincerely admired the young man's courage and resourcefulness in facing the danger. The fourth bandit's strong arms suddenly wrapped around her waist, and she cried out in surprise and fear. Instinctively, she tensed to repel the attack, her muscles contracting and her gaze turning cold and calculating. Reacting instantly, she delivered a precise strike to the kidnapper's leg. It caused him to double over in sharp pain. As the man tried to regain his senses, Carol prepared an even stronger blow to end the fight once and for all. She quickly sized up the situation and hit the most sensitive spot, forcing the attacker to drop to his knees and clutch the sore area with his hands. Gasping, the kidnapper tried in vain to catch his breath, writhing in unbearable pain and feeling utterly powerless. Concerned, Carol asked Yuri what he thought of her actions and whether he was surprised she could stand up for herself in a confrontation like that. Carefully, the young man handed the family's blade to the girl. He then sincerely admired her courage and resourcefulness and said he respected and was proud of how she handled the critical moment. Yuri noted that everything was in place and the bandits had not taken any money. It was not the best spot, but if they moved onto a busier street, everything would be fine. The young man urged her to leave at once, while no one was stopping their escape. She agreed immediately to follow the proposal, seeing that delay was dangerous and that she had to act without hesitation. The boys slowly opened the door and listened to the sounds outside. Once they confirmed it was safe, they hurried away from the ill-fated place. The gang leader froze in shock, staring at the unfolding scene, unable to believe his eyes. Yuri fixed the chief with cold fury, his eyes full of hatred and ready to defend himself and his companion to the end. He grabbed the girl's hand firmly, not letting her slow down even for a moment. The young man took charge, clearly pointing the way and choosing the safest and fastest route to freedom. The group's leader didn't waste a second and rushed after those fleeing. Growling, he shouted that he would not let them leave and was determined to recover the stolen goods by any means necessary. Racing through dark alleys, they tried to stay hidden from their pursuers, weaving through narrow streets and the shadows of houses. Carol saw the dire poverty around her, with dirty streets, ragged homeless figures, and squalid dwellings that made the city's harsh reality clear. Completely disoriented, she had no idea what this place was. She was plagued by doubts about whether they were really in the capital, or if circumstances had thrown them into a completely different, unfamiliar place. Yuri asked her to look more closely at the world around her, adding that such a landscape could not be seen from the castle window. Yuri said they had ended up on the capital's dark side, hidden from prying eyes, where need and despair dominate. Carol admitted she had never imagined a part of the city could be so full of filth and the suffering of ordinary people. The leader shouted that the fugitives had finally been found and were trapped again. Proudly, he announced the yard was his. The man said sarcastically that the game of tag was over. He kept insisting he would not let the boys go until he received the promised money by any means necessary. Yuri shouted to make a show of it and shoved the bag of coins into the bandit's face while offering to take the money. The man immediately slashed the bag with a sharp blade, scattering the coins on the ground. Everyone nearby rushed to pick up the scattered coins, forgetting everything else and causing a commotion. They rushed the kidnapping group's leader to seize the money. Yuri told Carol they needed to spread the bait further to distract the pursuer, and she immediately agreed to his well-thought-out plan. The leader ordered the man to step aside at once, saying he was an unnecessary obstruction. Furious, the man suddenly saw something odd and stopped abruptly, peering into the distance. It hit him that those men were gone from the dark street. The leader then cried out in anger, making clear his displeasure that they had disappeared without a trace. At last, they stepped out onto the noisy, crowded street. Carol gasps for air after a long, tense run from her captor, her heart pounding in her chest. Yuri believed being in the crowd made him relatively safe, but anxiety still clung to him. She looked around carefully. The cityscape looked familiar. I see joyful, smiling people walking through a cozy, sunlit city, radiating only positivity and harmony. The familiar capital still holds its unique atmosphere, warm memories, and favorite places that have become part of her heart and soul. Carol couldn't imagine how such a deep, hidden, and destructive darkness could lie beneath the capital's seeming calm and idleness. The girl could not hold back her overwhelming emotions and quietly began to cry, releasing the built-up pain and fear. Yuri immediately noticed the change in his friend's mood and turned to her with concern. After a moment, he drew a deep breath, let it out slowly, and set his emotions aside to focus on what came next. The young man felt a rush of excitement, realizing that once the fear left his body, a sharp, unavoidable hunger took over. His stomach was loudly rumbling, so he suggested they stop for a bite. Carol, hearing that amid the stress, was completely perplexed and shocked by his frivolous reaction. Carol couldn't understand how Yuri stayed so calm in such a dangerous situation. She found it absurd that during the chase, he could only think about filling his empty stomach. The young man said this was the first time he'd faced such a challenge, so eating felt like a natural way to calm and distract himself. Her hands clenched into a tight fist as she tried to suppress rising anxiety and uncertainty. She thought she was immature and did nothing but cry, but Yuri immediately disagreed, saying she had also hit the kidnapper. Carol thought she'd done a pretty good job that time, but the man asked her to limit herself to a slap because he thought he couldn't survive another blow like that, and she answered that she had no intention of hitting him at all. She could not see any reason to continue this endless conversation when someone's voice suddenly called her name and interrupted her thoughts. Guards ran to her, alarmed by the princess's sudden disappearance and moving quickly to make sure she was safe. One of them, surprised, asked where she had gotten so dirty and what had happened to her recently. Carol tried to explain it more simply, saying she had gotten a little carried away while walking, got lost her balance, and accidentally fell. Another guard voiced serious concern, believing the woman being alone outside the home or dormitory was extremely risky. The second guard said firmly they would return at once and promised to listen carefully to the girl's explanations on the way back. The man kept asking them to stay a little longer. Timidly, Yuri asked to be allowed to say goodbye, but the girl refused firmly, saying no conversation was allowed. Carefully, the young man removed the antique, proving his noble origin and that he belonged to a noble family. Yuri Hao introduced himself and announced he was the heir to the influential Hao family. The guards froze in amazement at the unexpected statement, staring at the man with distrust and doubting the truth of his words. One of them concentrated, urgently searching for the best solution to the complex problem while weighing the consequences of each option. She politely told the lady she would arrange a carriage for the trip, and meanwhile the lady could calmly say goodbye to her loved one. Sheepishly, Carol admitted that they had to lie for their own benefit, and Yuri confidently reassured her not to worry. Boldly, the girl reached out her hand to the young man. She believed she had caused him a lot of trouble and apologized sincerely. The man only cared that they were both alive and hoped to see him soon at the academy. Carol quickly settled into the spacious carriage. Turning back, she called to Yuri. Grateful, the girl thanked the young man for the support and help he gave her during today's difficult day. Back at the hostel, to his surprise, Yuri had only just arrived and was already facing a string of adventures that left him exhausted. Dora still hasn't returned, and the second neighbor hasn't moved in yet even though classes start tomorrow. Carol's words came back to him, and he wondered if anyone had ever thanked him so sincerely and movingly before. It reminded him of the past. Yuri was a graduate student when it began. He discovered someone else had beaten him to it and was putting his plan into action. He wanted to use the permit to get a job at a good company, but someone got there before him. A few days later, Yuri returned to the lab and found his computer missing. His colleague said someone had spilled water on it and it had broken, but Yuri knew it had been stolen. The rest of the staff got special permission on a flimsy pretext, and then everything fell into place. They couldn't fully recover the memory, but some files were saved on the USB flash drive. Yuri hired a lawyer, gathered evidence, and filed a lawsuit. He received compensation but lost his job. His girlfriend insulted him. She thought he had a terrible character, like a bore who saw nothing but his lab, and he neither worked normally nor studied properly. The girl demanded that every single one of her personal belongings be thrown away. Yuri said he only had enough money to start a new, happy life. Because she insisted, he kept them for himself. The girl asked what it meant, but was told it was none of her concern and that it was time to say goodbye. Yuri sprang up and sighed with relief when he realized his troubles had been only a nightmare, but a strange voice suddenly cut the silence, asking whether everything was okay. Carol noticed him tossing and turning in his sleep, as if trying to escape something frightening and unknowable. A young man bolted out of bed, his heart racing, breath ragged, eyes wide with fear. He couldn't figure out exactly why she was here. Carol said this was her bed. Yuri started shouting angrily that no one had told them they would be neighbors, since the room was for boys only. The girl felt he was acting just like the others. Carol asked him to answer more clearly if he had a nightmare. He said he had dreamed his girlfriend dumped him and he had been fired from his job. She felt sorry he had been fired, but thought he seemed relieved when the girl left. To her, this griller was a real scoundrel. Yuri had no idea what was happening and felt lost and disoriented by the sudden chaos that descended on him. Carol asked to be listened to carefully, saying that gender does not matter and that anyone who cares only about a person's material side is a real scoundrel. Her view was that such people always betray others, but a good person, even if stripped of her title, would never betray her unless she became a scoundrel herself, of course. That's what her mother told her. She found it hard to believe because men often say they love you, but only judge your looks. Carol urged him to forget this unpleasant dream as soon as possible. Yuri found the idea strange, believing that at so young an age dark dreams should not even come to mind. Worried for her, the young man suggested asking to have her moved away from them, but the girl thought everything was fine and felt there was no point in joining the academy if you did not befriend future knights, and improving her relationship with him was secondary. Meanwhile, she intended to ask him to play an interesting game with her tonight because she thought he was strong. To see how far she'd come and test her skills, Carol began training with a teacher. Despite the enemy's clear superiority, the the girl fought alongside her mentor, showing all her strength and determination. He won, moving her to the second group of students, and then invited the next contender to demonstrate his skills. Yuri faced the next test and trained hard to show his best skills before his strict mentor. He politely told the teacher he was glad to meet him, but the teacher immediately got down to business and started a duel to test the new student's readiness. The young man immediately stepped into the fight, moving with agility and quick reflexes as he tried to hold his own against an experienced opponent. Moving with skill, he dodged powerful attacks and blocked blows. In the end, the teacher easily exceeded his own abilities. A quick move sent the young man to the floor, clearly showing his defeat. The mentor praised the students' excellent training and said they deserved respect. He guided the young man to the first group of strong students and asked the next applicant to show his skills. Yuri took a deep breath, proud that his talent had been recognized, but anxious about the upcoming tests. He started assessing the students' abilities. Carol was progressing well, and the second student had significantly improved his level. Two of them planned to rely only on brute force to overcome obstacles and prove their worth. Mayaro was disappointed to be placed in the fourth squad, made up of newcomers and the least prepared students. Yuri realized he should have been calmer and joined his friend. Dora loomed over him and told the young man not to assume he had won, reminding him that his team was strong and deserved respect. Yuri thought the man was talking nonsense again and had deliberately ambushed him to show off. He couldn't understand what this meant or why interference was necessary. The boy had practical classes in the morning and a math lecture in the afternoon. His schedule had many exceptions, so it was different from everyone else's and left him feeling very lonely. Then a guy came over, asked to sit beside him, and the boy allowed it. One man introduced himself as Harold Harrell, the other said he was Yuri Howe, and Harrell was visibly surprised to hear that name. Harold thought he had run into a member of the famous Howe family, as if he had accidentally met a celebrity, and Yuri could not believe he was in that situation, because he had never heard the name Harold before and found it exotic. Explaining he'd been taking classes for a year to prepare to take over the family business, he asked if the newcomer had missed any classes and was asked in return whether he was a student, since no one had seen him here before. Asked to be called simply Harold, the boy admitted he was a student auditor. Yuri assumed Harold was a regular citizen rather than an academy student, and was surprised that Harold did not know audit courses existed. Harold said the academy let people of any age attend lectures as students. The other man understood why there were so many adults in civilian clothes and wondered why the boy had chosen this path of study. They said tuition here was lower and the teachers far more competent. As a merchant's son, he knew that if he did not learn math, reading, and writing, his peers would see him as unintelligent and he would not be able to speak on equal terms with the nobility. A bad tutor doesn't mean the teacher's knowledge is unreliable, and Yura readily agreed. Once they earn a diploma, they'll have the same knowledge as aristocrats and can discuss business confidently with trusted partners without fear of being misunderstood. Yuri asked his new acquaintance what he did and learned he was a sailor who traded while traveling between cities and countries. Until recently, Harold mainly traded with the Kirchner Kingdom, but war devastated that region and damaged his supply base, and he can no longer enter a competitor's territory freely, which has hurt his business. Yuri agreed with the comparison, saying it was like taking over a company on the brink of bankruptcy, with uncertain benefits and high risks. He understood that in this world there was no limited liability, so if the company went bankrupt, creditors would be paid from the owner's assets, both literally and figuratively, yet this family business had operated successfully for decades. They weren't going to give up easily, and the young man thought a new product would be great, but it was pointless to ask the salespeople to come up with one, and then he suddenly realized something. The boy suddenly suggested Harold learn the Cura people's language and trade with them directly, opening new opportunities for the family business and giving it a chance to strengthen its market position. He knew the trade ban only applied to Cura, and that Cura's representatives could still sell their goods to foreigners on Cura's territory. During wartime, countries usually forbid citizens from leaving or entering. Crossing the border risks entering a war zone and causes serious problems. Still, some people will make a deal with Harold by any means they can. Harold had not considered this option before, but saw the offer as worth attention and decided to try his luck and take his trading in a new direction. Harold thanked him warmly for the helpful advice and was determined to explore the opportunities the new idea offered. He hoped to avoid problems from pirate attacks. Seeing his enthusiasm, Yuri sincerely wished him luck and success in the bold business venture. A few days later, Mayaro finally understood why Mr. Harold attended the Cura language lecture. he planned to expand trade relations and diversify his business by learning the language of potential partners. He urged him to speak up and share his thoughts without shyness, and the young man welcomed this, realizing that Mr. Harold Shio Yuri was surprised at how much fear a single name could cause. He asked cautiously whether Harold's trading house was well known and got a yes, confirming it was an influential, respected business. My arrow said Harold's trading house was a mid-sized business, but rumors spread that it would soon be shut down because the powerful House Marmoset, one of the 7 great witch houses, had intervened. Marmosets are mercilessly persecuting merchants who refuse bribes. Yuri admitted that members of this family are real criminals who drain the resources of honest entrepreneurs. Harold is likely to be cautious and restrained around representatives of such powerful and dangerous families. Harold listened with interest, trying to grasp what was happening, and Mayer will explain that he was telling how his story fell victim to extortion by a criminal group. Yuri made clear that trade with the core group was still just an idea and asked his friend if he believed such an enterprise could succeed. My arrow confirmed this assumption and said there could be difficulties with behavior. The mission would require them to enter Cura territory to find trading partners, but if they killed a large number of locals even in self-defense, that would be considered piracy, and the punishment would be death. Yuri wondered whether those actions were really illegal, since they were nearly the same as waging a small private war in which one side violated the other's borders for its own gain. My arrow thought that if Harold was skilled enough to get scarce goods not available in their country, the reward would be large. He then carefully checked whether the young merchant had enough courage and boldness to take on a difficult, risky venture that promised substantial profits. The academy also had a Cura language teacher on site, offering a rare chance to study the Cura people's culture and traditions in depth. A representative of the Cura people, she fled her country and became a teacher at the academy to share her people's culture and traditions. A woman greeted the audience, wished them a good day, said she taught at the academy by Her Highness's special grace, introduced herself as Savino, and decided to talk about the shape of her ears. That feature allowed the students to determine whether the woman belonged to the Cura people, who had distinctive physical traits. Meeting him pleased her, and Yuri realized she was the legendary figure among the academy students. Miyaro noticed she was very religious, though she had been branded a heretic and left 3 years earlier. He wondered what had driven her to leave her native land and come here. His friend found the whole story extremely strange, especially the shape of her ears. He had heard that the current Shan people could not have children together, but he doubted their physiology had ever been so different, even during the great Shan Empire when they traded with every corner of the world, and no one could clearly classify their race. Savino announced in a solemn voice that she would begin the first introductory lecture on the Terran language, the official language of the queer people. The teacher said Terran is not always used in the Kurov people's territory, but is the official language in most of Europe, so learning it is the most appropriate choice, and Yuri was also drawn to its complexity. Only a year long, the course seemed too short for the young man to learn a foreign language from scratch, so the courses were unpopular and few students enrolled. After the teacher explained the peculiarities of the Terran language in detail, the young man noticed that its difference from the Shan language was about the same as between English and Japanese, and felt there was a significant language barrier between them. The boy thought Mayaro had initially misjudged choosing this language, underestimating the size of the language barrier and the specific cultural aspects tied to mastering her in speech. Harold seemed carefree and optimistic, and Yuri guessed he might already have some experience in this kind of activity, which made him feel confident. At the end of her lecture, Savino said she hoped to spend the whole school year working productively with her students. Mayaro, however, doubted he would have the strength and patience to handle such demanding academic work. It sounded to him like an octopus's language, hardly accessible to an ordinary mind, the same as other abstract sciences. Yuri gently reminded his friend that a long learning curve lay ahead and advised him to relax, be patient, and enjoy learning the basics. Turning to his friend, he asked how things were with Mr. Harold, wanting to keep the talk friendly and show genuine concern for his comrades' well-being. Harold admitted he thought he had figured out how to organize trade with the people of Cura, but it would require a serious approach and considerable effort because the task was harder than he had expected. He planned to bring this up with the teacher at the next meeting to get professional advice and support, and Yuri wanted to join to explore the topic and learn as much as possible. After a few days, Savino grew interested in the students' questions about trade with the Cura people and approached them to propose discussing possible aspects of interaction and prospects for cooperation. Two young men sit in a narrow, library-like room watching a girl in a poncho set a steaming kettle on the stove. She says it's very dangerous, but doesn't think it's impossible. For a start, she recommends the Republic of Albion, though she has never been there herself. The two young men look at her a little distracted and even tired. A tall young man sitting in a chair explains that it is an island state off the continent's coast and why people would go there, while a landscape flashes behind him and the state's flag appears. The girl offers a tray of tea and says she has heard rumors that the people there are not hostile to the Shan. The second young man, silent until now, reaches out to take a cup. Straightening up, the girl says their religion is called Edushin, the other people's religion is Karluj, and Karluj's teachings do not discriminate against Chans. Idis is a monotheistic religion and a major faith in Terran culture. The girl adds that, unfortunately, most people still discriminate against Shans, the young man thinks. His doctrines condemn the Shans as demons directly responsible for the fall of the great kingdom of Shantilla, but he had never heard of so many different teachings and faiths. Yuri asks if the two sects use different scriptures, and she replies that, from the start, the scriptures never included insults about the Shans. They only described them as northern pagans with hair in their ears. She adds that back then they did not treat the Cur and the Shan as different races. Her final remark shocks the boys. The young man doesn't understand what this means because they see the Shans as outsiders who must be destroyed. Edith's people formed a confederation called the Crusaders to defeat the Shans. The Crusaders then attacked the kingdom of Kirshner, the country's shield, during the war 3 years ago. The declaration of war said they were an army of God's sons formed to ruthlessly attack the demons who kept defiling their holy land, and to cleanse the filth they had to sacrifice their leader's head. God, in his mercy, will grant them a share of his favor, and they must repent fully. The Crusaders fought a doctrine that justifies plunder and cruelty to the weak, and the boy's uncle died fighting such people. A young man asks the girl whether this is the exact opposite of what most people think, and the girl says it is and that, sadly, it happens from time to time. Bowing her head sadly and staring at the floor, the girl says this is nothing but blasphemy. These texts were written 2,000 years ago and still exist today, but they were in an older language, and the current version is a translation of the scriptures into the Terran language. Huge translation errors turned the Shans from original pagans into demons. That language is very complex and spoken only by clergymen. The Catholic's official scripture is called the King James Version and is used to justify discrimination against the Shans, while apparently not 1 in 10,000 people can read the original. For this reason, when translations are wrong, believers cannot check them against the original scriptures, and the masses distort doctrine to suit themselves. Girls familiar with medieval Europeans considered themselves people of God's world and labeled outsiders infidels, and racial prejudice and discrimination arise in all worlds. A young man leans close and quietly tells another he does not want to interrupt the conversation, asks where the Republic of Albion is, then turns to the teacher and asks to borrow the board for a minute. Using chalk, he draws a map on the board. The young girl and the other young man lean over the boy, and she sees his drawing and praises him, saying it is a very well-drawn map. The UFO's confederation occupies the southern half of the large Albion Islands and has long been waging war to reclaim its lands. Pointing to 2 small islands, she says they are called Albion. The Karlog sect split from them before their teachings were corrupted and do not regard the Shans as demons. They have a pirate reputation and are dangerous to approach, but they are still preferable to the Kuma, who are Catholic. Some Catholics interpret the scriptures to suit their own interests, making them more a faction than a sect, and that distorted interpretation was not part of early Catholic doctrine. The young man asks which sect the teacher and Savino belong to, and the girl, smiling with her hand on her heart, says she belongs to the Vitashi school. She says it is a denomination that follows the early Catholics and develops their teachings through research, and she adds that after nearly dying while trying to convert others, religion may be all she has left. Standing, the boy closes his eyes and offers his condolences for what happened to her. The teacher clasps his hands, crosses them over his chest, and says something about a state. If you can't stay still and weeks pass with your faith tied to many others, this becomes an unnecessary obsession. She deeply regrets that faith comes from within. She says it's enough to have the kind of faith that lives inside a person, and the young men stare at her, surprised and a little dazed, clearly unable to grasp her meaning. Mr. Harrell asks her to tell him about the school, if she doesn't mind, and the boy, surprised, asks when Mr. Harrell became interested in religion. The mansion's dark corridor absorbs everything inside in darkness and silence as fingers carefully move pawns on the chessboard. In a large, rather dark and gloomy room, 2 people play chess. One sits studying the board and the other suddenly gets a good idea. Clearly his thoughts are not on the game, they are on the faith that once arose in him. In a past life he was a simple explorer who trusted the waters and chased them, dreaming only of them, until someone else took them and his dreams faded. Trusting no one and expecting no one to trust him, he stopped caring and turned inward. Now he was different, believing in love and wanting to trust people. Acting now could change the course of world events, even a little, and he might gain the strength to protect those close to him. Yuri is deep in thought and doesn't respond while the second player keeps calling to him. He snaps back to reality and asks whether it is his turn to move. The girl, who has clearly already carried out her clever plan, nods and you remove his king. After the girl says he is very strong, he replies the chances of winning are about 50-50, and the young lady asks what he is thinking since he is clearly not taking part in the game. The young man says everything is fine and that he was thinking about what to do at the academy. The girl perks up, clearly interested in his last remark. He says he has almost no credits and a lot of free time, which he tries to fill with something. Harold says it's fine to live on internships and studies, but it's even better to start something new. He has a business idea he's been thinking about for a while, but he can't pursue it right now. He can't start a business or create a new product right now. Sitting on a bench with his hands clasped, he looks at the person he's talking to with a distant expression. The girl suggests they talk about it tomorrow because it's very similar to him, and Yuri replies that he'll do it with pleasure. The girl who cheated wins, leaving the young man furious. Another young woman approaches and says she wants to play too, but he says he is going to bed. A young girl in a tie jacket walks down a fairly crowded corridor, smiling and greeting everyone as they greet her back. Seeing two young people laughing, she freezes in a surprised, excited daze. Walking up to a young girl with a short haircut, she welcomes her to Night Academy. The new girl introduces herself as Shamo. At her brother's request, Carol says she will walk her to the dorm and that she can rely on her. Shamo, as if enchanted, repeats her name and thanks her, standing with a bag in her hand, wearing ridiculous striped leggings and her ears sticking out to the sides. It is a sunny day and the gates are open to new guests and visitors. In one of the halls, yesterday's chess game is still in progress. Carol approaches Yuri, who is focused on the game, and asks why he didn't host it himself, and he says he'd be happy to, but guys aren't allowed in the girls' dorm, and then asks Carol how it went. The girl says she is quite cute compared to her cousin Shamo, and the remark bruises Yuri's ego, leaving him embarrassed and displeased. At one point, Carol introduces Shama to her roommate Lily, a very caring person. Meanwhile, the other player who played with Yuri tells him he lost, wonders whether Yuri is dating the princess, and says he'd rather leave so they can spend time together, leaving the young man confused. The second player asks if they're on a date, and Yuri says they are not, but the other player is confused because it looks like a date, so Carol and Yuri loudly say they are not dating. They reach a sunlit clearing. Yuri takes the reins of a huge eagle, and Carol sits on its back in a specially equipped saddle, holding the reins. The young man strokes the eagle's beak, says it is a great honor to carry the princess on his back, and tells the eagle named Star to be an obedient boy as the bird trustingly closes its eyes. The girl says the seatbelt is fastened, and the man warns her to be friendly with the eagle because it has a bad temper. Pulling on the reins, she straightens the bird's back. It looks around, flaps its wings, and takes off, leaving Yuri far on the ground. A giant bird lifts off, and Carol leans into the saddle, pulling the reins even harder to keep from falling off its back. The young man watching from the ground sees the huge eagle flying across the sky and says everything is fine and they are flying steadily. It is even better that the little star does not reveal Carol's aggression. He sees they have risen significantly and hopes the trend will continue. While Carol and the eagle fly, Yuri decides to lie down because winter here is completely different. The weather is pleasant and a short nap is fine. From far away comes the sound of running, and a young girl appears, sprinting full speed toward the guy. She urgently calls to the sleeping Yuri to wake up, and the young man opens one eye and looks at the stranger, puzzled. The girl stops, hands on her knees, trying to catch her breath. The young man pushes up onto his elbows, still not understanding anything. Finally able to speak, the girl points at him and asks if he has seen her older sister. The guy gives her a skeptical look, realizing he's seeing her for the first time and that she's probably a new student and a blonde. He says he doesn't even know who she is and only met her moments ago, so he probably didn't see her sister, and the girl, hands on her hips, says you can tell everything from her hair. Kyria Fulshardur is looking for her older sister, Carol. The man smirks smugly, identifying her as Carol's sister and thinking it's rare to meet sisters who look alike. Yuri, who introduces himself as the eldest son of the Howe family, and Carol is his roommate, They have been friends for a long time. Now her sister flies on an eagle, he explains, and that's it, while the young girl watches him with curiosity and some displeasure and repeats his family name. Curious suddenly squats down while Yuri, by contrast, jumps up and his eyes are full of questions. Suddenly the girl suggests they become best friends, her eyes going a little wild and her movements leaving Yuri puzzled. Without giving him a chance to answer, the girl interrupts and says that if he won't, she wants to date him. Yuri, shocked and confused, asks why she needs this. Yuri says it's a great honor to be friends with someone like her. The guy is confused why she meant him and says he'll pass because Carol is enough for him, and the girl asks whether he is dating her sister. Yuri, clearly losing his composure, snaps that he will not date or marry any of them and that he is not interested. Or she jumps up, snorting dismissively, and asks someone to tell her sister she was looking for her and needs to say something. She gives the man a strange, slightly wild look and says goodbye using his full first and last name. After she leaves, the young man remains seated in a puzzled, awkward pose, unsure why she behaved so strangely. Looking up, he sees an eagle flying across the sky, and he thinks maybe it's just a whim of his mood. Late that evening, Carol enters the room to play chess, folding her arms across her chest as she complains to Julia, asking if he knows her sister. Realizing he forgot to tell her she was looking for him, the young man finds Carol furious about his forgetfulness. The girl puts her hand to his ear and quietly asks whether he might be in love with her sister. Yuri says it's all nonsense, that he only spoke to her once on the day she flew on the eagle, and that her sister tells everyone they love each other. Holding a glass, Carl says she's probably just telling him about her dream, clarifies he isn't in love with her, and when she says no, he sighs with relief and says she's calm now. Finishing his bowl of soup, a young man says he did not think Cura would start spreading such rumors because she is not that stupid and he would not do that, while Cura listens attentively and sits down in a chair. She says tiredly that in truth, although Kiri loves her very much, he always tries to act superior to her in everything. Now she seems upset that her sister helped sham. Cura asks why she went with her and what it was about. Screaming at the top of her lungs, the girl says the door manager usually gives a tour, and she cannot believe her older sister helped that girl, and Carol asks her to calm down because that girl is just her friend's cousin. The girl shamed her sister by saying she was a member of the royal family and that people should not speak badly about her when she was not around. Carol grabbed her head, finding it hard to talk about what had happened, and she hoped her sister would not do anything to Shamu. Yuri still felt like a fool for asking her for help. A huge thug with a menacing face appears behind them and orders the young man to stay silent when they speak to Carol. He says that while running, the young man's stomach twisted so badly that he ran into the women's toilet. Angry, the young man began screaming and waving his arms wildly, telling him to shut up. Yuri picks up the tray and says he'd better go, and if he hasn't eaten, let him stay with his girlfriend. Carol suggests they eat now. The guy asks if she objects, and she looks at him enthusiastically and says she is all for it. Yuri leaves, watching them as he expected, and they enjoy themselves, laughing and chatting carefree. 4 years later, in a large house, Yuri sits at a table and carefully writes on a piece of paper in calligraphic handwriting. Carol bursts into the room, calls to him, and shows him a beautiful sealed envelope with a wax seal, saying it is a letter from his mother. The young man looks at the girl, puzzled, as she puts a hand on her hip, hands him a letter, and says they have turned 15. Carriage and horses stand before huge, beautiful columns, with a dense forest visible behind them, and the coachman sits holding the reins, waiting patiently for the command to go. A knock sounds at the door, and Carol stands in the doorway. She tells Yuri she's come for him and asks if he's finished his preparations. Straightening his tie, the young man answers and says he is finished. The girl approaches him, pats his shoulder, and says not to worry. It's an informal visit. Her mother just wants to see him and thank him. All he needs is to relax and speak to her calmly. The man looks confused and worried, never expecting to be called in over such an old matter, and he is not easy to talk to. Fidgeting with his tie, he says they are going to meet Her Highness, so it would be rude to show up in an academy uniform. Her Majesty's letter summoned Yuri Hao to the palace for an audience and promised he would be rewarded for his services and for developing a cure for smallpox. Memories from his past helped him stop an infectious disease from spreading in their territory, and his father's instructions on how to fight it kept the damage minimal. Seated in the carriage, the girl says it's still incredible that he cares about etiquette, and Yuri replies that of course he does, since he's meeting Her Majesty and it's understandable. Carol still can't believe he came up with that. Yuri doesn't know what the Queen will ask him, so he has to do his best to make sure everything goes smoothly. Arriving on Ojo Island, they step into a magnificent castle with majestic marble columns and huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Seeing the queen, the young man drops to one knee, thanks her for the chance to meet her, and looks very happy to see her. Carl stands behind him with a sad, thoughtful expression. The queen sits perfectly straight in a beautiful dress, her hands folded on her knees, and looks at the young man warmly but with a hint of thoughtfulness. Smiling, she says she is glad to meet him and invites him to sit, and the queen looks remarkably like Carol, even in her eyes. The woman says that, according to rumor, Yuri is very polite, and the young man bows and sits at the table. Carol sits down too. The man gives a knowing look and says all the rumors are true, and Carol, clearly annoyed, asks who he's talking about while the maid brings drinks. A young man addresses Carol with great respect, calling her Your Royal Majesty, while a girl, already furious, says that such an address gives her goosebumps, and the queen looks at them with affection, saying what good friends they are. Carol thanks the maid, who sets the kettle on the table, and says she will do everything herself from now on. The maid bows and leaves obediently. Carol takes the kettle and pours boiling water into the cups. Tasting the tea, the queen praises her daughter, saying it tastes amazing and that she has become much better at brewing, and says she has calmed down a little and can now continue their conversation. Turning to Yuri, she says his work developing an effective way to fight smallpox saved many lives, and she thanks him warmly. The man says he had been thinking about this for a long time and later learned the method from the shepherd, since it is common among them and therefore felt like a rediscovery. The queen says she would like to thank him and asks what he wants. The man says he wants either an item or money. The queen says Yuri considers important matters with common sense and still comes up with a brilliant idea. He wants them to grant him a patent so that any invention he makes in the future will protect his profits and property rights from theft. If an inventor creates a watch, they can earn significant profit from selling it, and if someone steals the designs and copies them, the invention loses its value. Otherwise, no one would try to invent anything new. He proposes a system where users of an invention pay the original creator a portion of their sales. Permanent property rights are unfair, so limit them to 20 to 30 years, then make the invention public so the country benefits when everyone can use it. Thoughtful, the queen says this is different from an ordinary patent. She needs to discuss this decision with others and believes the system can be used not just by him, but by other residents of the country. Yuri says he has no complaints as long as his opinion is taken into account. Carol suddenly grows indignant, waving her arms and saying Yuri is just a schoolboy, that money isn't the issue, and that his duty as a knight comes first. Appealing to his conscience, she says that for knights, training and science should be the priority, and Yuri, flamboyantly sipping tea, replies that money is money and there is never enough of it for the knights. The queen cuts Carol off and tells her to listen to Yuri, saying Yuri may not need money, but not everyone can afford luxuries and people in this world have to work to make a living. The queen does not say she should abandon her studies. Also, the boy is a bright student and top of his class, and Carol's bickering is inappropriate. If people start earning money, their country will become richer. Sinking into despair, the girl had tears in her eyes and felt embarrassed. Yuri looks at her with regret but says nothing because he understands the queen's words are true. He tries to console her by telling her to just let it go, and Carol snaps back angrily because she thinks he's making fun of her. The queen puts her daughter in her place again, and the daughter starts to cry. That night in the dorm, Yuri rubbed the back of his head and thought about what had happened. Talking to his friend, he says that as soon as he got involved in all this, so many problems came up that he doesn't want to bother with it anymore, and his friend supports him, saying this is expected and that to trade he will have to get involved with witches. At the heart of economic life in Shibuya's capital, witches run the economy. Once someone sells a truly legendary item, they go on to produce thousands of similar ones. They even poison anyone who tries to challenge their dominance, destroy their markets, or steal the goods, so no one is willing to bring a new product to market knowing it will be a hopeless effort at first. The man says that if they start selling, they'll be crushed like insects, and everything tied to the patent will calm down. Then suddenly a girl appears at the door and calls to him. Holding the letter with a small, cold smile, she says it's from her mother. Inside the letter is a royal paper that states Yuri's invention is the first to be patented in the country. The young man is very happy about the announcement. The girl gives him a bag as a reward, and he opens it to find many shining gold coins inside. There are about 30,000 inside, and while the man admires the coins, he is told that the 7 great witches have already begun filing complaints because they do not understand the system that requires him to pay to use patents. Meanwhile, the girl points and says the bag contains only a small amount, so she should use it wisely. After she leaves, Yuri's friend looks at the bag in disbelief, and says there really isn't enough money. They resume work on the trading plan. Yuri says they need to find workers now, and the other man describes the kind of people they want. Since they do more than resell items, they need to hire people who excel at sales and can adapt quickly to new tasks. Friend said that in cases like this, they usually turn to the trading guild, but all the capital's guilds are controlled by the 7 great witches, who are unlikely to support Yuri trading in the capital. The man sighs tiredly and complains that the 7 witches are bothering them again, so they won't be able to pull workers from the capital, but the second young man says that in that case. One person is on his mind, named Kof Wunt. Once a member of the guild his family often bought from, he drew the witch's wrath and was forced to leave, though they managed to exchange a few words. Kaffa had just said how much he hated the corrupt ties between the witches and the merchant guilds. A friend thought they could trust him. Yuri thought about it. The second young man suddenly asks what product the man patented, and the man starts to explain. Waving the letter in the other person's face, he says he has received a patent for a product that puts the idea of parchment into practice. Still on the same island, a young man walks down a rundown, abandoned street lined with houses whose windows are boarded up. Greeting the beggars, he passes the houses, walks along empty, abandoned streets, enters a house, stops at the door and knocks with a heavy sigh. A faint creak comes from behind the door, and the young man steps in, scanning the room. On the sofa among moth-eaten pillows, a man lies sprawled in every direction with his hand over his eyes. The room is dark, and an empty bottle rests on his chest. Chaos fills the room, with empty bottles lying about, books on the floor, and various items scattered over every surface. Yuri says he came to the man on a tip from a friend and introduces himself. Opening his eyes, the man repeats his name, then moans that someone slipped him an underage girl, and drunk, says he has no time for games with him. By midday, the man is already drunk, and Yuri suspects Mayaro tricked him, while Mayaro says he wrote he would sell a new product in the capital, but the drunk man insists it is useless because the witches will steal everything. Kaf explains that's how things work in the country, and Yuri tells him not to worry and reaches into his bag, while the drunk opens one eye and watches as Yuri says the queen created the decree and hands him an envelope as proof. Kaf takes the letter, reads it carefully, gets out of bed, grins, and still can't believe his eyes that this could be true, while the young man stands in front of him waiting for his next reaction. Frowning at the man with glassy eyes, he asks bluntly what kind of new product he has. Yuri puts his hand in his pants pocket, pulls out a small box, takes a piece of paper from it, and hands it to Kafu. He says it's a sample of waste paper, rough but better than parchment, and after trial and error he's confident they can make a complete product, so the man looks at the scrap and asks what is required of it. The guy says he's supposed to manage production and sales, so in effect he'll be doing the work he's meant to do, and Kaf asks whether he really made room for him in his schedule. The young man says he is only beginning to learn the technology needed to make paper, and the other man asks how he will be paid for his work. Yuri offers a smaller but steady salary, and if sales improve, they can negotiate a raise. Sighing, the man considers the offer. He looks up at the guy with a heavy, bored look and asks whether he truly believes he can do it. If development and production stabilize, parchment will disappear from the market in 10 years. Cuff says the Parchment Guild belongs to one of the 7 witches and will be put into its wheels. They won't stop at mere obstruction. They'll threaten him and even destroy his factories because new products inevitably threaten the market's current state. If a production system can be organized to harvest the trees that grow in large quantities, paper will cost half as much as parchment. However powerful the witches are, they cannot avoid being pushed out of the market. The man snorts, opens another bottle, lifts it to his lips, and says this is just stupid self-confidence, and he needs proof he'll succeed. With no evidence, Yuri decided it was a failure, and that Mayaro was wrong. Leaving by the exit, he said he would find another merchant. Even peasants must rely on luck, so he asks for proof that it is possible to make a fortune by driving witches from the land. A great goal lies ahead of him. For her and for the fulfillment he needs, a capable merchant must be his partner, a merchant like Koff, and let him keep fearing risks and doing dirty work for pennies under the guise of a wing. You cannot call someone unwilling to take risks when their state is so unpredictable. Yuri was told Kaf left the guild only because he hated the rotten system, but that claim appears to be wrong. The boy said goodbye and left as the man lowered the flask and shot glass, his head hanging tiredly. A young man walked down the corridor when he heard noises behind him. Just as he nearly turned the corner, a man called to him and asked whose tip he had come across. Who was that man? The boy said it was his classmate Mayaro Gaudonville. The man was stunned and surprised by the words. He could not believe what he heard. Suddenly he apologized, admitted he was wrong, asked to let him help, and added that he had probably become completely stupid with age. The action continues in the same broken, time-worn village. Carrying a huge bag, Yuri climbs the stairs, walks down the corridor, and knocks on the door. He introduces himself, and Kaf says the door is open. No bottles or books are left scattered. The female Kaf sits on the sofa surrounded by buckets. His sweater sleeves are rolled up, and he holds some items in his hands. He says he has prepared the raw materials needed to make paper. Tearing the gathered fabric into small pieces, he sorted them by material, and Yuri went to the huge basin, asked if it was normal for it to be that big, and was told it was. Kaf rose from the sofa and caught up with Yuri, who pulled off a huge bag, looked at the huge basin of water, and said it was time for experiments. Taking an interesting tool from his backpack, he drew the Kaf's attention, and when he asked what it was, you explained it had been made by a very good craftswoman. Today they are experimenting, so they will try working with waste, even though he originally planned to boil the crushed wood in alkaline water to make fiber, and that plan changed. He clearly handles the prepared materials, adds crushed fabric to the water, and feels the resulting mixture. Rolling up his sleeves, he hangs his jacket on a chair, picks up a curious instrument, and lowers it into the water. Inside the boy, a man watches him splash and dive deeper and deeper. A man explains how it works. Using this tool, a long fiber floating in the water settles to the bottom, intertwines, and thickens. He pulls her out of the water and lays her on a blanket, but reluctant to examine her, he asks if she is all right, and the man says he is right-handed, so the right side ended up thicker, though something is already showing. All that remained was to survive the water, let the paper dry, and accept that this was only a test because they would try again. Kaf, hearing they would try again, asked to try, and Yuri agreed happily. Wiping his hands with a towel and watching the man try, the young man sees he worried for nothing, and that without alcohol the man gets up much more easily, so he decides he can rely on him. Suddenly, Kaf calls Yuri and asks him to stop addressing him as you, because it feels odd for a boss to call a subordinate you. Smiling, he keeps wiping his hands while watching his subordinate work hard, then says he won't do that anymore. A month later at the night academy, Yuri walks calmly down the hallway, minding his own business, when someone shouts and grabs his shoulder, and it turns out to be an old friend he hasn't seen in a long time. The young man looks at his comrade's annoyed face, somewhat surprised by his reaction. Teacher Isa was very worried about the people of Cura and wondered how long it had been since his trading voyage, while one man said he would wait for souvenirs and another asked what was new with him. Yuri says he's developing a new product to sell in the capital, and a surprised Harold asks what kind of product it is. The young man hands Harold a sheet of paper, and Harold looks surprised. The man says he calls it hoe paper, made from waste. It's just a sample, and he is confident he can soon produce a finished product. Interested in how to make one, his friend learns that Yuri was just about to visit a new workshop and that he can join him. Winking, he says she's a little far away, but he's very proud of her. Two friends ride a giant eagle across mountains and forests to reach their destination. They stop by a small house hidden deep in the forest, and Harold says it was his first ride on a bird, while Yuri adds there used to be a barn here where people could see the water wheel that brings river water for the cattle. Making paper requires a lot of water, and the river in the upper reaches of Shibuyak is clean, making it an ideal location. Inviting his friend in, he opens the door warmly, and the friend sticks his head inside, sounding surprised. The bar's interior is spacious and clean, with a table in the center, barrels of water and buckets of ingredients along the sides, and a man in the distance who is busy with something unusual. Surprised, Hera looks around while Yuri thanks him because his reaction shows he likes it, and the man is suddenly called out. Kaf steps forward with a paper sample and says it's their best, while Harold suddenly recognizes the man and goes into shock and stupor, unable to believe his eyes. Kaf winced at the boy, gave his name, and asked what the boy was doing there. The other boy gave his name and hesitated. Then they both raised their voices until they were nearly shouting. Yuri stepped between them, explained that Koff was his business partner, and asked whether they knew each other. Tension filled the air between the two men. Harold said he was a business rival who had gotten in his way many times. The other man said he was just doing his job, and that Harold was still the same clingy, womanizing woman he always was. They broke into a scuffle, traded accusations, and the quarrel was about to turn into a real fight. Yuri grabbed her ally by the scruff of the neck, just as he was about to rush at Kaf with his fists, stopping him. He let go abruptly, tripping him and sending him to the floor with a scream. He grabbed him again by the scruff of the neck, pulled him close, and shouted at his friend to bring him to his senses. Yuria put on a stern face and warned menacingly that she would not let them cause trouble here. Her friend, trying to get away, started shouting for him to let him go, blaming Kaffa for everything. Still holding him menacingly, the young man said that whatever had happened between them before, this workshop was now his. After years of hard work, he saved enough money to hire workers and build a barn, even asking Lily to make a tool never seen before, and the materials were extremely expensive. If they want to destroy all of this over some stupid quarrel, Yuri told them to leave by any means. Humbled at last and resigned to his sad situation, Harold apologized. The man then turned to KF and said this concerned him too, and that if he wanted to fight, he had to go outside. The men looked at each other, and KF apologized too. They went back to work, and Yuri asked to change the subject and look at the sample. The worker placed what he called the first and best sample sheet of paper on the huge table. Yuri examined the paper thoughtfully while Kaf watched him expectantly, clearly excited, and kept asking what he thought until Yuri finally nodded in satisfaction. Saying it was a wonderful job and that he was no longer ashamed to sell it brought a happy smile to the worker. Yuri said the surface was completely smooth, with almost no bits of fabric showing, and asked Kaf how he had managed to improve the paper. He redesigned the paper squeezing process because the press's rough wooden panel pushed lint onto the paper, polishing the top panel and coating it with waterproof wax. Yuri said that once they make a profit, he'll ask Lily to improve the tools with CAF development in mind. Then they'll look for raw material suppliers, but for now, they'll make the most of the current ingredients. Harold watches their conversation, sees how serious Yuri is, and tells him this with admiration. The young man says it's obvious, and that they plan to seize power and destroy the Parchment Guild. Startled, Harold throws his arms wide and asks if the witches will allow this, while Yuri sets the paper back on the table and says not to worry because he has a patent. Seeing the surprised looks on his friend and his employee, he explains that once paper goes into mass production, they will immediately start making another product. Lacking a patent for his next invention, he can't discuss it, but he assured everyone he has 2 more great ideas, which surprised his friend. He turns to his worker and says that if paper production is enough, he is not opposed in principle, but Kaf suddenly interrupts with a clear no. Smiling broadly, he hands him a towel and says that if his boss is ready to go further, he is ready to offer him his talent. They bumped fists. Yuri said he was counting on him. Months later, a long line forms at the stationery store to buy that same exo paper. The girls press the sheets to themselves and talk about something. The scene takes place in the northern part of the capital near the Witch's Forest, inside a huge, majestic mansion hidden in the clouds and surrounded by a dense forest. A girl walks hesitantly down an empty corridor, holding a box of sheets of paper. Stepping into a dark hall lit only by the fireplace, she finds silence all around. Beside the chair, the coffee table holds sheets of parchment, pens, money, and scrolls, while someone sits in the chair making strange sounds. The girl knocks on the door and asks permission to enter, saying she brought the same product for her. A hand reaches out from the chair, and she slips a sheet of paper into the open hand. Long fingers with black claws, still under the paper, quietly and even ominously pronounce its name. The girl says this paper is popular in the capital's stationery shops because it's cheaper than parchment. It's growing fast in the market and is sold by Yuri Ho, the Ho family heir. The witch keeps feeling the paper, as the girl says the boy is the son of the current head of the Ho family and Mayaro's classmate. The woman suddenly flings the paper, and it lands in the fire. Pressing her fingers to her face, she quietly says the head of the entire family must also be invited to the upcoming events at the royal palace. The witch decides to teach him a small lesson. The action takes place on Royal Castle Island. A lively feast unfolds as people eat turkey and pies, talk and dance, when another man's hand appears on a guest's shoulder and someone calls to him. Turning around, Luke sees a man in a black coat standing in front of him, greets him, and says how long it's been since they last met, then suddenly remembers him as his old friend Gala. Luke apologizes to the girl he was talking to and turns to his friend, who accuses him of always being busy and never having time to go out for a drink with him. Suddenly, there is the sound of a cane. It's the witch. Wearing a long fur coat, she holds a cane in one hand and a fan in the other. Her assistant who brought her ore from paper stands behind her, and the witch addresses Luke Howe. Bowing low, the men tell Lady Luista they are glad she is well. Lady Luista is one of the 7 great witches and the head of the Gaudonvira house. Gala turns to her old friend, asks for forgiveness, and says he will have to leave them. Luke replies that he was glad to see him in good health. Gala leaves, and Luke moves closer to the witch and bows his head. The witch says she knows that his son and her grandson Milo live in the same dorm, and Luke says his son is rarely home, so he hasn't had a chance to talk to him. Holding a fan to her face, the witch says he probably does not know about the business his son started. The father looks at her, confused, and hardly asks what business. The witch says he makes an alternative to parchment paper, sells it cheaply, and earns a lot from it, but the father sees no problem. This further suggests that the stability of the parchment market is threatened. It's too much for a child's pocket money, she says, and it will keep happening, so as witches they can no longer ignore it. Luke stands there, confused, trying to process what he's heard. The witch turns away and asks to speak with her son about it. Tilting her head slightly to the right, she looks at Luke from under her brows and says it's entirely possible he's playing with fire, and the father, understanding his son's situation, sighs heavily as his gaze turns glassy. At the Ho family's villa, Yuri, who arrived from the night academy, hugs a short woman wearing a headscarf. With tears in her eyes, she tells him welcome home. Mom tells him he has grown a lot lately, and the boy says his classmates at the academy are so big he doesn't notice, while Dad waits in the living room wanting to talk to him. The living room looks great. A large table sits in the center, and beside it are shelves full of books. A man stands with his back to the entrance and hears someone approaching from behind. Yuri walks in and says he's back. Luke turns to greet him and says it's like he hasn't seen him in 100 years. The son replies that he was a little busy, and the father sits at the table and says he needs to talk to him about it. The father says he heard his son spent a lot of money and asks why he did not tell his parents. Yuri apologizes, saying he did not mean to bother him and that he started the business with his own money and wants to run it independently of his family. Sighing, the father says he's only a student, but Yuri points out he has already scored 90% of the points, only attends morning classes, and still has 5 years left to study. The father agrees his son is right but still has one reservation, and before Luke can say it, Yuri says he has nothing to do in his free time and asks whether it is illegal. Noticing his father's strange, embarrassed, mysterious look, he asks if everything is okay, but his father remains silent and says that everything is fine. They still say no and insist everything is not okay. Yuri immediately realizes his father got a warning from the witches, and he asks what they told him about the bad reputation in trade or. The father then says he was invited to a reception at the royal castle the other day, and the witches kept talking about it. Yuri said he avoids using his name in business, while his father added that a family of witches could easily find out what was happening. He said he was serious about his business, but if it became a problem for his family, his father should tell him right away. Luke said it's fine, he trusts him and won't interfere as long as it isn't harmful, but if he makes enemies, he must be ready for the consequences and remember knights don't always guard the capital. The father also heard that the son was quite close to Her Highness Carol, and the witch family had hinted that he might not be very friendly. Yuri found it odd that the witches complained about it too. Luke kept saying he supported befriending her because she would be queen, but he needed to be more careful. He asked again whether she would become queen. He added that Princess Cura was also in the running, but father had heard she was not a contender for the throne. Yuri replied that he did not really want his friend to become queen, and father wondered what was wrong with that. Yuri said she had asked him to go on a date with her, and father sprang up from his chair, horrified. After hearing she was going around the dorm telling everyone they were dating, claiming she was his fiancé, and saying they were starting to irritate him, the young man politely refused, and Luke asked again if he was really okay. Next, the action takes place in the Devil's Cave during the Shirakawa festival. Two young men trade gossip. One of them heard about someone while talking to a senior in the dorm about a new project and found out they were selling a ridiculous book about him. The second question asks what kind of books these are and whether he has read them. The story was about a love triangle involving him, Milo, and Dora, and he couldn't tell his father about it. The Liberal Arts Academy writes in a traditional magazine style. He asked a famous author for a piece suitable for a newspaper, but he did not think the content was a BL novel. His father was once the subject of a BL novel, and it became a tragedy. That doujinshi forbade depicting the author himself, starting a romantic relationship with a popular boy. The author ruined this wallpaper by writing a novel with his father as the main character, and he was then bullied and harassed by people around him. She began stalking his father, and when he rejected her, she couldn't handle it. It began when her brother challenged him to a duel. The school expelled him for the murder. The second son of a prominent family, he was a bright student with a promising future, but after the murder he felt he wasn't cut out for life at night. He married his mother, who was a commoner, to become the owner of a farm that breeds living creatures. Yuri said it might be better if your father did not find out what is written in your book because of his past problems. Calmly, the father said it was good he had heard about it and that he should be more careful with girls because a woman's heart can be hard to understand. Suddenly, a thin little girl wearing a headscarf and pigtails appears in the doorway with her hands clasped and says their dish is ready. Eri turned, thought he had not seen her here before, and assumed she might be the newly hired maid, and father came closer, put a hand on her shoulder, and imagined she was Barry Manon, Suzuya's younger sister, who is his cousin. He asked, confused, why she chose to work as a maid, and her father said it was her own decision. Buria bowed, said she was pleased to meet him, and Yuri, surprised, said the feeling was mutual. Smiling kindly, the father suggested they talk later, and asked the girl to leave them for a while. The maid bowed again, said it was no problem, and would leave now. When they were left alone, the father's expression shifted, and he grabbed his son's shoulder roughly. Eyes narrowed, he said in a strange voice that it was unpleasant for a close relative to work as a servant in this house. The son agreed with his father. He added he'd heard his business was profitable. Yuri defended himself, saying he was in the red but planned to increase production. Luke said that meant they needed help. The boy glanced sideways at his father, narrowed his eyes in disbelief, and reluctantly admitted he needed help with this business. Luke declared that everything was settled and that Buria would now be his new employee. Yuri was left stunned and confused by the statement, with only more questions. Speaking more calmly because his son did not object, the father said it was for the family's sake and that everyone was counting on the boy. After a while, the young man and the girl arrive at Kaf's house. He greets them as usual, lounging on the sofa, and tells them his proposal is unusual. He notes that the presence of a girl beside Yuri naturally raises questions. Still awkward around his employee, he continues to explain the situation. Kaf calls her name and asks where she can join them. She bows her head and says she can't wait to work with them. Kaf asks again, perplexed about what his boss wants from him. He firmly warns him not to mix business with the women in his life, because that will only cause trouble, and Yuri dislikes the wording and cuts him off before he finishes his thought. Buria is his cousin on his mother's side, he explains. She worked as a maid for a while but ran into some problems, so he took her in. Kaf exhales tiredly and asks about housing. Yuri admits he was thinking about the spare room here, but says the area is not safe for a girl, and Kaffa immediately says then they will move, which surprises him greatly. The man admits there are rumors he has earned a good amount of money, and he has long thought about moving to a safer area. Kaffel says if Yuri hires her, he considers it his duty to look after and train her, then puts his hand on his sister's shoulder and calls it a wonderful coincidence. Slumping into a chair, he says in a dejected tone that his father found out about the business, but maybe it's not such a bad opportunity. He announces they will be officially called Ho Company from now on. He suddenly named Kaffa president, and the girl who had stood silently to the side barely congratulated him on his new role. Kaf bowed his head submissively, showing his deepest respect. Erie appointed himself chairman of the board in charge of control functions and suggests postponing salary discussions. The man says he is very happy to serve the young man, who thanks him. Yuri says Kaf is overreacting to all this, and he gets the reply that it's about the mood. The girl quietly giggles on the sidelines. In the witch's mansion, the same heavy silence and oppressive air reign. The boy stands before the witch's chair with his hands behind his back, his whole posture showing anxiety and worry. When he asks his grandmother what she wants him to do, she reminds him she helped him attend night school and that she is not required to pay for his education. A letter from the whole family lies on the coffee table by the fireplace, and the witch asks that it be given to the boy and that he come to her for an audience. The witch fixes him with a razor-sharp stare and says this is not a request but an order, and if her grandson is unhappy with anything, she will withdraw all support and he will not be able to stay at the academy. During a lecture with all the students at their desks and Yuri sitting with them, the boy is tormented by doubts and knows the letter contains nothing good, so his friend will likely get into trouble. He finally decides. Claiming he has a letter for Yuri, he looks surprised and wants to take it. At the last moment, when the second one is almost touching the paper, the man changes his mind, says there is nothing important in it, and hides it somewhere far away. Claiming he doesn't need it makes Yuri even more suspicious of his interest in the letter. He suddenly calls out to the whole audience that Arnold is acting inappropriately, distracting the man, and as the man turns away to look, Yuri snatches the letter from his hands. Reading the letter carefully, the guy nods, realizing it's a very bad letter and he's in serious trouble. Yuri reads the start of the letter, which shows it is from Luida, head of the Gutenveer family, one of the great witch families and Milo's grandmother. They invite the man to their house, and if he refuses, Milo will lose his financial support. The young man says it's just an attempt to take a bite out of his business, and the witch has set conditions he cannot refuse, so his friend brought him the letter. He can't understand how Milo, who hates his family so much, could hand him this letter so calmly, but with the threats to his education and the situation, he has no way to resist. Yuri sees his friend threatened by the witch, who tries to expel, manipulate, and control him, and decides to take care of him. Milo, pale and bewildered, heard his comrades say he had nothing to worry about and should leave it to Yuri. Filled with deep gratitude and appreciation, the man covers one palm with the other. Nightly combat training is underway as young men in armor, with spears, practice under the command of a tall, muscular man. Yuri quietly approaches from behind and asks whether someone trains the guards. He agrees and says he will return to the main house tomorrow to take charge of their training. Yuri asks OM to come with him and said he should be dressed as a butler rather than as an ordinary warrior, a request that left everyone that night surprised and bewildered. Looking serious, the young man said he would fight at the Gaudenveer mansion and needed help. He paused for a moment, then suddenly swung his sword, clearly ready to protect the boy even at the cost of his own life. A cart rolled slowly through the forest. She stopped at the gates of the residence. Just then a guard ran up to her with his sword ready, saying this was Gaudenveer's residence and asking what the travelers needed. The curtain in the carriage drew back, and Yuri announced loudly that the head of the family had invited him to the residence. In a commanding tone, he ordered the gate guards to confirm this as the gates opened. A few moments later, raising his voice, he ordered them to hurry and not keep the guests waiting. When the gate opened, the chief assistant appeared in a black suit, bowed respectfully, and welcomed the guests. With an inviting gesture, she showed the guests where to go. Yuri and the knight, dressed in a butler's costume, walked past her in the indicated direction. As usual, the witch sat alone in the empty hall, staring at the vacant chairs and holding her fingers to her lips in thought. Yuri and Soem entered the hall confidently and scanned it with knowing expressions. A young man held the old witch's gaze. He quietly repeated her name once more. The meeting as a whole, not just the conversation, did not look pleasant. Luida gestured for him to sit, and Yuri, handing his cloak to the maid and making clear he felt no respect for her, said he would have sat down even without the invitation. The witch ignored his barb and turned to the butler standing behind Yuri, who, judging by his appearance, did not intend to sit. Impatient, the man told the witch to quickly get to the real reason for the visit. He added that he wanted to be home by dinner, and the witch only grinned, suggesting they would die here. Yuri warned it was unwise to dine at the home of someone who used her grandchildren for blackmail. Luida said poisoning the Hugh family's son and heir was an even more foolish move. Either way, the food at a place like that isn't good. The witch mocked the idea that eating with grandchildren was the best solution, and Yuri replied that everything tastes better when you eat next to your best friend. The witch, as if she couldn't believe what she heard, began to draw out a story about her best friend, and the man, clearly bored with the conversation, suggested getting straight to the point. For the first time, she smiled when she realized he had already guessed everything. Regarding what he does, the witch offers Saul protection if he joins her in Good and Veer. Aware that this may offend the Great Knight, she accepts that the capital has its own customs and traditions. Yuri believed they called customs, even though they were not laws, only conveniences to hide their selfish ways from society. He has no intention of paying protection money to bandits and refuses to accept such customs. He asked how much he should pay her. The witch says that because his grandson's fate now depends on him, she offers 20%. This sum will secure his business and let his friend complete the academy. She sees it as a good deal. Yuri came to protect Milo, but this witch has lost all humanity. He abruptly pulled her back and said he was done with empty talk and had a better offer. Making himself more comfortable in the chair, he crossed his legs slowly. The young man offered her 30 sheets of his paper each month and told her to consider it his generosity. The witch dug her claws sharply into the sofa cushion. Her face twisted as she said the man must be completely out of his mind. Louis de Grau in this house, relying on unfounded confidence, could get you into serious trouble. The young man raised his chin and said his confidence matched his strength and he was certain. The witch leaned forward slightly and said they would talk about her to others. A malicious grin twisted her lips as she leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes in satisfaction, and clapped twice. People his age shouldn't speak that rudely, she said, and there were only 2 of them. Yuri and the knight exchanged glances. Too few of them could speak to the witch in that tone. 2 bouncers appeared in the doorway, and Soem, still holding his hands behind his back, simply turned around. Their recklessness met bandits eager to strike, flexing their wrists and ready to pounce. One of the largest, most fearsome ones let out a wild cry and rushed at Soem, who simply made a single light movement of his hand. A thug's fist swung past. Meanwhile, the knight's hand struck the first one's nose. With ease, he bent him over, twisted his arm, and the next moment the first one was on the ground. The knight glanced slightly toward the second man, who slipped his hand into his bosom and drew a dagger. But then I was knocked out by a single light movement of his hand. During this silly children's fight, they used whatever they could find, such as a vase of flowers. But she watched the spectacle with surprise, clearly not expecting such resistance. Within minutes, all the thugs lay unconscious on the floor, bleeding from their wounds. Yuri, hands on his knees, told the witch who looked down on them, possibly with contempt, not to think she could handle them with the help of street thugs because they were on a completely different level. The Howe family is one of the 5 great military families, and war is their profession. This is why they are better than witches. Myra sat at the chessboard looking bored, her hands clasped together, he thought. Princess Carol suddenly came up to him holding a chest and asked why he was sitting alone. Wanting to play chess with Yuri, she said she hadn't seen him in a long time and asked Milo if he knew where he might be. The man said Yuri's name again and fell into deep sadness. In the witch's living room, amid complete chaos and discord, Yuri sat calmly across from the equally unperturbed witch. Leaning back in her chair, the witch said he seemed brave. He said he was impressed by how composed she was in that situation and found it interesting. The witch said the negotiations seemed over, and Yuri said he would not negotiate with thugs who were threatening to cancel his grandson's tuition. Milo is a good man who does his job well and does not deserve this. Although the witch admired the boy's persistence, she made clear she didn't care how good he was and that they didn't have to pay for his education. The young man said they were the ones who got him into the academy and that it was selfish to act that way. In this country, a person who does not graduate from the academy is not treated as a noble. In the witch family, women are given preference, so men have no chance to climb the career ladder. That's why they did not send him to the Knight Academy to become an officer in the Royal Guard. You cannot ruin a nobleman's life just because no one needs him. She pulled her eyebrows down over her nose in fury and said she had not given him anything there. All of this was his idea alone. Milo sat beside Carol and told her what was happening. Lost in thought, she sat, preoccupied that Yuri had gone to the witches and wondering why Milo's grandmother was paying for his education. Realizing it wasn't her business, she apologized and the man said everything was fine. He said he still couldn't forgive his grandmother for what she did and that he shouldn't have studied there. By tricking his grandmother, he got her to send him here. Clearly interested, Carol said if he didn't mind she'd like to hear the whole story from beginning to end. She asked why he went to such lengths to enter the academy. He had to tell his life story to explain it. When his mother was a student, she dated his father. His mother came from a line of witches, and his father was a knight. After their relationship ended, she became pregnant with their first child. Only then did Milo realize his mother had lied to him. His mother's small frame made her pregnancy obvious, and his father took responsibility and married her after finishing school. Unfortunately, the first child was not born. The event shamed both families. An heir of one of the 7 great witch families became pregnant while still at the academy. It was outrageous. After that, his family abandoned him, and he had to give up the nightlife. And because the witch family had no work for him, he wandered, and his marriage slowly cooled. It's been 15 years since then. Explain why his mother gave birth to him so suddenly. His mother showed little interest in him, so his father stayed close and taught him to read and write. His grandmother and other relatives never expected that a couple of losers would have a child, so they abandoned him to his fate. His father was overjoyed when his first child was born and loved him deeply. When the grandmother learned Milo had a gift, she kept his father away and started preparing Milo to be the heir, but that day. Milo continued, saying that on the way to a dinner party, his parents' carriage was suddenly attacked by robbers late at night, when the moon barely lit the narrow path through the dense forest, and many spear-wielding robbers surrounded the carriage. His father fought with all his might to protect his mother. Though outnumbered, he held his ground, fending off every blow and blocking the attacker's path. Tired and injured, he fought bravely until the guards arrived and rushed to help the family. Seriously wounded, the father depended on his son to care for him during those difficult days. One evening, looking into his son's eyes, the father quietly shared cherished words of wisdom the boy kept in his heart for the rest of his life. Always proud of his title as a knight, he valued honor and dignity above all as a true warrior. Dying without trying to defend those values would be a shameful and unworthy end for a noble knight. He said it was a pity but had no regrets. The father took his last breath, his eyes dimmed, and the hand that held his son slowly fell. Those final minutes beside him were the hardest of his life, but they taught him the value of life and duty. Milo believed his father, fighting the bandits, was defending his own knightly honor rather than his mother, and that for a true knight duty came above all else, so refusing to defend it meant losing self-respect. After his father died, he sank into deep despair, shut himself in his room, and refused to talk to anyone. Then one evening his heavily intoxicated mother entered his room and said something that deeply affected him. She screamed bitterly, saying the boy was not her husband's biological child, admitting she had been with other men, that the child was an accident, and that her husband was sterile and unable to become a father. Watching the conversation, Carol sat with wide eyes, tense from fear after his mother's revelation. The man Milo had always believed was his father and loved deeply was not his biological parent. His mother's revelation overturned Milo's view of his origins and cast doubt on his family history. Despite everything, he was always there for him, and the young man still considers him his father. The young man will never be able to forgive his mother for betraying both his father and his son. Anger then turned his heart against her, and he decided to tell his grandmother about her actions. The grandmother said it did not matter how her grandson had come into the world and told him to stop worrying about those long gone, focus on the future, improve himself, and become a worthy successor to the family's proud lineage. Milo could not accept that his mother hid the truth about his birth and abandoned his father, the man he loved, while his grandmother remained indifferent to his experiences, calling such family secrets insignificant trifles that distracted from the main goals. He grew to resent his family's warped worldview, which put personal ambition and status above genuine feelings and family values. The young man grew more skeptical as he learned about magic's true nature, and as he uncovered the ancient art secrets, he began to doubt the traditional teachings passed down for generations. By 10, he had lost all interest in his family's heritage and felt alienated from his relatives, so he focused on his own hobbies and goals, seeking independence and the freedom to choose. From a young age, he dreamed of living like his beloved father, and to fulfill his late father's wishes, he forged official papers and persuaded his family to let him attend a night academy instead of the art school he had chosen. On the memorable day of the exams, the young man met Yuri, who would be his classmate. What started as a chance meeting quickly became important when he learned Yuri was a member of the famous How family, known for its great exploits. Milo had hoped to use Yuri's powerful family reputation to shield him from the pressure of the witches pursuing him, but Yuri showed unexpected kindness and did not use his position for personal gain. Instead, the young man loved the academic setting and the company of his classmates. The thought of leaving filled him with regret and anxiety. Beyond the academy walls, he found friends, mentors, and goals that mattered for his future. Unable to bring himself to burn his grandmother's unpleasant letter, he let Yuri go meet her. Carol thanked the young man sincerely for sharing important information with her, recognizing the courage it took him to tell the truth and valuing his honesty and openness. She suggested they keep the secret between them, tell no one, and keep it to themselves because she feared revealing the truth could cause serious harm and lead to conflict and division in the family. The girl told Milo to calm down, explaining that Yuri saw him as just a classmate and had no idea there was any hidden plan, and reassured him that true friendship is built on mutual trust and no self-interest. Carol took the situation seriously because she wanted the decisions to serve all participants in the story. Shortly after the fight, Yuri met with the woman. Yuri believed that if Milo independently chose to enroll in a particular school, no one had the right to interfere or impose conditions. Freedom of choice should be a priority for everyone, especially when choosing a career and life path. He also realized that if his friend truly had those abilities, he would make an excellent guard for the kingdom, and dismissing him just because he was a man seemed petty. Suddenly, she started laughing. Yuri did not understand at all what could be so comical about this, and Luista frankly admitted she understood why their conversation felt strange. Frankly, she admitted Milo had always been a girl. Yuri felt stunned. Now he understood why his friend looked thin and frail. If Eris had entered the academy against her grandmother's will, that would explain the prejudice against her. He didn't think it mattered because he had come at the mistress's request and decided it was time to go home. Luista took Yuri's return home as a good sign of his responsibility, but she made clear she would not continue his friend's education at the academy. Yuri said he was completely indifferent to those words. If she refused to let Milo continue her studies, he promised to ask his father to officially adopt her, giving her full financial and legal independence from her domineering grandmother and cutting off the family's control. Convinced this would make Mila happy and grateful, the young man ended the conversation, sincerely wished the lady health and well-being, and left the office, leaving Luita to reflect on the arguments she had heard. Back at the Night Academy dormitory, he found his girlfriend standing still in the middle of the room. Nervously, the girl tried to explain, visibly hesitating, when the guy quickly interrupted her to say he was back, and his calm, soft tone immediately eased the tension and created a sense of safety and confidence. Yuri told her not to worry and said the meeting had gone well. He added confidently that they would stay together as always. Tomorrow, the next day, and the days after would pass side by side. Nothing would stop the friends from finishing their studies at the academy together. Hesitantly, Milo asked her friend for forgiveness and admitted she felt guilty for causing inconvenience and anxiety because of her situation and problems. When Yuri came back, Carol happily said she'd been waiting all day to play chess with him, but he looked embarrassed and admitted it was hard to talk about chess when his stomach kept growling from hunger. Milo decided to look after the boys and went to the dining room to see if any dishes were left. Entering the spacious room, she saw a half-empty table in the center with fresh rolls of bread. She apologized guiltily to her friends, explaining the dining room had only a modest meal left, bread with butter and salt, while Carol took the news positively, saying such simple food was acceptable and tasty. Gently she reminded them that even the simplest food tastes better when shared with loved ones, and a meal becomes a real pleasure when you share it with those close to your heart. Yuri carefully bit off a piece of bread, tasted it, and said approvingly that the dish had turned out surprisingly tasty. Carol said that after everyone had eaten, they could spend a pleasant evening playing chess. Yuri disliked the idea because the game would keep him from relaxing after meeting his mistress. Working in production, Yuri was suddenly interrupted by a cough. Researchers announced the experiment had succeeded, producing a new raw material for making paper from specially treated animal skin. The new technology greatly improved product quality. Yuri was pleased that the team had turned his idea into reality. Their new technology eliminated the need to collect lint from fabric. They also solved the shortage of quality raw materials, greatly boosting the factory's efficiency. Smelling something awful, the calf frowned and asked what exactly he was doing in production. Yuri apologized and said he only wanted to try refining some crude oil, admitting he had not considered the consequences or taken the necessary safety precautions. Calf asked whether crude oil was the strange black liquid he had never seen and what it was used for, and the other person said that if it could be processed successfully, it would become a versatile material with many uses. The employee repeated his question about whether the substance was on the list of materials to launch a new business, intrigued by the product's novelty and the potential benefits of a successful technological breakthrough. Yuri confirmed the substance was needed to produce new books from borax and asked an academy senior named Lily to help craft special tools to process the unusual mixture. All books were written by hand and copies were made by professional copyists. Yuri borrowed a mimography technique from another dimension to start mass-producing books. The paper is coated with a special wax that won't absorb ink. An iron brush cuts the paper into letter shapes and a roller spreads the ink. The young man saw the tool was absurd in this world, but Lily still carried out her plan. Calf insisted that all the tools she made were top quality and that the girl's skill made the work possible. He believed the listener should thank the specialist in a way that matched the importance of the help. Yuri said he'd already paid the master enough, so there should be no financial issue, and Koff said he wasn't talking about money. He reminded her that Lily was still a student and busy with her studies, and that Yuri kept giving her tasks that took up the girl's time, so Koff suggested his conversation partner periodically help Lily in other ways to make up for the hours and energy spent. Thanking him for his kind advice, Yuri realized it was important to consider others' interests and responsibilities and be mindful of their jobs and opportunities, a lesson that built mutual respect and cooperation and strengthened the foundations of successful teamwork. At the cafe, he thanked her warmly for agreeing to come to the meeting. They sat across from each other at a small wooden table. The young man searched for the right words. Lily-san sat in a comfortable chair, calmly sipping hot coffee and lost in thought. Yuri warmly thanked her for her work and encouraged her to try the offered treats without being shy. The young man happily told her he had booked a private room in the cafe to make their conversation more comfortable. Lily replied that she would be happy to offer him a cup of hot tea and traditional sweets, but she mentioned one difficulty. Pausing, she glanced at her partner sitting nearby, studying him as if seeking confirmation that the path she had chosen was right. Thinking they should be left alone, she gently asked the young man if he agreed, and Yuri met her gaze, felt awkward, and apologetically said the idea sounded reasonable. Lily smiled slightly and admitted she had been joking. Since Shalom and I shared a room, it did not matter. They had spent the whole day in pleasant conversation, discussing mathematical theories and stargazing. Curious about why she was there, the girl guessed Yuri had come up with another unusual tool, and the young man confirmed her guess and added that she was smart and quick-witted. He hoped she would do something special for him and Shamo, but Lily politely asked him to wait a few moments. Having just finished for Sugigeru, she said firmly she could not neglect her schoolwork because the school's heavy workload meant extra assignments would hurt her grades and overall performance. Lily said she had built a printing press to speed up making books and documents. Yuri admitted she was right about being indispensable, but stressed he could count on her to handle difficult tasks. The room went quiet. The singer said she couldn't do anything if the academy's most popular guy was offended and had to go along with his demands, while the young man wondered if he was really as popular as the rumors claimed. Yuri made his request clear, saying he wanted to build a special device for celestial navigation. The two exchanged looks and admitted they had no idea what such a device was. The young man said a reliable way to find direction was needed on the open sea, where the horizon blends with the sky, and it is hard to tell which way to go. The new navigation method uses the stars' positions as reference points to calculate location. Sailing ships depend on the wind, so they cannot always keep a straight course. On the open sea there are no landmarks, so it is easy to lose direction. Celestial bodies occupy predictable positions that astronomy can calculate. If you make a nautical almanac from these calculations, sailors will no longer need to perform complex math. They will just observe celestial bodies and match them to the almanac to determine their position. Yuri assigned Sham to compile a detailed catalog of solar phenomena related to the passage of time and the phases of syzygy, the moments when the sun, earth, and moon align, and Sham's partner agreed, recognizing the task's importance and the need for precise measurements. Lily realized there would be problems because, while the telescope's metal body was well made, producing glass lenses and mirrors would require a special workshop with the necessary tools and materials. Puzzled, the girl asked what Yuri had handed her, and the young man admitted sheepishly that he had learned his girlfriend had vision problems and noticed she struggled to read small print and see things at a distance, explaining he had prepared a surprise for her. A merchant bought these unique glasses abroad. He said the glasses suited her perfectly and highlighted her beautiful eyes, but added that everyone's vision is different, so each lens needs a custom correction and must be made individually to match her personal vision. Yuri said the girl could go to the glass factory to have lenses fitted when the workers started making the devices, adding that the factory craftsmen would help because each person needs a proper fitting. GM asked if there was anything for him, but his partner promised to give him something next time. Lily was moved by the attention and by the idea of a gift meant only for her. The girl decided the young man probably would not notice the small details of what was happening. Sham wordly asked why Lily was still awake, and Lily apologized to her neighbor, explaining she had finished her last job and would go to bed soon. A dorm student asked her to repair a pocket watch, and the craftsman faced constant demand to service the mechanisms, since the watches were popular with students and customers regularly came for repairs and preventive maintenance. Sham said she enjoys making things with her hands. Lily said she began doing handicrafts mainly to earn money for her studies and housing. The Amya are a knightly family who pay heavy taxes to the lords in exchange for staying out of wars. They barely make ends meet by making watches for those lords, since they lack the means to do it any other way. Forced to tinker with watches from childhood, she learned a great deal about their mechanisms. Although a relative sent Lily to study, her family cannot afford her education, so she pays her own way and cannot mix with wealthy women who wear expensive watches that display their high social status. Working with Yuri eased her money worries for now, but her real joy comes from people appreciating her work, and she enjoys getting positive feedback and knowing her work is useful. Sham thought it would be worth trying if the girl got a job at House, but the neighbor said she had already been rejected and feared her mother would be very angry when she found out she had tried to get a job at such a large organization. A young man decided to remind him that the girl had once asked Yuri why he worked so much without taking time to rest and recover. Lily remembered that conversation and wanted to know what her friend's motives were. Sham admitted his partner had said the country would soon be destroyed. Yuri wasn't sure whether it would take 5 years or less, but he was certain it would happen in the near future. He understood that success comes from steady effort and constant forward progress. Lily thought that because the Kirchner kingdom served as a protector, things would be fine for now, but the boy disagreed, saying 6 of the 9 Shan states had already been destroyed and the situation was far from favorable. The young man went on, saying the Kirchner kingdom was in decline. The country was sheltering thousands of wounded soldiers and refugees fleeing war and destruction, and people were forced to choose between fighting or accepting their fate because the battle's outcome would decide the fate of the entire continent. The young man said that if someone launched a revolution there would still be hope, but conservatives are too strong in this country. Revolutionaries face enormous difficulties, breaking the established structures and introducing progressive reforms. Ure argued the country's biggest weakness was that the royal family had almost no real power, and even if Carol became queen and tried to reform the state, conservative forces would resist change and the effort would fail. All the generals except Howe are cowards and lack the courage to stage a coup, and the House family, though his own, is rebuilding the corps that was exhausted and defeated by the expedition and remains too weak. The young man warned that, apart from the witches, who are conservative supporters of the old regime, the country faces a deep crisis if it remains under the control of the corrupt elite. Lily wanted to know exactly what actions her partner planned to take and hear his strategy and vision for the future, because passively waiting for change was not an option. Yuri said they are entering a new stage of development, and the tool they created will be an essential part of that progress. Advances in science and technology transform society and require new approaches and tools. After their country was destroyed, their only option was to become a slave to the crony, while escaping to a new land seemed like a completely different prospect, causing an inner conflict between submitting to the enemy and risking escape into the unknown. Lily believed Yuri was doing everything he could for his family's well-being. Even if this country is destroyed, the knowledge he has lets him escape to a country without discrimination, yet he works tirelessly to gather tools and boats to move his family and loved ones to safety. Lily knew that if the Cranes attacked, the future Queen Carol would not abandon her country or run away, and his father, Luke Howe, and school friend Dora would want to join the fight. She believes Yuri would never abandon his loved ones and flee to a new land, and if forced to choose, he would stay in his homeland and fight alongside those who stayed. Lily faced a difficult decision: stay and confront the threat, risking her life and health, or try to escape and carry the pain of abandoning her homeland and loved ones. In the Knight Academy's 7th-year dormitory, the teacher announced the winner would represent the dormitory at the prestigious University Ducky Tournament and suggested they roll dice to decide the first opponent. Milo told Yuri she would not give up a single point in the upcoming game, and Yuri supported her enthusiastically, saying now was the time to show the whole faculty a truly outstanding round. In Goodenville, the judge solemnly announced that Milo had the honor of making the first move. The teacher announced that a new, exciting round of the tournament would begin with a special duel, a match between two close friends whose skills and friendship would become a shining example of sportsmanship and mutual respect for the whole faculty. Time moved on, and on his 16th birthday, Yuri would take part in the Knight Academy's demonstration performances and the university-wide pair tournament, long-standing traditions at the school. Each year, the Knight Academy holds a large tournament to identify the most skilled fighter among its students, and winners take pride and secure their status as the Academy's top knights. The annual tournament brings together representatives from the legendary Knight Academy and the Creative Academy of Arts to compete in the art of ducky, creating intense competition and giving spectators a memorable spectacle. Yuri gave up his spot as representative at the Nine Academy to Dora, but still entered the ducky, where he was voted the dorm's best of the year, and ended up playing against Milo, who was also highly skilled. Ducky is a dual-game strategy board game inspired by the ancient Chinese chess called Shanghai, and the goal is to destroy the enemy army by crossing the river that splits the board in half. Each side has a king and a leading bird, the royal eagle. The royal eagle can jump over friendly and enemy pieces to strike directly at the opposing king. Unlike shogi, there is no way to set traps around the king. Yuri faced a hard task, arranging a defeat that still looked like a fair fight. He realized that even a deliberately ridiculous move meant to throw the game would look highly suspicious and fake, cause bewilderment and distrust among those around him, and destroy the illusion of a fair competition. The young man decided to move with extreme caution, gradually weakening his position as naturally as possible, so that if he lost, the spectators would see only his opponent's luck and not suspect the result was deliberate. The task proved extremely difficult because any wrong move could arouse suspicion, but he summoned all his will and made a cautious move to carry out his plan while keeping the outward calm and confidence of a true master. To everyone's surprise, including Yuri, Milo announced she was conceding defeat. Despite a confident start and a clear advantage, she formally told the judges and the public that she had to admit defeat. In a solemn voice, the judge announced the tournament winner, Yuri Ho, who was completely confused and could not understand his unexpected victory. Carol approached him and sincerely praised him for an interesting, exciting game, admitting she could not understand any of it. Her friend doubted her sincerity and thought Milo had planned one move ahead. Milo agreed everything had gone exactly as expected. Yuri had won. Milo told Yuri he felt confused and uncomfortable, as if he had lost control of the situation. Yuri gently squeezed his hand. Quietly, she said she was looking forward to the final at the majestic castle and asked her friend to make sure they reached the decisive match and won brilliantly in front of Her Majesty the Queen. Yuri sighed, seeing that Milo understood his indifference to the title of winner and had willingly given up the victory despite his lack of interest. Her action reminded him again how complicated friendship and responsibility are. Realizing that challenging the Academy of Arts would draw them into conflict with witches, the young man noticed his friend was clearly trying to avoid getting involved, likely because of her troubled relationship with her family. Students were told that the 2316th Academic Duki Tournament would start in the Wang Castle Auditorium the next day. The organizer asked the whole student audience to applaud the 16 players honored to represent the academy at the tournament. Slightly nervous, Yuri began to study everyone's faces, gauging their reactions and moods. He noted that the participants lined up by specific rules, with men and women alternating. Traditionally, the first round matched representatives of the glorious Knightly Academy against the creative masters of the Academy of Arts and Sciences. The young man realized a serious test lay ahead. The tournament used the Olympic system, so a single loss would eliminate a player immediately. Yuri's turn would come in the second round, and he clearly understood his role. As the dorm's representative, he had to be as diligent and focused as possible, and he was eager to face new opponents to test his strength. Having won the first 2 rounds, Yuri Hao felt both satisfied and slightly bored when the judge solemnly announced he had reached the tournament semifinals, since he had not yet faced any truly worthy opponents. The judge told the contestants that the tournament had reached a crucial stage as play moved into the semifinal round of the second game block and tension rose. The air grew heavy with anticipation, and the finalists who would continue the fight for the main prize would be revealed soon. Yuri Hao faced Lilica Curson. The referee started the game immediately. Lilica was pleasantly surprised by her opponent's swift reaction, having sized up the situation and acted, and he explained that his father raised him to be a gentleman who respects women and does not make them wait. Yuri nearly accepted that the duel's outcome was already decided, but the girl made a bold, unexpected move that shifted the balance on the board, and her piece quickly crossed the front line to threaten a key member of the young man's army. Anger surged in the young man when he realized this girl was far superior to his previous rivals, who had only reacted passively to even the most aggressive attacks, and he couldn't help remembering his recent fight with Milo, feeling she remained the strongest rival. Lilica raised her head, met Yuri's eyes, and quietly admitted defeat, her voice calm and noble with no hint of annoyance or disappointment. She warmly wished the winner success in the final and hoped he would claim the tournament's top prize. Then the judge loudly announced that the semifinal winner was Yuri Hae, and an unfamiliar voice from somewhere congratulated him on his victory. A young man turned to Milo with concern and asked if she had watched the tournament the whole time, suggesting she might have been the one quietly cheering while most spectators did not notice. Milo made it clear she had been at the tournament all along, saying she came specifically to watch him in the final, and her support boosted his confidence and made him more determined to perform well and meet the expectations placed on him. Carol came closer and briefly congratulated Yuri on reaching the final, noting his tenacity and willpower. Yuri was surprised to see her there watching the tournament, and that support from his friends strengthened his fighting spirit. Finally, the moment arrived, and Yuri stood before the princess, the future queen, who invited him closer, so he gathered his composure, knelt respectfully, and thanked her for the trust she had placed in him. Taking the princess's small hand in his large palm, the young man gently pressed his lips against her soft skin, showing deep respect and gratitude. Carol stood frozen, slightly bewildered, watching and feeling conflicted. A sudden wave of embarrassment hit her, flooding her cheeks with color and making her heart beat faster than usual as she stood silently, staring at Yuri with wide eyes, completely speechless and wanting to hide or run while her feet stayed rooted to the marble floor of the hall. Still confused, the girl pulled herself together, briefly wished him luck, and hurried out of the room as the young man watched her retreating figure. The young man turned to Milo and asked if he'd made any mistakes that might have hurt the impression he'd left on the princess. His friend laughed and reassured him, saying Carol had meant to discreetly place her hand on Yuri's shoulder to show support and solidarity. The boy's sudden, impulsive gesture confused her and left her feeling awkward and unsure. Caught off guard, the young man froze when he realized the consequences of his thoughtless behavior toward the noble, then tried to steady himself and frantically weighed his options while feeling uncertain and guilty. Behind the massive wooden door, Carol chuckled softly, thinking Yuri could sometimes be overly sensitive and fussy about etiquette. In the carriage, the friends talked animatedly, remembered past events, and enjoyed each other's company. Milo noted that Yuri's opponent in today's semifinals was a rare talent and one of the greatest masters of the game of his generation, with abilities and strategies that were astounding in their depth and originality. Yuri agreed that success against such an outstanding opponent was not surprising, because his strength and experience made him invincible, but after thinking, he added that even such a great player was far below his friend's level of skill. The young man was pleased by Milo's praise, and the girl noticed the sincere tone and asked carefully whether he truly believed those words or was using another trick to keep the good mood. To set the record straight, Milo shifted the subject and suggested they talk about tomorrow's final and who might compete against Yuri. She explained in detail that her friend's future rival comes from the Lacrimani's house, one of the 7 famous witch families. Of course, a Lacrimani's. Deep in thought, the young man carefully weighed what he had heard and imagined how events might unfold, considering the enemy's traits and his own strengths. Yuri remembered that Cura Lacrimani's is the granddaughter of the family's current head, and her mother leads the influential Parchment Guild. Rumors said the young sorceress was very eccentric and once threw rotten fish through the streets of Boer, right by the doors of many bookstores. Cura also hires agents who deliberately damage small shopkeepers' goods, disrupting their businesses with crude acts of harassment and provocation. Milo warned Yuri the final was on the line, so her opponent might use any trick to win, and they had to stay alert and ready for surprises, since a girl from a noble family would not back down easily. Although afraid, the friend trusted the young man's strength and believed he could overcome every obstacle to victory. Her faith warmed his soul, filled him with confidence and a desire to prove her right. Yuri vowed to give his all to finish the tournament with dignity and make his friends happy. His eyes lit with determination, showing his desire to win the championship and restore justice after his enemy's plots. Before heading to the dorm, he was determined to visit a place called How to Discuss Work with his colleagues. The young man promised the visit would be brief. Milo said she was prepared to wait for him in the carriage as long as necessary. Yuri approached the table where Kaf was sitting, and a flask of strong alcohol stood beside it. A young man worried about his friend's condition. He remembered that his friend had promised to give up alcohol. Kaf admitted he had only poured a drink and had not actually drunk it. Yuri asked with concern if something had happened that had led his friend to touch alcohol. Kaf cried out sharply and blamed the witches for the latest troubles. Earlier, bloody inscriptions had appeared on the workshop's front door, but this act was an especially painful blow. The witches had poisoned the river water, used to make the products with an inky substance. A liquid like crude oil, the same kind Yuri was processing, caught your eye, and the comrade said several workers were in the workshop, which helped keep production safe but warned of a danger. A hostile group of witches was trying to take over their workshop and cut off their income, and Kaf looked helplessly at Yuri and asked him directly what they should do to protect the enterprise and prevent catastrophic consequences from the conflict. The final day of the grand tournament had arrived, and the academy's staff, students, and teachers were rushing to set up chairs and decorate the hall so everything met the highest standards for an event of this scale. Servants carefully adorned the royal family's chairs with flowers, and special seats for the jury were prepared with symbolic hourglasses to show the importance of time and the wisdom needed to make fair decisions. Yuri examined his casual clothes, unsure if they were suitable for the formal tone of the upcoming event. Unsure whether the academy uniform was right for the awards ceremony, he consulted a stylist who recommended the dress version, noted his uniform was rather worn and dirty, and he had also heard the young man came from a very aristocratic family. Firmly demanding permission to tidy the young man's appearance, the man said appearance affects how the public sees him and then sat the young man in a chair. Nervously, Yuri asked what the stylist planned to put in his hair. Smiling reassuringly, the stylist told him not to worry and promised to be careful. With slow, careful movements, the stylist opened a jar of styling oil, confident in the result. The young man tried to explain to the other man that he was completely satisfied with his hair and asked to leave it unchanged, but the student gave in and allowed him to work only on the ends of his hair. Despite the client's objections, the stylist insisted and radically transformed Yuri's hair, using professional tools and care products to turn an ordinary style into an elegant look that draws attention. Annoyed by the changes to his appearance, the young man wanted it over and quickly returned to his usual affairs, walking to the hall entrance as helpful servants ceremoniously opened the heavy oak doors. Walking past the excited students, Yuri realized it was just a regular school competition, and their joy slowly replaced his irritation. The judge ordered him to take his rightful place on the podium reserved for the finalists, but when the young man saw the queen towering on her throne, he instinctively knelt, showing deep respect and deference to the monarch. Before Yuri stood the representatives of the monarchy, They were Her Majesty, the Queen, and Her Royal Highness Princess Caria. Princess Carol sat beside him laughing at him, and he tried to work out what amused her, and most of all, why her hair looked so strange. Disappointed, Yuri returned to his assigned place, and a ringing voice from another high-ranking official then broke the silence and drew everyone's attention. Stepping forward with grace, the girl addressed the royal family directly. Her polished manners, refined speech, and impeccable appearance revealed her noble birth and upbringing. Yuri only then realized Cura was standing in front of him. Lacrimanis, daughter of a powerful noble house, wore an extravagant outfit. He half-jokingly thought her flamboyant display looked like an immediate bid for the throne. Milo softly wished her friend good luck and gave him an encouraging look. Nearby, Lily timidly asked whether Sham would support his friend in the tournament. Sham looked at the worried Lily and assured her that Yuri would overcome any problem and be victorious. Lily added modestly that she was completely confident in Yuri's strength and abilities. The judge announced that the tournament was reaching its climax with the final paired chess match. The match will be played in 3 stages, and the winner will be the participant who wins the first 2 rounds in a row. Respectfully, she asked Her Majesty, the Queen, for permission to start the tournament. Seated majestically on her throne, the Queen firmly declared that the tournament would begin immediately. Yuri was puzzled that the match could already begin when the pieces were on the board, but they had not yet decided who would move first. The referee had already drawn lots to decide the order of first moves. The judge declared in a solemn voice that the first game would begin with Cura's move, Lacrimonis. Yuri felt uneasy when he learned the referee had made her decision alone without consulting the players, a rare tournament practice that left him uncertain and anxious. Smiling with satisfaction after her first move, she made it clear her deal with the judge had paid off, and the young man saw she had used influence and money to secure an advantage, but he stayed calm despite the unfairness. He said grimly that his opponent was a real witch, the embodiment of evil and deceit, and that the girl had no intention of playing fair, launching a campaign of intrigue and manipulation from the very start of the tournament. Yuri was confident he had the experience and skill to defeat the cunning enemy. Watching his opponent's moves, Yuri spotted the weak points in her strategy and waited for the right moment to exploit them. A large scoreboard showed the results of the first stage of the competition. Visibly upset, Cura bit her nail and quietly admitted defeat. The judge solemnly announced the winner, Yuri Hao, who had turned the tide and won convincingly. By now the young man clearly understood why he had advanced to the next stages of the championship. After a short break, the referee signaled the start of a new round of the tournament. Yuri was determined to make the next meeting a real show, and a bold plan took shape to win not just on skill but also in feeling, capturing the hearts of fans and critics. Lily said she was Yuri's friend and stressed how close they were. Milo, standing beside her, said he also knew Yuri and emphasized the importance of support and trust in friendship. Their words created a warm sense of unity and harmony. Lily admitted she wasn't confident enough at playing shogi and offered to teach her new friend the basic techniques and principles if she wanted. After the second round, the girl felt Yuri's edge had dropped a lot, though she wasn't sure her perception was accurate. It could be fatigue, poor preparation, or that she had misread things. The young man admitted he had lost the round, leaving the audience stunned. Milo froze at the news and could not believe her ears. Her face showed deep sympathy because she had bet everything on him. The judge announced the winner of the second round, and Cura Lacrimanis proposed a short break before the third decisive game, asking the players to go to the waiting room to prepare mentally for the final stage of the tournament. Milo tried to understand what drove her friend and why he let his rival win, and she hoped he would find a way out of this hard situation, prove his weakness was temporary, and end his rival's winning streak. She said openly that she doubted Yuri planned to give his opponent the victory again, or that he had deliberately tried to lose. Calmly, the young man said he was acting on purpose and was willing to sacrifice his winnings. His indignant girlfriend demanded to know why he was giving up easy wins and risking his place in the tournament. Yuri said the Lacrimanis family ran the kingdom's main parchment guild, supplying raw materials to most businesses, so confronting them would cause heavy losses, and it was better to avoid direct conflict by choosing diplomacy and compromise. Milo watched him closely, openly wondering whether he feared the witch's powers and influence. She knew her friend had already stood up successfully to her formidable grandmother, and doubted money made her quit. The girl thought the conditions were equal, and that the young man could keep fighting with his experience and skills. Yuri stressed that to him, the tournament is trivial compared with his global goals, and he admitted she might see him as a hero, but he does not seek that title and prefers to serve his own interests rather than anyone else's. From the start, Milo realized the tournament mattered less to him, and her attempts to support her friend proved pointless, leaving the girl disappointed and making her rethink her feelings about such events. Disappointed in her past actions, she wanted to improve and focus her efforts on meaningful goals. Yuri listened to what his friend meant and offered comforting words to cheer her up. She had always given him good advice and stayed with him in hard times. He was truly grateful and never found her help annoying, but he was not the kind of person she wanted, and he realized she would not follow someone who just played along and did exactly what she wanted. After Milo confirmed he understood, Yuri breathed a sigh of relief, but a familiar voice broke the peaceful moment, and when he looked back, he saw his friend approaching and calling him. The maid spoke angrily to the guest, saying he had no right to be in the room and rudely demanded to know what he thought he was doing, and Kaf, not offended, warmly thanked her for the directions and said he had only come to find Yuri. When his companion ran up to them, the young man asked in bewilderment what had brought him so urgently and what news he carried, and after catching his breath, his friend began to describe the events unfolding outside the palace. Kaf knew he was at a crucial point in the tournament, but the news was too urgent to delay, and Milo, hidden behind the wall, overheard part of the conversation and knew he had to act immediately. Yuri looked at his comrade seriously, told him he knew everything that was happening, and asked him to follow the order exactly. The comrade agreed and asked if Yuri's affairs were in order. Yuri replied calmly that everything was stable and under control. The final match would decide everything, and the audience waited in tense silence. The referee announced the third match would begin and that it would decide the tournament's fate. Both players focused, ready to show all their skill and artistry. The judge's loud announcement gave Shuri the first move. Lacrimanus signaled the decisive duel to begin. Both sides froze, waiting for the right moment to attack. Spectators watched each move on the field as if the fate of the world depended on each one. The judge's decision shocked Lily, since the first move normally belonged to her best friend Yuri. The unexpected change in order filled her with doubt and anxiety. She tried to figure out why her friend was quiet, her mind racing as it formed several possible explanations. The opponent made a decisive first move and opened the final battle. Yuri watched closely, running through possible combinations and planning countermeasures. She gently asked about the young man's health, saying she feared something serious had happened. He assured her he was completely fine and dismissed any concerns. She shifted Yuri's focus to his own business, a small shop called How that he now runs. Cura warned him in a stern, mocking tone that soon he would face serious problems, requiring quick responses and unconventional solutions. She gave an example and asked him to imagine his store suffering a fire that destroyed inventory and damaged the building, causing severe harm to his business and requiring major expense to repair and replace what was lost. Any other misfortune could happen, and any of these circumstances could threaten his enterprise. The young man frowned at the difficulty but remained calm, knowing the best response was sober calculation and a cool head. Spectators held their breath and watched every move on the board, anticipating the outcome of the tense confrontation. That final duel would be thrilling and full of surprises, stirring a sea of emotions in everyone present. Carol couldn't stop worrying whether the threat was real and whether Yuri's workshop had been destroyed by the fire, as images of destruction and loss filled her head, and every minute waiting for news deepened her fear for a loved one's safety and livelihood. She quickly saw how absurd the suspicions were, tried to understand why Shura would invent such stories while weighing her rival's motives, and decided she needed to find the truth to dispel doubts and restore harmony. The princess jumped up and exclaimed that there was something fishy going on with the tournament and insisted that the game be stopped immediately. The queen gently urged her to look more closely and tried to understand the essence of what was happening before jumping to conclusions. Mom calmly noted that her daughter's interference only prevented her friend from concentrating on developing a winning strategy. Advice and calls to stop the game distracted his attention, reducing his chances of winning. It was much more important to support and believe in your friend without interfering in the process. Yuri sighed in frustration, struggling with rising anxiety and exhaustion as his mind spun with thoughts of a future hanging by a thread. He reported he'd learned a fire had damaged 4 buildings, but fortunately there were no casualties, so the damage was minimal, and Shura, clearly shaken by the news, asked if it was true. He hadn't expected his rival to bring up such a personal matter at a public event to make him look bad in front of the audience, and the move felt inappropriate and unfair, leaving him irritated and disappointed. Shura flatly denied the accusations, saying she had never said anything like that, and that the charge came entirely from Aparnia's imagination, then leaned back in her chair, ignored further claims, and made it clear she did not want to continue the discussion. Yuri accepted the lack of evidence and said that he did not intend to share details of the incident in any case. The information would remain confidential until the exact circumstances of what happened were clarified. He was convinced she had brought condemnation on herself and lost the respect of those around her through her own actions. Her behavior and constant provocations had created a lasting impression of her as an unreliable partner and rival. Yuri said that if she hadn't noticed, he had deliberately lost the second game to give her the championship, thinking he could delay the fight by currying favor with the local witches, but he wouldn't go along with those burning down workshops. The young man spoke disparagingly of his rival, calling her a terrible person, unworthy of receiving gifts and privileges. He emphasized that victories obtained by deception and vile means have no value and only cause contempt. Cura felt a sharp surge of anger at Yuri's rude words, her lips pressed tight, and her eyes flashed with hatred, bitterness, and despair, made worse by having to hide her true feelings. Holding back her emotions, she looked to the judge for a fair ruling. The man watched closely, ready to defend his view and protect his interests. Tension filled the hall as the audience waited for the outcome. The judge warned Yuri to watch his language and behave properly, and reduced his extra time for making decisions. The young man paid no attention to the punishment and sarcastically asked his opponent whether she really thought a time limit would help her win. Cura shot him an angry look, seeing the trick had failed. Yuri took the bait and said he would no longer tolerate the girl's provocations and attacks. A firm, decisive tone drew the judges and audience. Tension in the hall rose instantly. All eyes turned to the central stage. Making another quick move, he said he would use every available resource to crush his opponent, and warned that if she were sure of a loss, she would appear pathetic, cowardly, and malicious. The young man raised his voice and warned that no trick or scheme would save her from certain defeat. A wave of dread hit her as she realized the odds were against her, and all she could do was hope for a miracle. Confused, Cura stared at the board, not understanding Yuri's words, when suddenly her pieces began to fall one after another. The opponent moved quickly and precisely, methodically removing her defenses and closing in on victory. The girl moved frantically to save her last pieces and hold her position on the board. Sweat ran down her forehead and her fingers trembled with the strain. Each move failed, pushing her to the brink of defeat. With collapse imminent, Cura made a final effort to stop Yuri's advance, but time ran out and any resistance was pointless. The opponent's positions were too strong. The piece stood like an impenetrable wall protecting key points on the board. She froze in panic as if an invisible spear pressed against her neck and threatened to kill her. A chill ran down her spine, her breath caught, and despair throbbed in her head. Her world shrank to a tiny cage of helplessness and the fear of an inevitable end. Realizing victory was impossible, she loudly conceded defeat, and the audience responded with thunderous applause and joyful cheers, welcoming the tournament's new star. Cura said sternly that because of her unacceptable behavior during the match, she wanted to speak with her alone in a private room, and depending on what she learned, might have to take disciplinary action. A court servant politely asked her to follow him to the designated meeting room. She hesitated briefly, then followed her escort obediently, realizing the showdown was inevitable. Realizing the size of the victory, Yuri took a deep breath and felt the tension leave his body as if a heavy stone had dropped from his shoulders, his excitement fading, his muscles relaxing, and his inner calm returning. Carol approached him reproachfully and asked when he would finally learn to behave, since he had caused a big commotion again. Yuri said there was nothing to be done. Sometimes problems came up out of nowhere and quickly got out of hand. He tried to calm his friend, stressing that the past could not be changed and the future depended on the choices made. At first angry, the girl called him an upstart, but then admitted that despite his faults he had won, and her disapproving voice hid a quiet pride in her friend's success. Admiring the game's quality, Carol praised Yuri's skill and strategy, offered her hand, and said she was proud of his achievement and saw great potential for further success. Yuri dropped to one knee with theatrical flair, took the princess's hand, and gently kissed it. The audience burst into joyful shouts, showing how pleased they were with the performance. Their applause drowned out everything else and filled the hall. Suddenly, the young man sprang from his seat and rushed headlong into the street, ignoring the admiring crowd and official congratulations. The moment Yuri crossed the palace threshold, a familiar voice called his name. Milo quickly gestured toward the majestic bird, waiting for its owner nearby. Yuri quickly turned to the girl and thanked her warmly for her timely help and encouragement. Milo paused, ready to add something important. She bowed gracefully and softly whispered an apology. The girl said she had not considered the consequences and truly regretted her mistake. Yuri hugged his friend gently, calmed her with a soft voice, and said he didn't think she was guilty because everyone makes mistakes, assuring her he wasn't angry and would keep supporting her since their friendship mattered most. The young man jumped onto the huge bird's back and gripped the saddle's sturdy straps. Yuri smiled and thanked Milo for his help, then turned and announced he was heading out, confident he had chosen the right path. The boys spun around and saw a man running toward them with his mouth open, while a loud cry calling for them to wait for her echoed across the palace square. Out of breath from running, Lily eagerly asked Yuri if he was heading to his workshop. Timidly, she asked if her friend would take her with him to the workshop. Lily said her own works are stored in the studio, and she wants to check how much damage the fire caused. The young man agreed and understood, and together they went to assess the damage and take the necessary measures. Yuri reminded them they needed to hurry and asked Lily to put on her coat. The team went straight to the workshop to inspect the fire damage, hurried to assess the extent of the destruction and begin restoring the workspace, and found the flames had likely destroyed the equipment and tools, leaving only ashes. Milo watched her friends walk away and felt a quiet sadness and emptiness as their silhouettes faded into the distance, leaving only silence and loneliness. Shouting, workers urged everyone to move quickly away from the half-destroyed building, fearing the fragile structure could collapse. Wall debris hung over their heads, ready to fall at any moment and posing a deadly threat to everyone nearby. Fear and panic swept through the crowd, and people fled to save their lives. Calf warned his partner that continuing to fight the fire had become extremely dangerous, and they needed to act immediately. Gather the most valuable tools and leave the risk zone now, while there is still a chance to avoid a tragic fate. The young man saw Yuri arrive, which marked the start of the fire damage assessment, a crucial step to decide the next actions and begin restoring the damaged property. Watching it all, Lily felt a heavy ache, knowing her beloved tools she'd kept for years might be damaged or lost forever, and the thought of starting over crushed her. Furious, she screamed at the witches who had started the destructive fire, cursing them in her head for striking such a serious blow to the enterprise. CAF sincerely apologized to Yuri, saying they felt guilty and sorry it had taken them some time to get the fire under control, and Yuri's face showed confusion and remorse because the delay had caused significant damage and losses. With a heavy sigh, he admitted that the water mill building, where the craftsman worked, was engulfed in flames and nearly destroyed, and that all the tools for the craft were lost. Yuri made clear that material losses were secondary to saving lives, and even though buildings were badly damaged and valuable tools were lost, the workers' health and safety mattered most. Lily agreed her colleagues were right, but her heart ached over losing the tools she had made, because if only property had been damaged it would have been bearable, and losing things made by her own hands felt especially bitter. Despite the heavy losses, learning that no workers were hurt brought her great relief, warmed her heart, and strengthened her resolve to move forward, but the loss of material assets was painful, and knowing her colleagues were safe gave her comfort and hope for a better future. Koff suddenly noticed his comrade heading resolutely into the charred building, ignoring the danger, and a panicked Calf shouted, begging him to stop and come back. A loud crack split the air, and the building's walls began to shift and settle, signaling an inevitable collapse. The friend panicked, fearing for Yuri inside. Frozen with fear, the friends watched with wide eyes, faces drained of color, hands trembling and hearts racing as the structure slowly fell apart, silently repeating a prayer and hoping for a miracle. Calf stood amid the chaos, calling Yuri frantically and straining to hear any response, his voice raw with excitement, sweat on his face, eyes scanning the rubble for movement, his body tense for any sound that would prove the boy was alive. A comrade unexpectedly emerged from the smoke, drawing the friend's attention. He stepped out carefully, clutching the lost folder to his chest. Soot covered his face and clothes. Kef, puzzled by why Yuri had left the crumbling building and put himself in danger, was moved by his friend's ordeal and offered a sincere apology. Their friendship proved stronger than fear, and helping each other was the key to surviving any situation. Placing the precious folder into Lily's hands, the young man felt his fingers tremble slightly from stress. Lily's gaze brightened with gratitude and admiration. Yuri said she made this especially for them. It was her first work, called Tsukigata. Lily's work became the basis for the group's unique instruments, and those items were kept in storage for emergencies, but despite that precaution, much of the stock was destroyed in the fire. Relief washed over Yuri when he saw that at least one copy of the instrument had survived. Shaking with emotion, Lily shoved Yuri in the chest and called him a fool. She could not understand why he would risk his life for a simple tool and wanted to protect the man she loved from reckless actions that could lead to tragedy. Despite her anger and irritation, the girl deeply respected her friend's brave act, and knowing how important it was to him to save the instrument she had made, thanked him sincerely though her heart ached with worry. CAF patted Yuri on the shoulder and told him that, thanks to the prototype tool they had found, they could resume large-scale production, which brought back memories of past achievements and gave him confidence in the future. The friend agreed with Calf and said the new workshop would be built in a spot safe from enemies and natural disasters, an ideal place for work and creativity that villains could not reach, and they would add a brand new water wheel. Lily asked hesitantly to join restoring the workshop, feeling responsible and wanting to contribute, and knowing the team would need help, she was ready to do her best. The girl deeply wanted to become a full member of the How Company, to help restore the workshop and grow the business, and to use her skills and experience to build a successful company she could be proud of. The guys warmly accepted Lily's offer, saying they were glad to have her on the team, and after some general laughter, they jokingly invited her to join the company permanently. Yuri rode a mighty royal eagle across the sky. The majestic bird spread its powerful wings, cut through the clouds, and left a faint trail of wind. The sun lit the plumage, highlighting the beauty and power of his winged ally. The man turned to the workers and calmly said the landing was near, urging them to prepare, while the huge eagle slowed and lowered its altitude as it approached the ground. Soon the massive claws nearly touched the ground, completing the breathtaking flight. Yuri took off his helmet and let the fresh breeze touch his hot face as he exhaled in relief. Fatigue eased, replaced by a sense of accomplishment and the joy of being home. Free of his equipment, he could relax. The young man turned to his comrade and told him he would return soon, leaving his faithful companion, the Royal Eagle Stardust, to rest and recover. As he departed, he thanked his comrade for his support and cooperation. They both knew their paths would temporarily diverge, but their camaraderie would remain unchanged, regardless of distance and trials. 6 months after the workshop burned down during the Ducky tournament, a new workshop opened on the Howe family's land with no ties to witches. After thoroughly inspecting the premises, Yuri decided to visit the nearby port city of Swami. Harold made this city a trading base with the Republic of Albion, and it first prospered through trade with other cities. Shipbuilding and many other industries thrive here. With cultist Lily now in physical form, Yuri traveled to the port city of Suomi to pick a reliable ship for long ocean voyages that could withstand the open ocean's harsh conditions. A young man happened to notice a motionless figure on the stone pier. As he drew closer, he heard a stranger muttering softly, the voice weak and tired. The stranger spoke in an unknown tongue, whispering that what came from the sea should return to the sea and what rose in the mountains should go back there. Then, sighing heavily, he added that if you do not want to lose the way to Yafu, where he came from. Yuri assumed the speech was in the ancient language of horror, known for its Etruscan script. Judging by his accent and manner, the man was clearly not a Quran. Drawing his blade, he demanded to know who the stranger was and what had brought him here. The blade flashed in the sunlight, underlining the young man's seriousness. Shocked, the young man realized Harold was standing before him and noticed how shabby he looked. The man looked him over with interest and asked what he wanted and what had prompted such an unexpected meeting. Harold admitted it had been ages since they last met, and now face to face they felt awkward yet happy to reconnect. Yuri asked him with concern why he was lying on the dock looking tired and confused. His friend told him to be quiet, implying the situation was more complicated than it first appeared. Harold insisted on being left alone, making clear he needed to rest and sort out his thoughts, but his comrade, worried about him, persuaded him to come with him and offered help and support. A group entered a cozy bar by the port. Yuri said tonight was the perfect time to forget the bad and drink in peace. Without worrying about the consequences, he did not hesitate to offer to pay for the drinks. Harold ordered a chilled mug of fragrant sake and some dried meat from the friendly waitress, and she agreed immediately, while a young man nearby offered to put the bill in his name. Yuri asked his friend directly what in his life had caused this, seeing the loss of spirit and weariness in his former comrade's eyes and wanting to understand such a drastic change. Harold paused to collect his thoughts before describing the past few months of hardships and trials, to explain what had changed the character and behavior of a man who had once been strong and energetic. Tearing up, the young man said their boat had shaken, a tree had snapped, and they had been thrown into the open sea. Yuri assumed this meant the ship was lost, the crew had mutinied, and they had been cast overboard. He knew crossing the sea without celestial navigation was a mistake, and when supplies ran out, the crew blamed the captain and navigator and threw them overboard. So the young man wondered how they survived, and his comrade admitted they had been thrown overboard with a spear, which kept them alive. Yuri says that if Harold survived, the dead old man probably did know where the land was, since their boat couldn't find land at first, and likely still drifts at sea like a ghost ship carrying weapons. Believing the test deserved a worthy reward, he half-jokingly told Harold to find a girlfriend and explained he was an Etruscan whose customs strictly forbade using women just for entertainment. Admitting he'd spent all his savings on boat supplies, he could not start over. With no money or resources, he felt trapped and had lost faith in his own strength. The prospect of total collapse frightened him. Yuri was amazed by how strictly he followed the principles of his religion. Meanwhile, the waitress returned to the table and politely apologized to the customers for the long wait. The young man said they should drink, eat well, and forget their problems today. If Harold refused the food, the young man said he would take it himself. Harold immediately protested, insisting the food was his and no one could dispose of it without his consent. Exhausted by fatigue and alcohol, Harold laid his head on the tabletop and fell into a deep sleep. The evening ended oddly, but gave them another chance to repair their relationships and see how important it is to support one another. The waitress clearing the dishes noticed the customer's condition and quietly told Yuri his companion was fast asleep, her voice gentle with sympathy and understanding. Yuri apologized to the girl and said he would have to leave Harold asleep here until morning. Harold looked completely exhausted, and Yuri did not want to wake him. The young man pulled a knife from the folds of his clothes, making the waitress visibly nervous. The cold metal flashed in the lamp's dim light, increasing the tension. Yuri told his girlfriend nothing bad would happen and said he only wanted to make her look presentable. The request to bring a broom and dustpan sounded odd, but the worker immediately understood what the man meant. Both the young man and the waitress looked at the results of their work and shared a satisfied smile. Worried, the worker asked if the guest was sure everything was okay. Yuri assured him there was nothing to worry about. Yuri joked that Harold's new haircut looked great and suited him. Taking the initiative, he told the waitress he would come in the morning to make sure his friend was okay, and the girl had to accept the visitor's decision. That morning, Yuri smiled when he saw Harold's unexpectedly funny hairdo that surprisingly suited him, while Harold, running his hand over his head in confusion, could not understand how his hairdo had changed so radically. He warned in a dark tone that anyone who damaged his appearance would face cruel retribution, and as soon as the offender came into view, the young man intended to literally tear him into small pieces, showing a rare intolerance for such actions. Yuri reassured his indignant friend, saying the events were just a string of absurd coincidences and accidents. The final funny twist showed his comrade was alive and well, so the main problem had been solved. The young man sincerely wished him success and was happy for his friend, but he stopped him to ask for a minute's attention. Harold asked Yuri to lend him a small sum of money, and Yuri, slightly surprised, said he had his own expenses, including plans to buy a new ship, so the request was confusing because Yuri's funds were limited and meant for future investments. Because the ship might sink, he needed a reserve fund in case he couldn't afford to lend money. His partner, a veteran who had been to Albio many times, insisted and offered to join the crew instead. Yuri leaned closer to his friend, curious which qualities made him an experienced, reliable assistant, and he waited for a clear explanation to gauge the potential crew member's competence. The young man refused to entrust the ship's control to an intoxicated sailor, and the new vessel has modern navigation equipment for precise positioning at sea. This technology lets royal families evacuate quickly to safety if the nation faces destruction. If he allows him to get drunk and spill the secret, they will be destroyed. The people of Care will quickly master this technology and use it to terrorize the lands they fled. Harold's professional experience and knowledge matched those of a seasoned sailor who had sailed many sea routes, but when he made his decision, he admitted he was not ready to take this man on board. He knew the secret was essential to their success, and determined he vowed to make sure his team learned the confidentiality rules and followed them strictly, because only strict discipline would keep the secret and protect everyone's safety. Yuri vowed to eliminate anyone who told the secret to third parties, his face stern and determined to show he meant it. Then he turned to Harold to confirm he would stay silent and keep strict confidentiality. At the last moment before leaving for the capital, the young man decided to help his friend with a small amount of silver, a gesture that showed he still felt sympathy and respect for him despite their differences. Finally, he asked Harold to consider what kind of life he wanted to lead, since that choice would shape his future career and personal satisfaction. A few days later, in the seventh-year student dormitory at the Night Academy, Yuri learned that a man named Harold was waiting at the dormitory door to meet him. On hearing the news, Yuri said briefly he would step outside now. The reason his friend had come to find him here puzzled him. Yuri braced for anything, ready to listen closely and make a sensible decision. The boy stepped onto the porch and politely asked how he could help the visitor. Harold removed his cap, apologized for his behavior that night, and said he had decided to join Yuri's crew as a sailor. Weary, Yuri glanced at his comrade and noticed a young stranger nearby eyeing the entrance, then asked who the man was and how he fit into Harold's request to join the service. Harold introduced the young man as Gora Benjamin, only 16, but already a fully qualified navigator. The friend closed the introduction by saying that although Gora Benjamin was young, a now-deceased comrade had already approved and recommended him and could be fully trusted. Yuri agreed to let Harold and Gora join the expedition, but insisted they must earn full trust, and over time they would need to prove their skills and loyalty to become part of the team and win the captain's respect. The young man looked at them seriously and demanded they confirm their commitment and loyalty by taking the strongest oath in memory of their teacher Issa. Such a ritual ensured they observed their obligations and fostered a sense of responsibility. Issa greeted Yuri and Harold warmly and thanked them for coming. A third participant, who introduced himself as Gora Beniam, joined modestly and said he was pleased to meet a new colleague. Inviting the guests into the room, the teacher moved the conversation to a more private setting, and as it progressed she realized Harold had made a strong impression, though he quickly asked everyone to stop talking about it. With a slight smile, the woman said he looked unusually attractive and approachable. The compliment made the young man blush bright red, and he instinctively tried to hide his embarrassment. ESA learned the guests had arrived for a solemn ceremony to exchange vows that would ensure the participants' loyalty and integrity for the journey. The event required special attention and strict adherence to the rules. In Etusian culture, a sacrament is a special form of religious ceremony. There are many ways to perform oaths, but this type has a priest witness the agreement rather than the divine will. The teacher told Harold that breaking the oath would be an insult to God and that the ceremony was not to be taken lightly. She looked at him carefully, demanding confirmation that he understood the meaning of her words. The young man confirmed he fully understood the importance and responsibility of the oath he was taking. Issa, watching the guest's reaction closely, suggested he explain in detail the obligation the candidates were ready to sign. Yuri asked if he should tell the teacher how far he was willing to go. The woman said complete frankness was necessary. Without it, she could not perform the ritual properly. She compared it to the penitential process, where priests must keep confessed sins completely secret, even when those sins conflict with church law. Yuri and Harold exchanged a quick glance and realized the teacher was right. They had to be honest because hiding important details could change the ritual's outcome. After a moment, they decided to follow the woman's advice, trusting her experience and wisdom. Essa warmly thanked the students for their openness and honesty and confirmed she had carefully read their vows, stressing the importance of the path they had chosen. She felt she had to start the ritual right away. Opening the nightstand drawer, she took out a clear glass cup for the ritual as the lamp's light flickered softly across its smooth surface, highlighting its purity and symbolism. Slowly, the woman filled the glass with clear water that gave off a faint silvery sheen. After finishing the preparations, Essa turned to Harold and invited him to be the first to exercise the important right to drink the blessed water, handed him the glass with a dignified gesture, and reminded him that drinking it would show he was ready to accept responsibility for the commitments he had made. Without hesitation, the young man took the glass with both hands, breathed deeply, and drank all the water in one gulp. Asa declared that with his lips sanctified he could not speak untruth. Patella Harold, the name given him at birth, stepped forward to pronounce the vows and solemnly swore his words were true. The youth confirmed his commitment to keep the promise. Harold began his oath by saying he would not betray Master Yuri Hao, that he would accept responsibility for keeping the secret and serve while the methods were used, and that after he left he would not use them. He was then asked if he affirmed this in the presence of the head of the Order of Esau Kasalinki Wichita. Breaking this oath not only deceives oneself, but also rejects the love of God, and it is regarded as a grave moral and ethical offense subject to punishment in both earthly and spiritual life. Refusing this oath risks the participants' piety and seriously damages their standing in society. Recognizing the gravity of the moment, Harold accepted the oath fully and devoted himself to the Lord, pledging to follow the established rules and standards of conduct. Esau listened carefully to the young man and said he was pleased, declaring that the young man's words had reached God and received the highest approval. Delighted, she cried hallelujah, showing genuine joy and satisfaction with the ritual. Essa thanks her warmly for his diligence and care in preparing and performing the ritual. Praise like that was rare in everyday practice and highlighted his high skill and dedication. Urgently approaching Mr. Harold, she urged him to remember the oath's seriousness and warned that violating his obligations would bring severe consequences, stressing the need to follow accepted norms and rules. Yuri, curious about the consequences of breaking the oath, asked directly what sanctions violators would face. Essa said in a solemn voice that breaking the oath would mean her death. Those words stunned everyone. They froze, realizing they had sworn the worst possible oath. For a moment there was a deathly silence. Yuri asked what she meant. The woman admitted she'd misled them and said that if Harold broke the vow, she would have to spend a month meditating in the forest, surviving on water alone. The vow ritual guarantees that students keep their promises under the master's responsibility. Isa confirmed the practice was mandatory for her. The young man, knowing the Kasarika school's history, was surprised that such strict rules still applied here in modern times. The woman said representatives of the Kasarika school are now exempt from physical punishment, replaced by a monetary contribution, and she remains loyal to the old rules, seeing them as the best way to build student self-discipline and responsibility. Harold refused outright to accept the condition, saying they had no right to put the manager in a difficult position and suggesting they abandon the previous agreements and move on to discuss other terms of cooperation. Before he could finish his sentence, the teacher's stern voice cut him off, drawn by the disruption of the classroom order. She believed that once he swore an oath, he should not dwell on the consequences of breaking it. The only thing required of him was to decide and then strictly keep the oath he had taken. Essa stared at him and asked if he had attended the ritual intending to break his vows later, her voice condemning and making clear such behavior was unacceptable and would be punished by the harshest measures. Harold firmly denied the accusations, stressing his sincerity and loyalty to his commitments. Watching the exchange, Yuri said that even a teacher can feel hurt when not treated with care. After listening to the young man, Issa said the matter no longer mattered and accepted his position on one condition, that he must not tell anyone about his refusal to take part in the ritual. Harold, recognizing the seriousness of the teacher's demands, firmly promised to consider the remark and keep his opinion to himself. After the difficult and intense ritual, the young men felt relief as they stepped outside, and the fresh air cleared their heads and let them release the built-up tension. Errol had no idea Yuri would pull Lady Issa into this, and he suddenly found himself part of a complex ritual, facing for the first time the need to observe ancient traditions and make serious commitments. Yuri was puzzled why this hadn't been done, insisting the oath meant nothing without the necessary knowledge, and that navigation skills were the foundation of any successful naval campaign, so without them the expedition was doomed to fail. Harold cut in sharply, decisively contradicting his friend and pointing out that since he considered himself a man responsible for his actions, he had to keep any promise he made. Yuri welcomed his partner's firm stance and openly said he trusted and had confidence in him. Gora, the third member of their small team, was also relied on for the skills needed to complete the mission. Yuri offered to teach the boys modern navigation techniques and technologies, and they agreed, knowing it would greatly improve their chances of success on the upcoming journey. Following Harold's advice, he rented a ship in Swami a month later, but soon realized renting wouldn't solve the problem long-term and decided to buy his own ship in the Republic of Albion, known for its advanced shipbuilding. Yuri said he would sort things out with his comrade when he returned, clarify what happened and discuss any mistakes, and his words underline the need for quality work and a readiness to take responsibility for his actions. Harold repeated the captain's words, promising to return only after mastering the instruments, showing how seriously he takes professional growth and personal responsibility. Proudly, the ship spread its snow-white sails and sailed into the salty wind toward new horizons. The long-awaited moment had arrived, and House Company had finally set out on a sea voyage. Yuri stood peering into the distance and suddenly realized he hadn't seen his grandfather in a long time. Slowly and earnestly, the old man said he was an economist and knew little about it, but in physics there was an uncertainty principle. You cannot measure particles with complete accuracy, so it is impossible to obtain a fully accurate picture of the world. If the tiniest subatomic particle cannot be observed accurately, then the stuff that makes up matter cannot be studied with perfect precision, and the same is true in economics. My grandfather built a model that describes the movements of human society with extreme precision. A person is the economy's smallest unit, and every person is unique. Continuing, the man explained that to track a large social group's movements accurately you had to understand each person, then turned to Yuri and asked whether that could be done. Even after living with the old woman for so many years, he still did not know some things about her, which meant it was impossible to fully understand another person. Grandfather told him to throw away the object he'd put in the boy's hand and said he never understood his wife, so he could never understand a society of 8 billion people. As a scientist, the man admitted he'd made a mistake. He realized he'd tried to clarify something that would always remain unknown, beyond even the greatest knowledge. Those were the last words Yuri heard from him. Later he died, just as his grandmother had. The young man realized he had not dreamed about his grandfather for a long time. Studying him closely, the girl asked again what he meant when he mentioned his grandfather. The boys' eyes widened as they realized their faces were close together, and the air held a tense mix of slight anxiety and interest. Yuri suddenly let out a loud cry from deep inside, and the echo spread through the area, revealing the excitement and fear that gripped his soul. He admitted Korea's sudden appearance had terrified him. The young man noticed the girl had been following him quietly and asked her not to come so close. Karja said she had been watching him for about 30 minutes, and Yuri, surprised because she was a royal with no time for such things, found her behavior odd, while the girl said she was bored and had been waiting for the right moment to arrange a date. Curious why the princess seemed so carefree, the young man asked if she had done anything strange while he slept, and the girl said she had not because she was not that stupid. Yuri apologized and said he couldn't talk right now because he had to eat and get back to work. Kurt suggested they go out to eat because she, like her sister, lived in the same dorm and did not understand why he did not want to go with her. She felt it was unfair that Yuri kept spending so much time with his sister. Yuri admitted he could not let her go with him without permission. The young man sprinted off the field, calling back that they would see each other later. Karja asked him to wait. Yuri agreed with his grandfather and realized he really did not understand how people felt. Suomi's port expanded trade by opening new routes and drawing foreign merchants, and daily ships brought a variety of goods that enriched the local market and boosted the region's economy.